Hello, those joining in. As you hear, there's a lot of background noise. I have my grandkids today, so I wanted to watch this trial. This is the Rust movie trial, and this is Hannah Gutierrez, who is on trial right now. She is charged with involuntary manslaughter. Because she was the one that was in charge of the bullets, if you guys remember. The Rust movie, there was a shooting and a young lady died. I cannot remember her name at this for a second here. So we're going to quickly go through day one. Day two is happening, and then we'll go back and we will rewind and go through day two. So I'm going to be on mute most of the time. I hope you guys can hear me. There's lots of cartoons going on in the background here. So, but we're going to watch and I'll be in chat talking with you guys. And every once in a while, I'll try and pop on and do some commentary and stuff like that. But yeah, so let's go. Here is day one. Thank you guys for joining me. I know it's not all the drama on the streets. But I really wanted to watch this trial because I think it would be interesting. So here we go. Here's with day one. I'm going to have it on, I have it on 1.75, but if it's too fast, please just let me know and I'll slow it down. You can hear me. Okay, good. There's one's watching a tablet, one's watching a TV, and the other one has a computer. So lots of noise in the background. So. Hello, Julian, Mama Bear Truth, Danielle, and Red's mom. Hello, ladies. How are you guys? Okay, so I'm going to put on mute, and we're going to start with day one, and let me know if it's too fast. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. This should be interesting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor, counselors. My name is Jason Lewis, and I know that we were introduced briefly yesterday during the jury selection process. I wanted to introduce myself again. My co-counsel is Carrie Morrissey, who most of you spoke to, at least in some to some degree yesterday. Also at counsel table is Shad Bowe. He is our IT specialist, and Corporal Alexander Hancock. She is what's called our case agent, and she is a witness who you will be hearing from later, maybe later today, if not certainly by tomorrow. As the judge mentioned earlier, it is Ms. Morrissey's and mine responsibility to prove to your all satisfaction that Ms. Gutierrez committed the two crimes with which she's been charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The two crimes she's been charged with are involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. This morning, I hope to give you a roadmap of what we intend to introduce throughout the trial. And although the statements that I'm making this morning aren't evidence, and you can't consider what I'm saying for purposes of your deliberation, I hope to give you a preview of what the evidence is about, what witnesses you're going to be hearing from, and again, kind of highlight some of the key pieces of evidence that we think we're going to be showing you throughout the trial. But most importantly, what we want to do is give you the information that you need to answer two key questions. The first being, what are the events that happened on the set of Rust that led to the death of Helena Hutchins? And the second question is, how did live ammunition end up on the set of the movie?
Okay, so he said that she was charged with involuntary manslaughter and, fucking around with evidence and stuff like that. This girl, she's the one that you see sitting there in the gray coat jacket and white t-shirt. She looks completely different from when she was actually on the set. When she was on the set, she had like green and purple hair. She looks completely different. So they're definitely trying to put on a show for the jury and stuff like that. I don't know why people do that. Be who you are. But she's definitely trying to. You could see in the top of her hair, you could see like just a little bit of a green tinge. So yeah, she had like green and purple hair. She was also, the day after she was arrested, or the day after the shooting happened. Hey, Stellan, how are you? Hey, Samrisa. Never mind the background noise. The grandkids are here. So, the day after the shooting, she called a friend of hers to come over, or a friend of hers came over, and she gave her friend something to hang on to. And apparently it was a bag of Coca-Cola, white powdery Coca-Cola. And then a few days or a few weeks after, or something like that, she had tried to call her friend to get her stuff back. But her friend had thrown it into the garbage because she didn't want to have anything to do with it. So this, innocent little Hannah looking isn't so innocent. So it's actually kind of interesting, this trial. I watched a lot of the first day, it's pretty interesting. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there. So let's get back to it. Thanks for hanging with me, guys. I appreciate it.
As to both questions, we believe that it was the negligent acts and failures of the defendant, Ms. Gutierrez, that resulted in both the acts that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death and to the live rounds being brought onto the set. A bit later on, I'm going to explain to you exactly how we believe that happened. Give me just a minute.
Oh, I hope you do better, Dylan. I love you, sweetheart. You know it. I did see your message.
Up on the screen for you guys, but there's a little process we have to go through to
I'll get
that
back
going.
to you on that. Like, holy shit. Okay. Anyways, I just want to let you know that I did see it. So I will get back to you for sure. That bitch.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Helena Hutchins. This is the victim in the case that we're here to deal with this morning. Ms. Hutchins was born in Ukraine on April 9th, 1979. She was married. Her husband's name is Matthew, and she has one son who was 9 years old at the time of her death. As a child, Ms. Hutchins lived on a Russian military base.
Oh, Dylan, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Hugs for you, sweetie. Hugs for you.
Located in the Arctic. She took an early and keen interest in film and journalism. She studied both economics and journalism at the Kiev National University, where she received a degree in international journalism. Ms. Hutchins met her husband, Matthew, when she was working in the United States in Los Angeles, California. They hit it off so well that they eventually got married. And when Ms. Hutchins moved and immigrated into the United States, she continued her education, and she eventually earned a master's degree in 2015 from the American Film Institute Conservatory. While in Los Angeles, Ms. Hutchins transitioned into the film and television industry, working as a cinematographer. This was a job that she loved and she had a great passion for. For those of you, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. My microphone has been off this whole time and I didn't know. For those of you who may not know, a cinematographer is a person who works behind the scenes on a film, and the cinematographer is responsible for creating the overall vision of the film. In very basic terms, the cinematographer decides how the movie will be lit and colored, and how the final footage will appear on the screen when you watch the movie. And in fact, Ms. Hutchins was working as a cinematographer for the movie Rust, which when she was tragically shot and killed on October 21st, 2021. By all accounts, from the folks who knew her and worked with her, and many of those you will be hearing from, she was a gifted and talented artist, but above all, she was a loving wife and mother. And like Ms. Hutchins, the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, was also a behind-the-scenes member of the Rust crew. Ms. Gutierrez was hired to perform a dual role on the movie. She was hired to be both an armorer and a props assistant. As a props assistant, it was Ms. Gutierrez's primary duty to essentially go out and source and bring back to the film set everything that the actors need to touch as part of making the movie. So for example, if they're doing a kitchen scene, then Ms. Gutierrez would have gone out, purchased plates, cups, glasses, forks, all of that sort of stuff, and then those would have been incorporated into the set. Ms. Gutierrez's other role was as the movie's armorer, and it's that role that really has brought us here today. The armorer has a few key responsibilities. The first responsibility is to source and bring to the set all of the firearms that are going to be used as part of the movie. So for a modern movie, that may have required her to purchase or obtain machine guns, semi-automatic handguns, long rifles, and that sort of thing. But for a Western like Rust, the armorer would have to source weapons that were in use at the time so that the movie looks more authentic. And so that would include finding old-looking revolvers and shotguns and things of that nature. I've just put up a photo. This is the firearm that Mr. Baldwin was using in this movie. This is also the firearm that was used in the incident that resulted in the death of Ms. Hutchins. One of the things that I think is important for you all to understand is that throughout this trial, We all may refer to these type of firearms as prop guns, but make no mistake, they are legitimate firearms. If you put a live bullet inside of these guns, they will fire. So we sometimes refer to them as prop weapons, but they are absolutely capable of causing a projectile to fly out of the barrel. The other thing that is important for you all to know is that although this particular weapon looks old, it is actually a brand new gun. This gun was purchased directly from the manufacturer for the purpose of being used in this movie. And although it looks old, it's not a gun that has had hundreds or thousands of rounds put through it. It was a brand new and perfectly functioning gun when it arrived on the set. The second thing that the armorer is responsible for is sourcing and purchasing blank and dummy ammunition. You're going to be hearing a lot throughout this trial about the differences between live ammunition, blank ammunition, dummy ammunition. So I'm just going to kind of give you a 10,000 foot overview of what this stuff is. The image that's on your screen right now is what's called a blank round. A blank round is actually pretty easy to distinguish because it has that crimped end where normally a bullet would be. The reason that blanks are used in the movie is because when it's in the gun and an actor pulls a trigger, there is enough gunpowder inside of that blank to cause a pop and have a cloud of smoke come out from the gun, but it doesn't have a projectile that shoots through the barrel of the gun. So these are a type of round that is used frequently on the movie sets, especially whenever they want to make it look like the actor is actually firing the weapon. The second type of round that is used on the sets are what's called dummy rounds. And these are a different story. Dummies look exactly like real bullets. As you can tell from kind of that main image there, although this evidence dummy round has some writing on it, you wouldn't be able to distinguish that from a live bullet if you were just looking at it with your eyes. And because these dummy rounds are designed to look exactly like live ammunition, every round has to be thoroughly checked before it is put inside of one of these firearms. Aside from sourcing firearms, blanks, and dummies for the movie, the next major function that Hannah was required to do on the movie set is that she was required to check every single one of these rounds to make sure that it's the appropriate blank or dummy and not live ammunition before it gets inserted into the gun. And there are two primary ways that an armorer or anybody who's familiar with this can check to make sure that a round is a dummy round. The first thing they can do is shake it. And if you'll see in that on the lower right-hand side, I've got a photograph for you there of a plastic container that's got 3 BBs in it. Those BBs are inside of that dummy round so that whenever you shake it, you can audibly hear that it's making a noise. And that way you know it's a dummy round. Sometimes they have a little spring in there rather than these bullets, but they always have some sort of noisemaker in there. The other way to distinguish a dummy from a real live bullet is in that top right photograph, and you'll see that that cartridge has a hole drilled into the side of the casing. That's the second way that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. And then we have, not to overcomplicate things, but I think it's important that you know this, we also have some dummy rounds that are missing what's called the primer. Normally on a live cartridge, there's an explosive element that is inside of that center portion that whenever the hammer of the gun hits that primer, causes a small spark that then ignites the rest of the gunpowder in the bullet and causes the projectile to be expelled. So dummy rounds, as you can see, they do look an awful lot like live ammunition, but there are ways, if you are careful, that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. The next major function of the armorer is to check the firearm before it is brought onto the set. And there's a very specific process that is used for this. When it's time for a firearm to be used, the armorer is required to present the firearm to the first assistant director to double check that only dummy rounds are inside the gun. And the armorer is also supposed to offer the actor who is receiving the gun the opportunity to also have the gun inspected in front of them. Unfortunately, in this case, Ms. Gutierrez did not always adhere to these safety procedures, and you're going to hear from several witnesses who will testify that she often rushed through this critical step and sometimes she skipped this check altogether. So let's turn to what happened on October 21st, 2021. The cast and crew of the Rust film were out at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, which is a ranch located just outside the city limits of Santa Fe. It's several thousand acres large, and it has an Old West style town that's built there, and often movies are filmed there. And I've got an example photo here just to kind of give you an idea of what the set looks like. It's nothing particularly fancy. It's just an Old West looking town. Part of the set, and this is located a little bit a ways from the town itself.
Pretty cool that they can
and it was at this church that the incident resulting.
Just create a little town somewhere, right? And like make it look so real in movies. It's always fascinated me. Anyways.
In Miss Hutchins' death occurred. The evidence is going to show that on October 21st, it was a fairly chaotic day on the set of the movie. The evening before, a group of camera operators who had some concerns about various safety issues on set sent an email to the production team indicating that they were going to be quitting. And so the next day, in response to this notice, the producers decided to push ahead with filming anyway, and they decided to use less camera equipment than what was normally used, and they tried to just improvise and make do with what they had. Filming on the morning of the 21st was largely uneventful. The cast,
from what in my own opinion, hey T Marie, hi sweetheart. It's a trial kind of day, so I forgot what I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? T got me all excited. Good to see you, sweetheart. Oh, from what I have seen so far and what I've heard, which is pretty much only day one, which is what we're watching. She, in my opinion, so far, I mean, it's only, a couple of things that I've heard, but she seemed to be negligent. So far, that's my opinion anyways. We'll see if it changes, you never know. So anyways, I hope you guys will have a good Friday. I thought I would go live and check this out. So it's been an anticipated trial for sure. So first day is pretty interesting. So let's keep going, guys.
Cast and crew filmed several scenes without any particular incidents occurring. Leading up to the lunch hour, a small group of cast and crew were inside the church working on getting some close-up shots of Alec Baldwin sitting on a church pew and manipulating his revolver. That scene was completed just before lunch, and so they called for a lunch break. And let me back up just a little bit. Before the lunch break was called, I want you all to see what was going on. This is so that gives you an idea of what was going on that morning. Alec Baldwin was sitting on a church pew, and he was practicing this draw from his holster with the camera crew kind of close up on top of him. So they completed that scene, and they called for the lunch hour to occur. So during the lunch hour, Ms. Gutierrez took the gun from Mr. Baldwin, and she took it back to the safe, the gun safe that was loaded on a prop cart. Once lunch was over, the production decided that they wanted to continue working inside of the church. But at this point, they weren't actually filming anything like they were in this video that I just showed you. And instead, they were doing what's called a blocking. And that is, in film terms, what you do before you even get to a rehearsal. So it's like a very rough rehearsal where the lighting director, the camera operator, and all of the folks are trying to get things situated so that they can then move into a rehearsal. Whenever a blocking is going on, because they aren't filming, there's really no need for the actor to have a live firearm in their hands, or even for the live firearm to be on set. You're going to hear from several witnesses, or from one witness in particular, who's going to testify that for purposes of blocking, Mr. Baldwin could have been using a stick, a rubber gun, anything that would essentially allow him to mimic a gun. It didn't have to be a live firearm. On that day, though, The defendant was asked to provide Mr. Baldwin with a live firearm for the blocking, and she did, and that was within her discretion to do so. You're going to hear that on the day of the shooting, Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun in the morning with 5 rounds. The revolver, though, is a 6-shooter, so it can hold 6 rounds, but in that morning, she only was able to load 5 of them. After the lunch break was over, Ms. Gutierrez retrieved the gun from the safe, and she cleaned that 6th hole and was able to put a 6th round into the 6th slot. Ms. Gutierrez then took the firearm to the church and handed the gun over to the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls. Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Halls then did a sloppy and incomplete safety check of the gun, where the dummy rounds were not removed from the gun and rattled or checked to see if they had a hole drilled in it. Instead, she just kind of cracked open the gun and partially spun the cylinder to show Mr. Halls a few of the rounds, but they were not removed from the gun and they weren't all checked. After the incident happened, and when Ms. Gutierrez was being interviewed by the investigating officers, she stated that when she removed the gun from the safe to begin the filming for the afternoon session, she didn't recheck the ammunition. So when she pulled the gun out and put the 6th bullet in, she didn't independently check the rounds at that time either. Our witnesses are going to testify that when the defendant pulled the gun out of the safe after lunch, what she should have done was open the gun and independently herself checked each and every round. Then, when she took it to the church and handed it to Mr. Halls, she should have done a second complete ammo check with Mr. Halls, because this double redundancy is what helps prevent the kind of incidents that occurred to Ms. Hutchins from happening. This means she should have opened the gun, removed each cartridge, confirmed that they were dummy rounds by individually shaking them, rattling them, or seeing the board hole. And because these dummy rounds are so similar to live rounds, her decision to just crack it open and spin the cylinder a little bit to look at the head stamps wasn't enough. She needed to do a much more complete check. So having failed to do that check herself, she then handed the firearm to Mr. Halls anyway. She exited the church, and then Mr. Halls handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. As the blocking session was underway, Ms. Hutchins and several of her crewmates were busily working, looking through and adjusting cameras, and Mr. Baldwin was sitting on that church pew practicing how he would hold the gun for the upcoming filming session. As Mr. Baldwin was manipulating the firearm, he caused it to discharge, and that unfortunately sent a projectile flying directly at Ms. Hutchins. The projectile shot completely through Ms. Hutchins and then struck the film's director, Joel Souza, in the shoulder. So at this point, the set paramedic was called into the church and began life-saving efforts on both Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza. Another crew member who was in the church called 911 to report the shooting and to seek additional medical assistance. But because of the ranch's remote location, it took some time before additional medical personnel arrived. And this additional support also included a life flight helicopter for Ms. Hutchins. A team of medical personnel worked to stabilize her, and they placed her on the life flight to UNMH. But sadly, the personnel at UNMH were unable to overcome the injuries that she sustained, and she was pronounced deceased at UNMH. We will show you, ladies and gentlemen, but that by failing to make those vital safety checks, the defendant acted negligently and without due caution, and that the decisions she made that day ultimately contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. So that's what happened on the 21st. But now I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened leading up to the 21st. There are some other ways that Ms. Gutierrez was negligent on the set. We intend to call several witnesses to give testimony that she regularly failed to properly carry out her duties as an armorer. These witnesses are going to describe the defendant's conduct as unprofessional and sloppy. You will hear testimony that she routinely left guns and ammunition lying around the set unattended, and that her gun safe and ammo cart were constantly disorganized. The second question that we want to answer for you is where these live bullets came from. The prospect of live ammunition landing up on a film set is incomprehensible. It's something that should never happen. It's a hard and fast industry rule that live ammunition should be miles away from a film set at all times because of the risk that it poses for being confused with the dummy rounds that are used on the set. I'm showing you a picture now of a box of ammunition that Ms. Gutierrez says she was pulling cartridges from and loading into Mr. Baldwin's firearm on the day the fatal shooting occurred. If you can see the arrow that I'm kind of wiggling around here, this is the box of ammunition that she was pulling from. This is a box of dummies. The second box here is a box of blanks. So these are the kind of rounds that will pop and create smoke. These are the type of rounds that are just supposed to be completely inert. When the officers arrived on the set after the shooting, this cart is where those two boxes of ammunition were first found. When the officer who was in charge of this prop cart uncovered that the boxes on there were the ones that were being used for that day's filming, he then placed them into his police unit, and that's what you saw in those previous slides. These are the boxes of ammunition inside of a cop car. Eventually, the box of dummies was taken back to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, where it was inventoried and photographed by a crime scene technician whose name is Marissa Popple, and she's going to be a witness in this case. The first box of dummies that was opened up is what is on your monitors right now. This is a styrofoam container that has approximately 37 cartridges in it. According to the label on the outside of the box, these are supposed to be dummy cartridges. And I don't know if you've noticed yet, but there is one of these cartridges that doesn't look like the others. It's that one with the red square. You can see that it has a silver primer, whereas all of the other ones have brass primers. The cartridge in that red box is a live bullet. So this was another live bullet that was found on the set, not just the one that was in Mr. Baldwin's firearm. Ultimately, you're going to hear from us that there were not just these two, but a total of 6 live bullets that were found on the set. 6. You're also going to hear that all 6 of those live rounds have the same, have common characteristics of having this silver or nickel covered primer, a shiny brass casing, and what's called a starline brass head stamp. I don't know if you can tell in your monitors or not, but this impression that is on each of these cartridges, it looks like a star and then a line and a star. That indicates that it's a starline brass manufactured casing. So we knew from the evidence gathered on October 21st, and when we had these rounds examined by the FBI, we discovered that there were actually those 6 live rounds on set. And so our next step was to determine whether there was any way, if we could tell when those live rounds ended up on the set. So we began to comb through all of the photos and videos that had been recorded on the set from the very first day the filming began. And we started to notice something. We were able to identify several points in time where the cartridges with a silver primer and a shiny brass cartridge ended up being spotted inside of the gun belts and bandoliers that the cast members were wearing on the set. In fact, we found a photograph where there was one occasion where
I'm going to be putting up on the screen just some photos of Miss Gutierrez on set, and just some photos that I found of her. So that's what you'll be seeing on the screen in just a second.
where a live round was sitting right on Miss Gutierrez's lap, and she failed to identify it. What you're looking at now is a photograph of Miss Gutierrez, and on her lap in the lower right-hand corner, you can see that styrofoam casing holder. I'm going to show you a call out that's been enhanced a little bit, and you can see, I hope you can see on your monitors, that these bullets here kind of on the top right appear to have a brass casing, but at least these other 2 bullets, most definitely this cartridge that's in the blue circle, you can see that there is a silver primer on that cartridge. And we believe that was a live bullet sitting on her lap, and she failed to identify it. It's important that you know that this photograph was taken on October 10th. And the reason it's important for you to make note that this photograph was taken on October 10th is because the other dummy rounds that were purchased for this movie didn't even arrive to the set until October 12th. So this means that the live ammunition could not have been from the shipment that came in on October 12th and that belonged or that was supplied by somebody other than Ms. Gutierrez. This also will help you when you hear from the defendant's counsel, who are likely going to suggest to you sabotage on afoot on the set, or that the live rounds came from someone other than Ms. Gutierrez. This photograph, we think, will help you conclude that the live rounds were on set on the 10th, and that the other dummy rounds didn't arrive until the 12th. We also have a little bit more evidence that these live rounds came onto the set via the defendant when she came to Mexico from out of state. As you can see from this photo, this is the box of rounds. This is kind of a blown up photograph of the box of rounds that she was pulling from on the day of the shooting. And you can see that it has a very specific label on it that says 45 long Colt dummies. And then in much smaller print there in the middle, you can see the initials JS. So on November 9th, a couple of weeks after the shooting, the defendant came into the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office for an interview with Corporal Hancock, and she was asked questions about the box of ammunition she was pulling from the day of the incident, this box with the small JS on the label. The defendant told Corporal Hancock that she thought this.
Hello, everyone coming in. Hey, Firefly, Scottsdale, K Braves, and Ange. Hey, guys. I'm gonna be on mute for most of the time. I've got the grandkids here today, so but I will put information in the chat for you guys, and I will stop every once in a while just to talk to you guys, so you're not just sitting here, not listening and to anything except for chat, which is what you're supposed to do. But you know what I mean. I like to come and talk to you guys. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. And yeah, Ange, I'm really interested in this trial, so we'll see how it plays out. And I hope you have a good shift, hon. And drive careful. Drive careful. Okay, so let's. Awesome, Sarisa. I'm glad. I love watching trials, so, and I don't put them on very often. So I figured, let's do this one. So this is day one, and we're just trying to catch up to everything that's happened yesterday, and then we'll go into today's proceedings. So, anyways, yeah, thanks for you're making lace. Ooh, beautiful. What a talent to be able to make lace. My goodness. And don't worry, yeah, not too chatty. That's okay. I know we're not going to have the big crowds that we do when we're talking about Betty or something, but that's fine. That's totally fine. I like hanging out with anybody that's here. So thank you guys. That's awesome. Ooh, Cape Race, 9 teeth. Oh, sweetheart. My goodness. Oh gosh, 9 teeth. My goodness. I hear you. I've had teeth pulled, plenty of teeth pulled. And I've even pulled my own teeth because I was in so much pain. So I hear you. I hope that you're healing well. Just be careful. No straws. Try not to smoke if you do smoke. And you'll be okay. My goodness, 9 teeth. Oh, crazy. Hang in there. Lots of hugs for you. All right, let's keep going, guys.
Thought this box was kind of peculiar, and she wasn't certain where it came from, but she said that she didn't believe it was one of the boxes that was originally brought on set. But then the defendant offered to Corporal Hancock that the day prior to the interview, she had asked her father back home to text her a photograph of the box of 45 long Colt dummies that they had at his home. And she texted him, and he texted her this photo in response. It's identical. It's the same box. The box of dummies she was pulling from on the 21st is identical to the box of dummies that her father had at home. So we believe this is more evidence that this box of dummies with the live round in it came from the defendant. We're also going to show you how these live rounds slowly spread their way throughout the set, eventually landing in several of the actors' costumes and firearms on October 13th, 15th, 17th, and of course on the 21st. In the image on your screen now, you can see in the large photograph, that's the bandolier that Mr. Baldwin was wearing on the 21st. There is a live round inside of that bandolier. The black belt that's in the lower right-hand corner is a belt that was worn by another cast member. There's a live round in that belt too. The evidence you're going to hear throughout this trial is that the defendant was unprofessional and that she failed to do the essential safety functions of her job, and that these failures resulted in live ammunition being spread throughout this entire set. Once the live ammunition was on the set, she failed to detect it because she didn't follow those essential safety protocols that required her to inspect every round before they were placed into the gun. The evidence will show that the defendant treated the safety protocols as if they were optional, rather than if people's lives counted on her doing her job correctly. We will show you that as a direct result of her failures, Ms. Gutierrez caused Ms. Hutchins' death. The last, or I should say the second crime that Ms. Gutierrez has been charged with is tampering with evidence. The evidence with regard to this charge is a lot simpler. You're going to hear testimony that on the day that Ms. Hutchins was killed, and after the defendant left her interview at the sheriff's office, she went back to her hotel. Knowing that the defendant had probably been through a lot that day, one of her crewmates went to her room to check on her to see how she was doing. And after they were done visiting, the crew member got up to leave. And as she was walking out of the room, the defendant handed her something and asked her to hang on to it for her. At first, this crew member didn't really realize what she had been handed. So she walked out of the room, started down the hallway. And when she looked into her hand, she realized she had been handed a baggie of suspected cocaine from the defendant. She will testify that she was surprised that the defendant, who was somebody she hardly knew, would hand her a bag of suspected cocaine to hang on to for her. The crew member is going to testify that she disposed of the cocaine. She didn't want to be caught with it, so she just threw it away. And you're going to hear that the defendant, over the next several weeks, texted this crew member several times asking her to return her stuff, which the crew member is going to testify is in reference to the baggie of cocaine. I know I've gone through a lot of information with you guys, and I hope you're not too overwhelmed, but that's why we're going to spend the next couple of weeks with you going over all of this evidence in a lot more detail. You're going to hear from a multitude of law enforcement officers. You're going to hear from firearms experts. You're going to hear from 4 FBI analysts covering the topics of fingerprints, DNA, explosives comparisons, and firearms testing. You're going to hear from an image enhancement expert. And most importantly, you're going to hear from witnesses who worked with Ms. Gutierrez every day on the movie set, including the film's director and several of the crew members who were inside the church on the day of this horrific incident. We're confident that after you hear from these witnesses and after you have an opportunity to look at the evidence for yourself in greater detail, you will agree with us that the defendant's actions were not only negligent on October 21st, but on many days leading up to the 21st. We hope that after you review this information, you will find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And after reviewing and hearing from the witness concerning the tampering charge, we believe that you will also convict her on the tampering with evidence charge as well. I'm about done, but I do want to leave you with one final statement. And this is a statement that Ms. Gutierrez made when she was being interviewed on the day of the shooting. She says at the end, I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more. And so do we. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Before we take.
Okay, so that was prosecution. What do you guys think so far? See, this is like sort of what, I mean, the defense comes up and just kind of course, does their job and tries to, shove down everything that, prosecution has given them. But so far, it seems like she really she was negligent. It was her job to make sure that the guns were done and safe, using the right bullets, the right, and she didn't do that. So far, just from what we heard now, she was negligent. Yes, Alex is due for being tried as well. He's expected to stand trial. He's also charged with involuntary manslaughter. He has pled not guilty, and he has said that he didn't pull the trigger. Like, basically, the gun just went off. So, he's just basically not really taking responsibility, obviously, right? So, and then adding some cola into it. Yes, absolutely. And you guys were like, you see the pictures. All the pictures that I just put up were her. Like, this is her on set. And she looks completely different. You would never know that was really her in this picture anyways. This is when she was arrested, I imagine. And this is her also. I don't know if this is her on set or because her hair is different, or if this was just her own thing. I did find another picture, so I'm looking for it again, but I saw it. And I think it was just her in another room, and she had a shotgun in her hand. And they were at a target range or whatever. She was shooting the gun, which is fine. I mean, I have a little bit of issues with guns, but we have the right to do it. So oh, you need help. Okay, just give me just 1 second, okay? Okay. This is also her on set. So, from what she looks like now, she looks completely different. There's another picture of her. It's sad. She's a beautiful girl. Very sad. She looks young for that job. Yes, who gave that person? I think so. She is 26. I think. I'm not too sure. Oh yes, Patricia. I saw that too. I'll try to look for that picture. I don't know why, but when I googled, it didn't bring up very many pictures. Yesterday, I was looking at a whole bunch, but I don't even have like a whole page like to scroll down that have any pictures of her. So there it is. There it is. Oh, jeez, you said something. Look at that. You're good luck. Okay, so here, let me load that picture up and I can put that up there. And yeah, that's pretty damning actually, because okay, where the hell did that picture go? Every time I try to save something, it goes somewhere different. And it's starting to piss me off. Sorry. Just give me a second. Where did it go? Here. View image. Okay, I'll do that. Okay. Oh, and it's still not there. Where did it go? I don't understand. Give me a second, you guys. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm saving the picture, but it's not showing up. Oh, maybe that's why. Shit. Okay, there it is. Okay. Oh, shit. It says it's too big. Damn it. Let me try another one. Okay, I will have to find that picture and edit a little bit because it says it's too big for StreamYard to pull it up. So anyways, what I didn't understand is when they said they wanted to use real guns because it would look more realistic. But I've seen a lot of movies that don't use real guns and they seem real. Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a lot of negligence going on when it came to this trial. So yeah. Okay, anyways, yeah, my grandson's waiting for me. And he keeps looking at me. So I will put this back on again, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Take yours. I think we'll take a bathroom break. Okay. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. So go ahead, George. Stand.
All rise.
As being made a scapegoat for are deliberate errors and mistakes by production, meaning that Hannah Gutierrez Reed caused the
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get through it, but it's hard to pinpoint. I think there might be a sidebar before they start, but I'll just let it play.
All rise.
You may be seated. Mr. Foltz?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are privileged, our team, to represent Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who's sitting over here. And we're here because of a tragedy. There's no doubt. There was a tragic occurrence on that movie set. But let me tell you something you already know. Just because there was a tragedy does not mean that a crime was committed. It does not mean that Hannah Gutierrez Reed caused the crimes they have charged her with. And we are going to, through the course of this case, show you that production and the state have both very early on sought to make Hannah Gutierrez Reed a scapegoat. That's what this is about. You're going to hear that this tragedy, several unconnected events, independent events had to happen to create it. First, the first event that had to happen is the actor, Alec Baldwin, pointed a gun on that set, and he either had his finger on the trigger and the hammer cocked, or he pulled the trigger as he was pointing that at Miss Hutchins and Mr. Souza, who was right behind her. And make no mistake, this is not a prop gun. This is a real gun. Mr. Baldwin pointed it right at him, either had his finger on the trigger and depressed, or pulled it, causing that gun to fire and hit Miss Hutchins. That's the first thing that had to happen. Miss Gutierrez Reed, you're not going to hear anything about her being in that church or firing that weapon. That was Alec Baldwin. You will hear that Hollywood actors are not allowed to point guns, real guns, at other actors or crew. It's like every other safety with guns in any other place in society. You learn these rules and go into the classes. You learn these rules if you've ever owned a gun. Rule number one, never point a firearm at somebody unless you intend to shoot them. And that rule was broken. And that's going to be the first thing you're going to hear that caused this tragic accident. The second thing is that Hannah is being made a scapegoat for are deliberate errors and mistakes by production. So the opening counsel for the state talked about Miss Gutierrez Reed and tried to put all of the onus on her. At the time, she was 24 years old. She had been hired for two duties, a props assistant, and you're going to hear what that is, and the armorer role, two different duties. So they were splitting her between those and making her, for example, roll cowboy cigarettes. That was one of them for the movie, and they had props that the actors have. And so she was having to do that to take away from her armorer duties. You're going to hear about that. Now, OSHA is a New Mexico agency, and the New Mexico agency inspected the movie and investigated the shooting after the shooting. You're going to hear that OSHA found fault with production. They found numerous faults, numerous mistakes on production's part, not Miss Gutierrez Reed on production. You're going to hear that OSHA indicated that there was a rush set, that there were several safety errors. And I'm going to talk about those in a moment, but I want to make that very clear. When the state talks about Miss Gutierrez Reed being negligent, what really happened is production was negligent. Production put her in that position. They put her in the position of having two jobs, a props assistant and an armorer, and expected a 24-year-old under really tough conditions to keep up with everything that was going on. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear that Miss Gutierrez Reed emailed the production manager, Gabrielle Pickle, who was on the set. You're going to hear Gabrielle Pickle. And she asked her for more armor days. She said in this email, when I'm not able to focus on my armor duties, this is when mistakes happen. And she was telling her this. Now, Miss Pickle came back and said, no, we only have 8 armor days, and that's all you're going to get. So out of the whole course of the movie, they didn't allow her to be an armorer and to perform those duties to the extent that she had to. And that's going to be a very important point, too. They moved her between two different things, props assistant and armorer. Counsel for the state in his opening said that Miss Gutierrez Reed had the job of sourcing the ammo and sourcing the firearms on set. Now, you're going to hear when you go through this about another name, and her name is Sarah Zachary. Sarah Zachary was the props head. So as the head of props department, she was Miss Gutierrez Reed's boss. In that role, Sarah Zachary had to source the ammunition and had to source the firearms. So that was not correct, what counsel stated in the opening. In reality, that was Sarah Zachary's job. Now you're going to hear that what happened is those two worked together in conjunction. Hannah was, Miss Gutierrez Reed was supposed to be doing armor, and then she was supposed to run over and help Sarah Zachary whenever she wanted to help on props. So a lot of what you're going to hear is a chaotic scene created by production and forcing somebody to do these two different roles. You're going to hear witnesses in this case, including professional armor that the state has hired, and other people that will tell you it's completely inadvisable and a terrible decision on a movie like this with so many guns that you have a part-time armor. It just is not a good idea, and that's a terrible idea, but that's what they did. Now, as counsel stated, you will hear that this scene in the church was a blocking. It was a getting ready for a rehearsal. So you're going to hear that Miss Gutierrez Reed had brought the gun to Mr. Halls, that Mr. Halls never should have handled that weapon. And you're going to see he had a lot of experience in movies. He knew better. He had the weapon. He did not inspect that fully. And you're going to see that Mr. Baldwin didn't inspect it at all. So when counsel showed you that video on the first part of it, when he's sitting in that pew and doing that cross draw, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear how dangerous a seated cross draw is. It's one of the more dangerous draws you can do because you're pulling the weapon across your body, and you can also pull it across other people. So you're going to hear that Miss Gutierrez Reed specifically requested to train Mr. Baldwin in a cross draw. You're also going to hear that he did not do that training. He did not set that training up. So when this tragic shooting occurred, it was in the very motion of a cross draw. You're also going to hear that this scene, this blocking, didn't even require him to draw that weapon. So it's just going to be an extreme close-up scene of his hand pulling out of his holster, and they were going to focus on that, create tension in the scene in the movie. Instead, for whatever reason, Mr. Baldwin pulled it out, and it ends up being pointed right at Ms. Hutchins, the camera, and Mr. Souza. You're also going to hear, we're going to talk about in the course of this case, there's Hollywood tricks. These guns should never be pointed at another person. That instead what should happen is there's camera tricks that you can use to make it look like it's pointed, but it's not. There's also things we're going to talk about that Mr. Baldwin did at that moment that he violated, and safety rules. Our gun and ammunition expert, Mr. Kuski, who you're going to hear from, is going to discuss safe gun handling and usage and go through safety bulletins. These safety bulletins apply on this set to movie actors, and he's going to talk about that. Second, let me talk about the live rounds. Now, the state has a relatively new theory, which is based totally on pictures, and you saw some of those pictures. And it's also based on the idea that live rounds have a silver primer on this set. So that's going to be the core of their argument and their theory. And you saw in the picture, one of them had a silver primer, and the primer is just that circle in the middle of the round on the back where the hammer hits, and that's what caused the round to fire. Now, what you didn't hear in state's opening was that there's going to be numerous dummy rounds that also have silver primers that were on the set. There was a FBI report you're going to see that a box removed from the prop truck had 16 silver primer dummies and 1 silver primer suspected live round. So this was a box found in the prop truck. So the theory that all the silver primer rounds are live is not correct. It's just not true. So you're going to hear during the course of this evidence, because of these silver primer dummies, that theory does not work. Second, you're going to hear that Rust Production ordered all the dummies on set. Rust Production sourced these primarily from a man named Seth Kenny. Seth Kenny owned PDQ Props. PDQ Props was the primary supplier to the Rust set. Now you're going to hear that after the shooting, Seth Kenny was extremely active in contacting the sheriffs and trying to work with them and trying to point the finger away from himself. And you're going to hear about that. You're also going to hear that Sarah Zachary, who I told you about earlier, after the shooting, she sent a text to Seth Kenny and it said emergency. Now, Sarah Zachary works for Seth Kenny on PDQ Props. She worked on set, but she was under him. She sent a text to Seth Kenny saying emergency. You're then going to hear that they had a phone call very shortly after. This is just minutes after the shooting. Sarah and Seth are talking on the phone. Now, we don't have that actual phone call, but whatever was said, here's what happened the very next day. Sarah Zachary goes over and removes rounds from 2 of the weapons, 2 of the actors' guns, and she throws them away. Now, that's absolute and complete scene tampering. And when she first was interviewed by the sheriff, Sarah Zachary said, "I was panicked." And that's all I can tell you. Now, I expect in the course of this case, you're going to hear that when she was interviewed, she's going to say something like, "I threw them away because that's what we do after scenes." And you're going to get to evaluate her credibility and determine, why would these be thrown away? If they're dummy rounds, they're rounds that can be reused. They cost money. It doesn't make sense. You just throw them away. And what was the real reason Sarah Zachary threw those rounds away right after her call with Seth Kenny? Now, you're also going to hear that right after the shooting, Sarah Zachary went over and she shook some rounds and determined that they didn't shake, meaning she felt like they were live rounds. So then she throws these away. Now, they're thrown in trash. She tells law enforcement, but on that day, they don't find them. But she threw them in trash right by the prop truck, you're going to hear, but they didn't find them. So we don't have those rounds. And you're not going to be able to hear this in the course of this case or see what Sarah Zachary threw away. You're not going to be able to have that because they were never recovered. That's scene tampering. You're also going to hear another instance of scene tampering, that Sarah Zachary carried items from the prop cart. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that prop cart. Right after the shooting, she carried items to the prop truck. So she moved items from the cart, knowing there had been a shooting, knowing law enforcement's going to be here, to the prop truck. So the other problem with the state's theory now, and showing you that picture of those boxes in Benavides' truck and how they were kept on the seat, is that we don't know what was taken from the cart completely. What we do know is that one box, Seth Kenny's box, appeared and was found in the prop truck. And we know that Sarah Zachary transported items from the prop cart to the prop truck. We know that. But we're never going to know exactly what was on that cart at the time of the shooting because it was tampered with. We're also not going to know, because you're going to see on Officer Benavides' lapel video, that right after the shooting, Miss Gutierrez Reed was taken into his vehicle and segregated. She was segregated from all the other witnesses. She's sitting in his vehicle. Officer Benavides feels, Deputy Benavides feels like he has to stay with Miss Gutierrez Reed because she's distraught. So he tells another person to go get the prop cart. The prop cart is over by the church.
I'll be back in 10.
He tells somebody else to walk over and get it. Now, I think he's going to acknowledge that he should have gone and got that prop cart. Problem with that is this is just a random, this is not a law enforcement, not random, we know who it is, but this is law enforcement's job to secure the scene. After a shooting like this, you don't want evidence to go walking away. You don't want it to go missing. You don't want it because we're here on a reasonable doubt standard. That standard is the highest standard under our law. That means you can't convict somebody in this country, no matter who they are, unless you prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And what we've got here is theories based on evidence that has already been tampered with. And you're going to hear that in this case. That's not even going to be questioned. So you're going to have to take the leap that whatever Sarah took to the prop truck, we don't know. And whatever she did with those rounds, we don't know. And you may not know why. But I can tell you, it occurred right after the call with Seth Kenny. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about his contacts with a witness named Del Reed. Del Reed is the father of Miss Gutierrez Reed. Del Reed is one of the most renowned armorers in the history of movies. You're going to hear that he's been doing this for over 50 years. He's trained Brad Pitt, Sharon Stone, Denzel Washington. He did Tombstone. Some of you might have seen that. He did 310 to Yuma. He's the real deal. And you're going to hear that he trained Miss Gutierrez Reed. He was very well trained. She also went to film school, and she completed a bachelor's degree in that. So you're going to see that she was trained, she was educated, and she was ready for this job. Now, it was her second job as head armorer. You're going to hear that she had one prior, and then she had also worked as an assistant on another movie. But you're going to hear that from the time she was a little girl, her dad, Del Reed, had her on these movie sets, and he was training her. Now, Phil, the reason why I mentioned him is he and Seth Kenny, right before Russ started, were on another movie set called Yellowstone 1883, and that occurred in Texas. You're going to hear that Phil Reed brought live rounds. These were 45 Colt live rounds to Texas, and he and Seth Kenny were going to train the actors on a range, not on the set, but on a range. So they sometimes train these actors to fire the weapon and see how the recoil is and kind of get a feel for it for the movie scene. So he brought these live rounds. They did the training. They did Yellowstone 83. And then Seth Kenny kept these live rounds in an ammo can. He did not give them back to Phil Reed. And again, you're going to see these were 45 Colt live rounds. Fast forward. Wasn't that much longer, within months, that we have Russ set. And Seth Kenny is the primary supplier of ammunition to the Russ set. You're going to see evidence in this case that Seth Kenny's rounds in a box that the sheriffs found were blue. They were a certain color. And we'll remind you, as we go through, we'll highlight that. But they were a certain color. And you're going to see, for example, in the picture that the state showed you in their opening, the live round they said that was in that gun belt, it's the same color. And you're going to be able to put that together as the evidence comes through. It's the same color as the rounds that Seth had. They were blued. You're also going to hear that the sheriff's investigation, they never took Seth Kenny's fingerprints. They never took his DNA. They didn't take his cell phone. So again, we're going to be missing evidence. Knowing that Seth Kenny was the primary ammunition supplier, knowing that he and Sarah Zachary had talked right after the shooting, Sarah had thrown rounds away, Sarah had moved stuff from the prop truck, none of Seth Kenny's phone, fingerprints, or DNA were taken. And you're also going to hear that there was no request to the FBI to check those live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. None. So the FBI lab was requested to do a bunch of forensic tests. They were testing the firearm Mr. Baldwin used to see if it functioned correctly. You're going to hear about other tests they did, but no testing on the live rounds. Zero. Again, that's going to be evidence that you are never going to see or have because the government didn't do it. And again, we have a reasonable doubt standard. Our expert, Mr. Kuski, is going to talk about the government's theory, state's theory, about these colors and the rounds. And I talked about that earlier briefly, but I'm just going to say it again because it's so important. You cannot tell a live round from a dummy by a picture. And the reason for that is that the dummies are made in Hollywood to look just like live rounds. Now, the point of that is the people watching the movie don't know that it's a dummy. They're made to look just like a live round. Now, the picture counsel for the state showed earlier showed a hole in that round. That is how they make some of the dummies. It's not how they make all the dummies. Some of the dummies, unfortunately, do not shake and they do not have a hole in them. And you're going to hear that one of those rounds was on this set. It's going to be in the CSI tech, Miss Popple. It's in her report. It's called a Denix round from Spain. That round did not shake. So that's a dummy that looks like a live round, and it does not shake with the BB, so you can tell. Mr. Kuski is going to talk about how this is highly dangerous and how Miss Gutierrez Reed was faced with a situation on the set of dealing with a mixed match of dummies, cheap dummies, he's going to call garbage, that were just thrown together that she had to deal with. Again, while OSHA is going to tell you she's being rushed, she's having to perform 2 jobs, She's asking for more resources and help from her manager, and she's not getting it. Third, you're going to hear that David Halls, the first assistant director, that he's going to say Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was doing a good job. Now he's going to, and she did good with safety on set. He was the first assistant director. He was the one that took the firearm and handed it to Baldwin. You're going to hear testimony that he never should have had that firearm, never. You're going to hear from a director, PJ Pesh, who's done movies for over 30 years. PJ Pesh has done, you're going to hear about all his credits. He's worked on all kinds of movies. He's going to tell you that he's never seen a first assistant director in all those movies ever handle a weapon and hand it to the actor. This was a highly, highly unusual setup and management created by production. That was their fault. And what they tried to do, and what you're seeing in this courtroom today, is trying to blame it all on Hannah, the 24-year-old, because why? Because she's an easy target. She's the least powerful person on that set. So what do? You're going to see the evidence. They target her. You're also going to hear that David Halls, he did not address prior safety issues. This is part of the thing that OSHA found. David Halls, there were 2 accidental or negligent discharges on set. And what that is Sarah Zachary had one of them, and a stunt double for Baldwin had another one. What those are, you have a firearm with a blank in it, and you don't either decock it, it's called, where you put the hammer down slowly so it doesn't fire. You don't do that right, and then it goes off unexpectedly. Sarah Zachary did that. The second one you're going to hear, a stunt double had a misfire, and these were on the same day, 5 days before the shooting, October 16th, the same day within an hour apart. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed addressed it by talking about them because these are safety incidents. You can't have misfires like this, negligent discharges like this. People are walking around, they don't have air protection. These blanks can actually fire off stuff out of smoke and everything. That can, it's dangerous. So David Halls did not do anything about it. Again, that's his job. You're going to hear that he was the security coordinator for the entire set. But David Halls didn't delay. He didn't order additional training. You're going to hear some of the head people, if you hear from them in this trial for Russ Production, some of the head guys, they didn't even know about it. So they weren't informed about it. That's how much the production cared about safety. Because you know what the primary thing was here? It was rush, get this done so we can get the money. And that's all on production. And Mr. Baldwin is one of the primary producers. That's on them. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had no control over that. Finally, you're going to hear from OSHA that Russ Production didn't adhere to several safety rules that they have to adhere to on set. That's why they were fined. They gave them the largest fine in the history of New Mexico over this case because of what they did. You're going to hear that they didn't have a procedure to ensure live rounds were not brought into set, nor did they give Ms. Zachary or Ms. Gutierrez-Reed enough time to thoroughly inventory. You're going to hear that Halls did not conduct daily safety meetings, and there was no safety instruction prior to Baldwin using the gun in the church. You're going to hear that Russ failed to accord Ms. Gutierrez-Reed more training days, and she was not able to train Baldwin on the cross draw. And you're going to hear again that Mr. Baldwin, one of the lead producers, head actor in the movie, who really controlled the set, you're going to hear that he violated some of the most basic gun safety rules you can ever learn. From a young age, we all learn you don't point a gun at somebody ever,
We'll see where this goes.
unless you want to shoot them.
Anyways,
You treat all guns as loaded, and you keep your finger out of the trigger until you're ready to shoot. He violated all those. It wasn't Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, that was Mr. Baldwin. Now you're going to hear from some other witnesses. There's going to be a lot of them. But the core principles at the end are you're going to be missing critical evidence. You're going to not hear about Seth Kenny because the government didn't investigate him. It chose not to. Mr. Kenny, primary ammo supplier, talking with Sarah Zachary, she's throwing stuff away. They didn't go after him. They went after Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. And you can think about that. Why would they do that? Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did the best job she could under very, very tough circumstances, trying to get into this profession, a profession she really wanted to do. She was trained by her dad, a longtime armorer, 24 years old. She had insufficient time to do her armor duties because she was also forced to do props. And management made a number of mistakes and did not create the proper atmosphere. Russ Production and the state want to scapegoat her. She is not guilty of the crimes charged against her. And the prosecution must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And I submit they will not in this trial for the reasons I've stated and the evidence that you will see.
All right, thank you. As requested by the counsel on directing any one that's going to be called as a witness in this case, including an expert witness, is stipulated by the counsel that none of these witnesses may be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV. Call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state called Nicholas George.
All right. Have you advised Grace? I'll use that word.
I'll take care of
All
it.
right, thank you.
We did previously. I'll
But, yeah.
Can you face the judge? Raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Officer Nicholas LaFleur, and then last name spelled Lefleur.
Officer LaFleur, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed in the city of Santa Fe.
And how long have you worked for the city of Santa Fe?
Going on 2 years.
And what is your role at the city of Santa Fe?
I'm a police officer
Prior to working at the Santa Fe Police Department, where were you employed?
with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
All right. And is that where you were employed on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on October 21st, 2021, were you called out to the Ruston movie set?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive that call?
It came over the radio as I was in close proximity
Did you receive any information as part of that call?
that someone had been shot on a movie set.
All right. And what did you do in response to that call?
Got there safely and as quickly as I could.
And when you arrived at the set, were there any other law enforcement personnel there?
I was the first one there. I believe there was a volunteer firefighter unit in front of me,
And when you arrived on the set, where did you arrive?
right in front of the church they had set up as a prop piece.
Okay. And on that day, were you wearing a lapel camera or a body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of State's Exhibit 1 that's been stipulated to by counsel. May I have permission to publish it to the jury?
Yes.
And do we want to do a reminder to cut the live stream? This is
I
that
did
video. You did.
This is the
Okay.
one you need to cut the live stream. Thank you.
Ah. Just exit out of this.
Let's start the video back from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid truck. I'll be inside with mediums.
Can everybody hear it? Isn't that when you can hear anything?
What's up there? Officer, what are you getting out of your truck? What's happening in that portion of the clip we just watched?
So I arrive on scene, go around to my passenger seat where I keep the shooting trauma kit, hand it to what I believe was one of the volunteer firefighters, and then had some trouble with everything that's locked because it was a new unit and everything. So I'm used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. It can help an individual get oxygen.
Okay, thank you.
A seal? I got a sterile glove, packing gloves. She came in here and went across her chest. You want air flight? Yeah, we all went around. Okay. 32 centimeters, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach. Requesting air flight. I got just enough life. Medics. 32 centimeters, both approximately 140 pounds. Elderly male and young female.
So I'm used to pulling it out as fast, and then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. It can help an individual get oxygen.
Okay, thank you.
I think we may need.
Okay, I think I'm going to back that up. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hey, don't pick the funk. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for everybody coming in. I see a Cheese came in and then he left. Hello, Cheese. Goodbye, Cheese. I think I'm going to rewind a little bit because maybe that was a little bit hard to hear for that that little phone call that was on. I think it was some kind of recording. Anyways, let's go back just a little bit and I will play it on just regular speed. Normal speed. Okay, so let's listen to this one more time. I probably went way too back, but that's okay. It's okay. We got nothing else to do today anyways, right? Come on. So just got phone numbers, families, and brought a bag of True Detective magazines from the 70s. Oh my gosh, Trisha Burns, that's going to be so interesting. Wow, very, very cool. Very cool. You have to let us know what you discover. It'll be very cool to look at. Good job, hubby. Oh, not housemate. Sorry, not hubby, housemate. I apologize. But good job anyways. Those will be really interesting. So let us know what you find. Okay, let's get back to this trial here. I did rewind it a little bit so that we could hear. I believe they played some audio, and it was a little bit hard to hear. So we will play it again. So welcome everyone in. Trials with Wispy. Did you enjoy your synchronized swimming and talking underwater session? Did I sound like I was talking underwater? Oh my gosh. I was like on the other side of my monitor, you know, like my monitor, I can turn my monitor around so that I can see it from the kitchen. And I had my monitor turned around just so I could keep an eye on while I was in the kitchen doing something. And I just like put my face like close to my monitor and tried to talk, but obviously it didn't work. So crazy. Yeah, I heard Turtle Boy's out of jail. I'm not sure it will last long though. We'll have to see what's gonna happen with him, but I don't know. The judge gave him pretty strict conditions, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to adhere to those conditions because Turtle Boy, I mean, he's got a big mouth, you know. So I don't know. He thinks he's something else, you know. So I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to stay out of jail, but we'll see. I guess we'll see. Yeah. So okay, let's get back to this, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Give me a second here. I'm going to open this up on YouTube. I'm just on Court TV right now. I'm going to open it up on YouTube so that I can tap forward. Okay, just give me a second. I'm going to have to present this again. So, okay. Just give me a second. It'll be easier for me to tap forward and get past a few things on YouTube than it is. I wish StreamYard would let you tap forward like YouTube lets you tap forward. But they don't, of course. So, okay, here we go. He's not going to follow it. He thinks he's untouchable. Yes, exactly, Fireflies, exactly. So that's why, like, it'll be interesting to see, like, how long he lasts. Maybe we should make bets or something. How long will Turtle stay out of jail? I know. I saw that, Patricia. Hey, that's horrible. Everybody's out there, you know, and there were some rude people too. Some of his followers that were like holding signs in front of that one gentleman's camera. I'm not too sure who that was, but they were holding signs in front of his camera so that he couldn't film, which is ridiculous. Excuse me. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess. I agree with Fireflies for sure. He won't. I don't think he'll be able to stay out. He's going to do something. There's a lot of people keeping an eye on him for sure. So, yes, crazy. Okay, let's get back to this here.
What is this? Okay. Ah. Just exit out of this.
And like literally, why do these people have some troubles every once in a while? Like, don't they use this equipment all the time? Don't they use that stuff every day? Okay, there's people waiting here. There's people watching. Get with it. I agree, T. Definitely delusional if he doesn't think he's facing prison. But you know what? I mean, he's that type of personality that he's just going to act like all things are great and just no problem. And he's the fucking hero anyways, right? So that's going to keep him in jail for sure. Cocky little fucking prick. Anyways. Okay, here we go. I think we are going to start.
Back from the beginning.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
try
know.
to get it out. Stupid truck. Are we inside with the BBMs?
Can everybody hear it? Because in the back of the room, you can't hear anything.
Okay, let's stop there. Officer, what are you getting out of your truck? What's happening in that portion of the clip we just watched?
So I arrive on scene, go around to my passenger seat where I keep the shooting trauma kit, hand it to what I believe was one of the volunteer firefighters, and then have some trouble with everything that's locked because it was a new unit and everything. Which wasn't used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. To help an individual get oxygen.
Okay, thank you.
A seal. You have a seal? A seal? I got a sterile glove, a packing gloves. She came in here and went across her chest. Okay. You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in route. Okay. 32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requested air flight. I got you right here. 32, I got just Santa Fe medics. Santa Fe, both approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. Because it was a new unit, everything. Which wasn't used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. To help an individual get oxygen.
Okay, thank you.
I think remaining court IT, that was just a replay of
I
his
know.
previous testimony.
Please, Brian, will you go get Grace? Will you go get Grace? Approach the bench with counsel.
Blah, blah, blah. Get through it.
You all? Okay, so follow George's directions, but you know where to go on the first floor and wait for George, okay? Thank you. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think they're having lunch break right now. It should, hard to understand on 2 times speed. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think they're having I think this is probably lunch. So let me take a look. Oh, check. Don't you be tired, girl. You got lots to go. You got a ways to go, girl. Okay, let's go do right here, I think. Oh, maybe not. Wrong lunch. Okay.
Thank you. I will,
Yeah.
as a request for counsel, I remind anyone that's going to be called as a witness in this case is not to be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV. Thank you. Shall we continue?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wise angel.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. We think we have this worked out now. We've
Serial
managed to
killer
work a
manuals.
bypass through the system. So we're going to plow forward.
Okay,
What
let's
I-
have a listen.
Oh, it's off. Better? Thank you. We're going to plow forward. I'm going to start the video from the beginning. We only got about a couple of minutes in, and I know there was a lot of start and stops. So I'm going to start from square one with you all. Officer LaFleur is back, and we're going to pick up with the video.
You got your atomic kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the PDMs?
Every time the jury's in the room, the audio and video fails.
Where's your IT man?
We sent him to get another Bluetooth speaker so that this one doesn't run out. The problem is that there's a compatibility issue with the video app and the court system. So we can play this video just fine on our computers and it never freezes. But when we connect to this, we get a freezing
Wonky.
problem. We'll try it. Let's try it again.
And it sucks because they I might be able to find it. I don't know if it's released yet, but it sucks because the court has blocked like court TV from showing the video, which really sucks. I don't know why they do that. Like show us everything else, but tease us with the videos. And what it is just a body cam of the officer that is on the stand right now when he arrived at the scene. And I have put a couple of pictures up of, I believe these. I'm not too sure if these vehicles here have anything to do with law enforcement. Probably not, because none of them are marked or anything. But you never know. Sometimes they go with unmarked vehicles. So I don't know who this old gentleman here is right here, but this is Hannah, with her shotgun on the set. I've showed a couple of pictures. If you look at her there and then you look at her here, she looks very different, very different. And there's this one as well. I'm not too sure. I think this probably is on the set. But yeah, crazy. And this is the young lady who passed away, who was shot, and her name was Helena Hutchins. So, pretty sad story. Here is the picture of the of Hannah's cart that she was supposed to use to have all the props and stuff like that ready. And prosecution had mentioned that they were told that her cart was always a mess.
Stupid new truck.
She obviously just.
Are we inside with the BBMs?
Let's have a listen. Yeah, she's changed her look for the court for sure. For sure. So we were equipping crapola, exactly. I'm not too sure about Helena. He was left behind after she was murmured, pretty much.
Explain to us what
but
you're
I'll try
getting
and
out
find
of your truck.
In the beginning, from the passenger seat, it's a trauma kit. And then from the back of the truck, it's a bag full of other medical supplies, to include a BVM, the bag valve mask system, and to help with CPR.
Okay, thank you.
We need what you got?
A seal. You have a seal?
A seal?
A seal.
I got a sterile glove and a packing glove.
Over there? It's over there? Yep. My hand is on it. Talking? Where's the right shoulder? Stop. Oh, we're going to get you up in
Where she shot at?
She came in here and went across her chest. And came out the back and went into the.
You want air flight?
Yeah, we got one in route.
Okay. 32 Santa Fe.
Sorry, but I just looked up Helena, and yes, she was married and she had one child. There we go, still a young son. The next little couple of posts that I'm going to put into the comments is going to be just information about Helena. Did you see Glory Valley entry today? She brought in her own wind machine and attached it like she was doing a hair brush. Oh my God, no, I did not. I'll have to have a look though. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. He's 10 now. Oh goodness, so young, so young. Okay, I'll play this back again. Like I said, the next few comments are going to be about Helena, just information about her. So.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
Are you using your Apple still? That's what the question is.
We are, and we're about to disconnect from the Apple and get on a Windows Surface Pro.
Okay, that's because I was asking if there was a computer that you all could use in the courthouse. And if you're using the Service Pro, then that's okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, stay on the phone.
Do you want me to try to find a computer?
No, we got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
You seeing it?
She shot it on the right side. She came in here and went across her chest. And came back. You want air flight? Yeah, we got one in route. Okay. 32 Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach. Requesting air flight.
Okay, officer, who are you speaking to when you're on your radio?
Whichever dispatcher was on the radio at the time.
Okay, great. And what information generally are you providing to them?
Patient update and any additional services I'm in need of.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay. 32, I got just 10-5 medics. Both approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. Who do you need here? No, please. You want a DVM?
Hey,
All right,
Katie,
officer, I believe I
sweetheart.
heard you ask here
Yeah.
BPM.
BVM. It's
Awesome. I'm glad that you heard her.
back belt.
I'd rather watch it with you too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I might as well just pause that for a second. I am pretty quiet today, just because I have my grandkids here, so there's a little bit of background noise, a tablet, TV, all that kind of stuff. You can hear my grandson playing a game. so I'm a little bit quiet, so I'm more in chat than I am on talking. But I'm popping in every once in a while to say hi to you guys. And yeah, so we're Baldwin and the others who dropped off the rounds. Not insanely jealous over her. I'm not sure about that. I haven't read about anything about that, but she had the word on her feet. Exactly, she did. She was very accredited. She's she did a lot. So for the film industry, especially when it came to women. So yeah, it's a sad loss for sure. So okay, let's get back to it.
This is repeat your information. Yeah, she'll be fine.
Yeah, you just make sure nobody else comes in.
Do you have ears, man? You have a stethoscope?
Yes, they're in the bag. Right there at the top. Purple, look, let's top.
All right, officer, are these your arms that we can see holding that yellow BVM?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury exactly what you're doing here?
Well, in the beginning, you can see I'm making sure that there's airflow coming through, and then I orientate it to correctly fit over her nose and mouth. And at this point, the bag isn't needed because there's an oxygen supply going through. So I'm just holding it there so she gets accurate oxygen levels.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Helena, deep breath, Helena. There you go. Deep breath, Helena. Deep breath.
KB, I agree that there's definitely a little bit of throwing under the bus happening around here for sure. Alex is definitely not taking responsibility for his part in it. He says he didn't pull the trigger. So, you know, it was a malfunction of something, I'm sure is what he's saying. But this girl also, there's alleged that like she was using drugs and drinking while on the set. And it was fully her responsibility to make sure that the gun was loaded properly with the proper ammunition, being blanks. So yeah, there's a lot attached to it. So one of the would have thought since the Brennan tragedy that would have been a given. Absolutely. Hey, Patricia. Yes, absolutely. For sure. I agree with that. Do you think they will charge Alex Baldwin? Yes, he is up for charges. Let me scroll up here and just let me find where I mentioned. I should be able to find it. Chat's not too busy today. Maybe I won't be able to get to. I should be able to get to. Hang on a second here. Okay, I can't find the comment that I put. Oh, here. Maybe. It said here that Baldwin is also expected to stand trial on an involuntary manslaughter charge in connection with this killing. He has pled not guilty and has previously said that he did not pull the trigger. So I guess that's probably his defense, is that he didn't. Yeah, she was drinking on set. You heard that she was smoking pot the night before. I did hear that she was drinking as well. And the very next day, she handed off a bag of cocaine to somebody who went to go check on her to make sure that she was okay. And then days and weeks after, she continued to call this person to try to get her stuff back. So yeah, there's a lot in there. I do believe that she was definitely negligent, but negligent so to the point of involuntary manslaughter. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. So yeah, Baldwin's trial is coming this summer. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You grew up on Bruce Lee? Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's continue, you guys. Let's continue.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here.
Do you guys track it?
No.
What do you guys need?
I just need a dog tag. Something for pressure. Let's take a big one.
This one? This one?
No.
This one? Underneath the shoulder blade, keep the muscle area coming through.
What's that item you just unwrapped?
Look like a surgical gauze bag.
Okay.
Got a stretcher?
Not here, no.
Okay.
Oh, I wish so bad they would show the video. Oh, you suck, court. It's not court TV that's choosing it. It was the judge that chose that. So.
So here's part of number one.
And wishful. I mean, I don't know. That's a hard one. He should have made sure as much as her, but like in all reality, and maybe the way that the law might look at it, I've never been on a movie set, so I don't know how it works, but you would think that it wouldn't be his job to do that. Maybe he should just as a human being and make sure that everything's safe or whatever, but it wasn't really his job to do it, so does he become really culpable for it? It's kind of interesting. Her job existed to ensure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. Yeah, I believe that she definitely is the most culpable. So I think somebody in power should have addressed this before it happened. Yeah, but until that day, we demand it. It won't change. It is respect for oneself and others. Absolutely. And I'll have to find out, but I'm pretty sure that Helena had made a complaint with like a couple days prior to this happening about the set or about treatment on the set or something like that. I'll have to look up. But for some reason that's coming into my brain that there may have been some people that were not happy with her. So let me look that up again because I'm pretty sure that something like that did happen. Sorry, my grandson's blowing things up behind me here. So she asked for more training because she did feel like she was like she wasn't totally trained. Right. Okay. So she asked for Hannah to be more trained because she was new to the job. Yeah. Then why is he being charged? Yeah. I guess, the trial, we'll figure all that out. So they must have, some decent reason to be able to bring charges upon him. So, see, that's why I wanted to watch this because it's just kind of interesting, It was her responsibility to do it, but he had the gun in his hand. Like, I mean, who, it'll be interesting when it comes down to it. Who is responsible and culpable? So yeah, that's why I wanted to read this because it'll be just so interesting to see what happens. I mean, do you charge a person for changing lanes, not seeing a blind spot? No, not substance, sent to jail. Of course. Yeah, right? Exactly. So, yeah, it's interesting how things pertain to certain situations, but maybe not others. I don't know. We all know the law's fucked up. So, so she is culpable, and so is Baldwin. Yeah. Yeah, I think like he is just because he had the gun in his hand. Like I said, I'm not too sure if it was like so much his responsibility to make sure that gun was okay. But on the other hand, like I said, I've never been on a movie set. I'm not sure how the procedures go. So, but yeah. So, and let's continue listening. So, you guys don't have to listen to my grandson blowing stuff up. I don't know what he's doing. Blowing people up, shooting. I don't know what he's doing. So, anyways. So she was aware of not being up to the job, and yet she added to that by taking drugs and drinking. Absolutely. Absolutely. So there's a lot behind this. So okay, let's get back to you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Yes, Alec, he was the producer. Yes, or the director. I believe producer, probably producer. But yeah, it was his movie. So yeah. Okay, here we go.
We got air flight and route.
Not calling here. Helena?
This is Helena Hutchins. Don't tell me what's here. Okay. I got that here. Thank you. On the slide deck, that's what I put on your list. Did all that out? All right, see you for you. So we're gonna need to get them going right away. We got it through and through on her. We went through and through.
Who is the gentleman that just walked into the frame?
That would be Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and was he your supervisor?
He was a supervisor that day, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
To the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
And I believe I heard you say that she got a through and through to her, and you got one in the arm over there. What did you mean?
That the female had been shot and had gone through her, and the male who was laying there had been hit in the arm, shoulder area.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is the crime scene. Okay.
Hey Donna, I'm not sure if I said hello to you, but hello Donna, hello sweetheart. And yeah, I agree. A lot of corners were cut with compliance for sure. Armory qualifications in New Mexico only require a high school diploma and some experience. Maybe there needs to be a higher bar set for the armory qualifications. Absolutely. This girl was inexperienced, in my opinion, not excusing the drug issue. Yeah, absolutely. But the drug issue also falls under her inexperience, right? I don't think an experienced, I hope that's not too loud behind me, you guys. I don't think an experienced armory would ever dare, to allegedly use drugs or drink while on the set of something like this, right? So yeah, the drug issue definitely falls under her inexperience. So it's crazy. Thank you, KB, for looking that up. I appreciate that. That's all right. That's awesome. Okay, let's get back to it.
Okay, roll back.
And I will say, I know it's so noisy. It's a noisy live today. She looks a little stoic. I haven't seen too much emotion on her face while she's watching this video. Although I don't know really what they're watching, but it's just body cam of the officer when he arrived. So, but I'm sure she's seeing something, and it's just an observation that I've had. She seems a little stoic, not really, just kind of watching it, So, anyways, yeah. Hi, Yoshi. Hi, sweetheart. Good to see you.
Okay? You keep your eyes on me.
All right, so here we might see just a little bit of emotion from her. She seems to not want to look at the screen. So it's important to watch people's emotions and how they react and all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, if she don't give a shit and whatever, but that's one story. And if she is, showing a lot of emotion and remorse, that's another story, right? So after the death of John Eric Hexum, Brandon Lee, Kayla Hutchinson, they would do better with gun safety on sets. Absolutely. They have now for Helena Hutchins, there has been some changes. There's been some changes. So that's, good. I hate to say anything is good tied to, unaliving like this. But at least something is being recognized now that there is a problem, and hopefully that they will change that. So okay, let's keep going, you guys.
See the blood? You know where the hurt is right now. Yeah, go inside, just uncover. All right, we got some stairs, guys. Go stand on the first step. Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, Tim, can you take over that? You guys want to see this? 32 sound okay. What's ETA on the bird?
All right, I believe I heard you ask here, what's the ETA on the bird? This may be an obvious question, but would you explain to the jury what you're referring to when you're asking about the bird?
About how long the helicopter air flight was going to take to get there.
Okay, thank you.
We got the bird right here. Chief. I'm ready to leave for my
This was in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay, Tom.
But it is here, right above here. Okay, right there. That's
okay.
And people get to the point where you say you want to move. All my guys are okay. Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay. We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through to the back left. Can you carry this back, please, sir? You got it? This one's priority.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. They're not sure whether they're IOs or not. You open your eyes for me. Yep, there. I'll say, look on the IO, I'm gonna go around. That's it.
If I can just have you guys, you step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're gonna have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
Can you explain to us a little bit about what you're doing here?
Trying to stay busy, trying to organize and think ahead of what we're gonna need. Telling people that are just obviously that we're there to corral in one area, to wait for the next steps.
Okay, thank you.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
Going in the bird then? Is she going in the bird?
No, not yet. They did an IVs, did an IO, and then they're gonna take another.
They're coming out like this house?
They're moving it from this one? Yeah.
They come over on the road.
And whose jack is that?
Joe's.
Joe's? Okay.
It's got his phone, it's bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're gonna just keep it here. So.
Is his phone?
Yeah, he was wearing it. Well, where's his phone at?
I don't know.
There's no phone.
Anybody have to? Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here, okay? Okay, cool.
All right. Why are you asking these folks for their IDs?
Because it was apparent they were in there when I got there, and they were still in there when I went back in. They could have been possible witnesses and people I need to, or not myself, but people who need to be talked to.
Okay, thank you.
Outside, wait for the investigators to get here, okay? Okay, cool. And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair, you can't miss it.
Okay.
All right. You hear them mention the props guy being a female with green and purple hair?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to identify who that was?
Not me personally, no.
Okay.
Not at the time.
Okay, thank you.
I was here when it happened.
You were here when it happened?
Yes, sir.
Who else was here when it happened?
The camera operator.
His hands up, I'm talking.
How many people do you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4? Okay. So 2 more other than you two?
Reed, as soon as I see him, he was the camera operator. Reed, yes, sir.
Okay, who else?
Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger.
Alec Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Where's he at?
Can you help me find him? Yes, sir.
Right here on the cell phone with the cowboy hat. Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when the lady went.
I was not with the gun, yeah.
Okay, all righty.
What do you need?
Well, I know your name, so it's
Jenny, see that, okay?
let me give it.
All right. You indicated you already knew what his name was. Can you identify this man for us?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
I want you to hang out, okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. All right, give me just a sec.
All right. Thankfully, that's where the video ends. At least the portion we're going to watch today. So after you spoke to Mr. Baldwin, what did you do next?
I believe one of the people I named in my report, I can't remember which, who was able to give me names and people who were in the room during the incident, And I did my best to find those individuals and kind of corral them all into one area with the resources we had.
Okay. Talk about that a little bit. What resources did you have on hand at this point in time?
At this point in time, there was only 3 deputies, to include myself, lieutenant, and a corporal.
Okay. And approximately how many people were you needing to corral?
At that time, it was unknown, but there was the numbers were not in our favor. So, a couple hundred people were there, total on the whole scene.
Okay. And do you have an approximation of how many you ended up kind of corralling off?
I think maybe 10 without looking at the report. But
okay. Once you had the folks corralled, what were your next steps?
As more resources got there, we just trying to figure out where they're going to take all these people, how we're going to get them there, where they're going to start conducting interviews, because we're out in the middle of nowhere, essentially.
Okay. And was that pretty much conclude your involvement that day? Once you had everybody corralled?
Yeah, just the rest of my involvement was keeping people corralled and then staying with people as they were changed out to be interviewed. And ultimately it was in one of the trailers.
Okay. Okay. We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yeah, I don't yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir. How long have you been working as a law enforcement officer when this happened?
Going on 4 years.
4 years. Had you ever been to a homicide scene before?
Nothing as complex as that one, no.
Okay. And you've received some additional law enforcement training since this incident after you went to work at the Santa Fe Police Department, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that a primary goal for you as the first responding investigator would be to identify and preserve evidence?
I would have to disagree.
Okay. Explain your disagreement, please.
My primary role is life before evidence, to preserve life and then investigate and preserve evidence.
Okay. And we saw you helping with that. Thank you for your efforts there. After that was done, what steps, if any, did you take to identify and preserve evidence?
What limited
Did you guys hear that? Like,
capabilities I had at the
phone
time,
going off?
judging that
I hope not.
was
I pressed the button on my speaker. And it, the horn
trying
went
to
off.
gather
Put it in
information
here.
as to who was in there
Hello, Arch. How are you?
and keep them all in one area.
Okay. And you would agree with me that in the initial stages of a criminal investigation, it's important to identify and preserve evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And we heard on your lapel video, as life-saving efforts for Ms. Hutchins were being made, that your lieutenant very loudly declared that this is a crime scene.
Yes.
You heard that, right? So at that time,
You need to say yes or no.
Yes.
okay. So at that time,
All right, Cindy.
You guys
I'll
are-
see you in a bit.
should be thinking
Good
also about
afternoon.
identifying and preserving evidence, right?
To a point, yes.
Now, would you also agree with me that it is important to identify witnesses?
Okay. Hello, Art. If you scroll up in the chat, you will see quite a bit of information about this. And Helena, the girl that was actually killed on this set. Thank you for coming in. I'm a little bit quiet today because I have my grandkids here and there's lots of background noise. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Here we go.
To a crime or potential crimes and take steps to preserve the value of their testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that you do that is by avoiding what's called witness taint. Would you agree with that?
If you're referring to Separating the witnesses, yes.
Okay, and that's one way that you make sure the witness's memory and perception of event doesn't become influenced by someone else's, right? You can
Yes.
make sure that they're not able to talk to anyone else.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of your training and investigations, you're aware that taint can sometimes be accidental or incidental. People are sharing their recollections about an event. Have you been taught that?
Yes.
Have you also been taught that sometimes witness taint can be purposeful? For instance, if people were to
I'm not
talk
sure
and say,
how active
okay,
in
we're going
court.
to get
They haven't really shown the
details
audience
X, Y,
very
and
much,
Z.
so but
Correct.
I'm not
And
sure.
I'm not talking about this case in
I would
particular, just
imagine
in general, your
probably
training.
not,
Have you been taught
but
that?
I don't know.
It's a possibility.
Okay. You've been instructed it's a possibility.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why it's important to separate witnesses so that can't happen.
Yes.
Okay. So in your testimony, you indicated that you were corralling the witnesses. What exactly does that mean?
With limited space and area where it happened, was trying to keep everybody in one area. It was a one building surrounded by a bunch of movie set equipment. We're very limited on back seats. There's only 3 units there. So.
Okay. You didn't corral them in the church, did you?
No.
Okay. It looked like there's a lot of open space there. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Could you have told the people just to go stand, somewhere under some shade apart from one another?
I did have them stand in the shade, which is where they were at.
I guess what I'm getting at is, why didn't you have them separate? Why do you have them stay together?
Again, there's only 3 officers on scene at that time. I'm trying to keep them all in my sight, and in close proximity.
Okay. Did you tell them not to speak to one another?
I did ask them several times to stop talking. And
okay. Did you hear that on the video that we just watched?
No, that video is redacted. It doesn't show the whole length of the body camera.
Okay. Did you identify who all was in the church?
To my recollection from the report, I did.
Okay.
Based off of the script writer who's in charge of who's in the room, camera wise and actor wise.
All right. What individuals were inside the church when the shooting happened?
My memory's not that great to name everybody individually.
Judge, may I correct the witness?
Yes.
Officer, you read a report in this case, right?
Yes.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection as to who was in the church?
Yes.
All right. I provided you a copy of your report. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I'm reading 12 different names. But
all right. Who all was in the church?
I'm going to butcher these names, but Sergio Cinto, labeled as a chief lighting technician. Duran Curtin as a costume. Ross, I don't want to say the last name, but I guess his title would be Dolly Grip. Mamie Mitchell, which script supervisor. Matthew Himmer, assistant chief lighting technician. Joseph Zillow, key rigging. David Halls, first assistant director. Reese Price, key grip. Thomas Gaddy, special effects coordinator. Roman Gaddy, special effects key. Lucas Hussack, special effects technician. And Alec Baldwin, actor.
Thanks. Judge, can I retrieve mine? Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you need to look at the report again, let me know. All right. I heard on the Powell video, initially you were told 3 or 4 people were in the church.
Yes.
All right. After hearing that, what did you do?
Try to figure out who.
Yeah, wishful. I
several
think that
people
they
out.
are. He said that this is, he asked him if this is the first, murmur scene that he's been at. And he said, no, but nothing this complex. And he looks very young. I'm not sure about you guys, but he looks very young. So definitely they're probably trying to discredit him. That's what defense does, right? So anyways, I found some more pictures of Helena, and I'm going to put them up while we're listening. So
Eventually ending up with that list.
Okay. And you ultimately crowd all those individuals together?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony that there was no other way to have them situated, that they had to be together?
No other way, but that was the way they were placed.
Okay. And would you agree with me that ideally that should not have happened in this case?
I mean, if you're Monday morning quarterbacking it, ideally we'll be able to place handcuffs on everybody and separate them individually in each car. But with limited resources and
All right. Do you recall giving a pretrial interview in this case?
yes.
Okay. Now, in your interview, you mentioned the benefit of hindsight. You kind of approached that topic, talking about Monday morning quarterbacking. Looking at the case now, with benefit of hindsight and your additional training, is there anything else you would do? Is there anything you would do differently?
There's quite a few things I would have done differently.
What things would you have done differently?
Separated everybody further apart. Attempted to get everybody's disposable cuffs, collect phones, stuff like that.
Okay. And you actually told my investigator you do the scene completely differently.
Yes.
All right. And is one of the reasons you would do that differently is that you're now aware of the valuable evidence that can be found on cell phones?
One of the reasons would be the more training that I've received and experience.
Okay. When you approached Mr. Baldwin, was he on his phone?
Yes.
All right. After you spoke with him, did you tell him to stay off of his phone?
I believe so.
Okay.
Not in that video, no. But
did you take his phone from him?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you take his phone?
During that portion of my career, I wasn't, I guess, knowledgeable on the fact of what cell phones provided and the availability to detain and secure people's cell phone devices.
Okay. Aside from the witnesses speaking to one another, was there anything else that was happening on this movie set that could have affected what they told investigators later about what they saw?
I'm not too sure. Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. As we sit here today and having looked at your video and hopefully having done some prep for this trial, is there any other thing that you can think of aside from the witnesses being corralled together that could affect the statements that they gave to investigators?
Other than being placed apart and separate. I don't think.
Okay.
anything else.
Do you recall an attorney who was present at this movie set?
I do remember somebody claiming to be an attorney for the movie set. I don't
Okay.
remember her name.
And she specifically identified herself as an attorney for the production company?
Yes.
All right. And what was she telling people?
I can't remember at the time.
Judge, it goes to, do you want to argue your approach?
It doesn't matter, whichever you all are more comfortable with.
Judge, goes to the effect on the listener and what he did, and that it's highly relevant, but it's not offered literally for the truth of the matter asserted.
Well, I'd have to see what it is. Approach.
What was the attorney on the movie set doing?
Speaking to people who were potentially involved or asking them what they seen. I believe I didn't really hear all the conversations she was having.
Okay. Have you ever been to a crime scene where an attorney shows up and starts talking to witnesses before the police do?
No.
Okay. And
Ooh, I didn't know that. That's kind of weird. But also, it makes sense because this is like a movie production. They probably had a lawyer on set. I imagine. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense because it's a movie set. But yeah, that's definitely not something that usually happens. That's for sure. Especially being able to, I mean, showing up maybe. But being able to talk to the witnesses, no, that seems a little weird. So, yeah, interesting.
would you agree with me that talking to a legal representative of some entity, in this case, the movie production, could that have affected the statements that the witnesses gave later to police?
There's a possibility of it, yes.
Okay. Why did you not take steps to stop that from happening?
Because I wasn't the one investigating them individually, right? Reading them the Miranda rights at the time.
Were you aware that this was a problem at the time as you observed it?
Not at the time, no.
It's something you've become aware of by virtue of your training now?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Do you need a warrant to search your phone?
Yes, and that's well, yes.
Okay. And did you have a warrant on this day?
Let me know if it's too fast, you guys.
Not searching it. Those are very different concepts. I can rephrase.
Okay.
Did you have a warrant to seize the phone?
No, I did not have a warrant to seize the phone.
Okay. And was it your job to get a warrant?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Have you ever been to a crime scene with 200 witnesses before?
No.
Okay. And have you ever been to a crime scene that was on a movie set before?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. This witness is excused. Next witness. Thank you, sir.
That look on his face when he got up, he's relieved to leave, this guy. Sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh at something, but his face was like, oh, thank God. I'm done. Oh, too funny. Come on, get to it, people.
That the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Just 1 second. Give us just 1 second. When we switch computers. Get that. Hey, Dad. And how were you employed on October 21st of 2021?
I was a lieutenant with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, day shift commander.
Give us an idea of your background and experience in terms of your law enforcement experience.
I did 20 years with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, going through the ranks from deputy to lieutenant.
How many years?
20 years.
And did you have any law enforcement experience before going to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I did not.
Okay. And how did you become involved in the incident on October 21st, 2021 at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I was a day shift commander. We had gotten dispatched to the Bonanza Creek Ranch.
What did you think you were being dispatched to?
Dispatch advised that there was an accidental shooting with a prop gun.
And what did you do when you received that information?
Due to the nature of the call, I activated my lights and sirens and proceeded to the movie ranch.
And tell us what you saw when you arrived. What was going on? Describe the scene to us.
Coming upon the movie ranch, there is security. The movie ranch is quite large. One of the
And I'm sorry to say, but I don't know. I mean, this prosecutor, I mean, she looks like she just got up out of bed. I'm sorry. Must have been an early morning for her. Somebody get this girl a coffee, please. Sorry. I just noticed that.
The security guards at the time told us that to follow him in because it was quite large, the movie set. As soon as we got to the movie set itself, it was chaos. There was people everywhere. Deputy LaFleur was already on scene. I didn't know where he was, and I was being directed to the makeshift church.
And sir, did you also have a body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And did you run your body-worn camera?
From the time I activated my lights to head to the movie ranch, it was activated.
So is there a fair portion of your body-worn camera that is you driving your car?
Yes, there is. I was on the other side of the county of Santa Fe County when the call came in. So it took me, I believe, 16 minutes to get to the call.
And after you arrived on scene, did you make contact with anyone?
With the security guard. And then myself and the corporal at the time, Corporal Alderete, we made contact at the church.
And was Corporal Alderete there before you?
I believe me and him went in at the same time.
So prior to you and Corporal Alderete arriving, was it just Deputy LaFleur?
Yes, it was.
So was there a way to effectively separate the witnesses at that point in time?
There was not. With 3 deputies on scene, we were trying to, at the time, find out how the victims were in the church. And fire personnel was telling us for help to land a helicopter. So there was no way at the time. We were trying to corral everybody and keep everybody corralled as much as possible to as witnesses.
Was one of the primary focuses helping the injured people?
That was our main focus. As soon as we found out that we had enough fire personnel working on the victims, our next thing is to find out where the gun's at.
And is that what you tried to do?
Yes.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to review the footage from your body-worn camera recently?
Yes, I have.
And I would like to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 2. And permission to publish.
State's 2 is admitted. You may publish.
And we are going to start this video at 16 minutes and 5 seconds so that we don't spend 16 minutes watching him drive to the scene.
We're going to secure the field and all the crew members. Okay. I have like 200 people on yourself.
Alrighty.
Yes, I already called for them. I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Okay, everybody stop what they're doing, and I need the field secure by whoever's in charge of the.
Mr. Benavides, we heard you give some instructions to that lady. Do you remember who that lady was?
I do not remember who she was.
Did you get an impression of whether she was someone in charge or not in charge?
I did. She was talking to Corporal Alderete. I figured that she had to be somebody important, a director or something.
And why were you telling her to do all these things?
I think I was telling the corporal,
Oh,
whoever was in charge, and I think she rose her hand, and then I directed to her.
and what are you talking about in terms of securing the video? Why would that be important?
Well, I saw a video behind them, and they said they were filming.
As you sit here today, are you aware of whether or not there was actually a video recording of the shooting?
I don't know if there actually was. I never found out.
And you were not the primary detective on the case, is that right?
That is correct. I was not.
At this point in time, other than providing aid to the people who've been shot, what's the most important piece of evidence that you're concerned about?
In my head at that time, I was thinking about where the gun was. Hey, I need pictures right away.
Why are you asking for pictures?
Trying to preserve the scene as much as possible. I know I'm wearing my body camera, but I'm trying to preserve everything I can.
On this particular scene, was that easy?
It was not. Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at? They're taking care of business. What else do you need there, Chief? It's just here. Everything on, where is it?
Why are you asking for the props guy?
I think it was more of a guess to find out where the gun was.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the gun.
And did you hear that person screaming in the background?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person was?
Joel,
And why was Joel screaming?
because he was shot from what I saw.
And the gentleman who is standing right in front of you on the video screen there, do you recall your interaction with him?
I don't, other than the video. He just offered his services trying to find the props guy.
Okay, he's a guy there that tried to help you.
Yes.
Okay.
Where is it? It's not here. There's one there. There's another one. Okay.
What happened there?
I believe he's a director, and he took me to a cart.
Okay, I'm gonna back it up because I didn't realize that they were actually showing the goddamn body cam. Sorry about the shooting and stuff. My grandson is playing something. I don't know. Little kid games, I promise. Okay, let's listen to this again because the body cam actually does come up. So
Our main focus, as soon as we found out that we had enough fire personnel working on the victims, our next thing is to find out where the gun's at.
And is that what you tried to do?
Yes.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to review the footage from your body-worn camera recently?
Yes, I have.
And I would like to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 2. And permission to publish.
States to is admitted, you may publish.
And we are going to start this video at 16 minutes and 5 seconds so that we don't spend 16 minutes watching him drive to the scene.
We're going to secure the film and all the crew members. Okay. Cool. I have like 200 people out here, so. Yes, I already called for them. I need you to know who's in charge.
Oh my God, Ash. Oh my God.
And I need the field secured by whoever's in charge of it.
Mr. Benavides, we heard you give some instructions to that lady. Do you remember who that lady was?
I do not remember who she was.
Did you get an impression of whether she was someone in charge or not in charge?
I did. She was talking to Corporal Alderete. I figured that she had to be somebody important, a director or something.
And why were you telling her to do all these things?
I think I was telling the corporal,
Oh,
whoever was in charge, and I think she rose her hand, and then I directed to her.
and what are you talking about in terms of securing the video? Why would that be important?
Well, I saw video behind them, and they said they were filming.
As you sit here today, are you aware of whether or not there was actually a video recording of the shooting?
I don't know if there actually was. I never found out.
And you were not the primary detective on the case, is that right?
That is correct. I was not.
At this point in time, other than providing aid to the people who've been shot, what's the most important piece of evidence that you're concerned about?
In my head at that time, I was thinking about where the gun was.
Can I please get down to get them the help with the helicopter?
Hey, I need pictures right away.
Why are you asking for pictures?
Trying to preserve the scene as much as possible. I know I'm wearing my body camera, but I'm trying to preserve everything I can.
On this particular scene, was that easy?
It was not. Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at?
It's just here. Thank you. Where is it?
Why are you asking for the props guy?
I think it was more of a guess to find out where the gun was.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the gun.
And did you hear that person screaming in the background?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person was?
Joel,
And why was Joel screaming?
because he was shot from what I saw.
And the gentleman who is standing right in front of you on the video screen there, do you recall your interaction with him?
I don't, other than the video. He just offered his services trying to find the props guy.
Okay, he's a guy there that tried to help you.
Yes.
Okay.
Where is that? Inside here. There's one there. There's another one. Okay.
What happened there?
I believe he's a director, and he took me to a gray cart, and there was 2 guns on the cart, and he told me that those weren't the 2 guns used in the church at that time.
So not the gun you're looking for.
Exactly.
in charge, man. I need to know where the gun's at right now. How do I know this is a gun? That's the gun. Okay. Where are they at?
Do you know what discussion you're having? What are you asking about?
I'm asking about the gun, if that was the right gun used. She told me yes. And then she's talking about the ammunition.
Okay. Was the ammunition readily available right there?
It was not.
Mr. Benavides, why did you let that gentleman with the hat on go collect the rounds or the cart or whatever it was he said?
I had 3 deputies on scene. I was taking care of the gun at the time and the props person. I had 2 other deputies trying to control their part of the scene. I was keeping my eye as much as I can on the person going for the ammunition.
Did he bring something back to you?
He brought me the gray cart that we had gone and we were looking for the gun that was used. That was the gray cart that he brought back.
And you saw that cart previously because the other gentleman walked you up to it, right?
That is correct.
So when this gentleman brings you the cart, does it appear to have been...
Objection, leading.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Did it seem different when the gentleman brought it back to you?
Sustained.
How did the cart look when it was brought to you?
The cart looked the same to me. It was in disorder. There was still 2 guns on top of it.
But what did we just see you do there?
I cleared the gun and I secured it in the front of my unit.
And what does it mean to clear a gun?
I was making it safe for myself and for the crime scene tech or a detective that would look at it after I secured it.
Did it have any ammunition in it?
It did not.
What did you do with that gun?
I secured it in the front of my unit and I locked the door.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need 4 units out here.
Hey Ellen, how are you? It's good to see you, sweetheart. Hello. Fireflies, I agree. There's not very much emotion from her. Definitely. I found a bunch of clips of the body cam footage. So maybe we'll have a look at that after this gentleman testifies. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. My true crime Friday afternoon.
Is this the cart you spoke of?
That is a cart that I originally was taken to by the other gentleman. Same cart.
So, okay,
Got rounds here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure. This is that's the one, and okay, sorry.
Okay, and keep in mind that this girl that you see on the screen is the same girl that's sitting behind the defense table. She looks completely different. Don't forget that it was said that she was using marijuana and drinking on set. And there's also a question of some cocaine that or that she had given to one of the other production members that went to check on her the next day after the shooting happened. She gave her something to hold on for her, and apparently it was a bag of cocaine, so not good. It's not really, it doesn't look good for her for sure. But yeah, she looks completely different. You would never guess it was the same girl. I wouldn't anyways. But yeah. Okay, let's keep listening.
You're okay. Just relax. Just relax.
So scared.
You're all right. Just relax.
So scared of the box that I got them out of.
Okay. You right there. You right there, okay? Relax. I just need you.
And you see right there, like she wasn't even sure.
What did you take?
I think they were showing that. I think that she wasn't even sure which box she took them from. I think that's what was just shown. So, yeah, it would be interesting what they question her about over that. I think that's what it was. So, which is sad. I mean, look, she's so young. She's such a young girl, and she's pretty. Not that that matters, but I'm just saying. Very young, very young.
What did you take?
They were 2 white boxes of rounds that the prop person, Hannah, said that these were the rounds used.
And this person that you took those rounds from, the person that's right here in the center of the video screen, is that Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, it is.
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you just go ahead and point her out and tell us what she's wearing for the record?
She's wearing a gray jacket and a white top.
And also, just for the record, where is Bonanza Creek Ranch located?
Bonanza Creek Ranch is on the southern end of Santa Fe County.
Ellen, yeah, I've been kind of waiting for this one. It's going to be interesting. And so we're going through day 1, and we're going to switch over to day 2 after this one's done. So let me, I will speed it up again a little bit. This guy is easier to understand or this girl, sorry, is easier to understand on quicker speed than the gentleman prosecutor. So here we go.
It's off the frontage road, I-25 frontage road.
For the record, state of New Mexico.
In the state of New Mexico.
Thank you, sir.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? No, the helicopter's here for her. Yeah, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these instructions? Is she okay?
I don't know anything. Right now, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of everything.
Mr. Benavides, do you know why the helicopter is still there?
The helicopter, in my experience, lands and they try to stabilize the victim before they fly him out. The victim has to be stable before they fly him out.
Can that sometimes take time?
Yes, from my experience, yes, it takes a little bit of time.
Fireflies, yeah, I agree. Earlier, we were having a discussion of like, is he really culpable? Because somebody had said, well, he should have maybe checked himself. But we were, discussing that. How is he really culpable for that? Because it really wasn't his job to check. You know what I mean? Like once that weapon was handed to him, he probably should have had the confidence that his team took care of it and made it safe for him to use. So it'll be interesting, if they bring that up in trial. I'm sure they will, but yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, and he says he didn't pull the trigger, which is another little what kind of thing to it. So sorry, my grandson, he's having a good time today. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that all ties in with each other. Yeah, it's crazy.
I won't remember your name. I'm sorry. Did somebody get him water?
Oh my god.
Do you remember where those boxes of ammunition are right now?
Yes, they're on the left side of the cart on a piece of paper.
And are you keeping an eye on them?
I am.
And you saw what they, did you see them when she handed them to you?
I saw them. I know what they physically look like. Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, my name's Tim. Okay, so yes, I mean, I'm not worried about the insurance. I'm worried about her life. So,
Absolutely.
Okay, so
No.
no. We are bringing a whole lot of units here because there's a whole lot of people here.
Yes, we're trying to clear them out.
No, nobody's getting cleared out. Everybody's staying where they're at.
Okay.
Okay, we're trying. That's what's so difficult. We're trying to hold everybody where they're at. Okay, what I'm gonna have you do is sit in here. Okay, you're not arrested. The door's gonna stay open. Since you're the armor, they're gonna want to talk to you more than anybody. Okay.
Mr. Benavides, why did you ask?
Okay, so now the picture that you see that is on the screen right now. Hello, Tinker Tits. How are y'all? Good to see you, girl. Everybody always loves seeing Tinker Tits. I don't know. Welcome, welcome. We are watching the trial of Hannah Gutierrez. That you might not have gotten notification. I scheduled it like 16 or 17 minutes before I actually came live. So sometimes if you don't schedule it like 30 minutes or more, notifications don't go out. So, but I'm glad you found us anyways. Okay, so we're watching the trial of the Rust movie, pew-pewing, where Miss Helena, what's her last name? Oh my goodness, I have it right here. Helena Hutchins was shot and passed away. So, okay, so they were just talking about the bullets, and this is the cart that he was saying that those bullets were sitting on. I don't know if this box right here is like the box that you see at the top, sort of on the top of this, by this fanny pack, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if that's the box of bullets or not, or if they already took them, but it's the only really white box that I see on there. Maybe underneath, actually, the fanny pack, there might be another one. I'm sorry, I can't. You guys probably don't see my one pointer, but there might be another one there too. So maybe on this little black shelf that's over on the left-hand side, there's also a box sitting there too. But it was pointed out also by prosecutors that her cart was allegedly often unorganized and chaotic, crazy, and it kind of looks like it is. So, okay. Anyways, let's keep going. My grandson's having a freaking the club going on back here. Oh my goodness. You called up. Ooh, your feet are swollen. Oh my goodness. That's usually not good. I get swollen feet as well through my MS. If I'm out in the heat too much, I'll balloon up, and just every once in a while, just because my feet will swell up. So I totally feel what you're feeling, girl. So if you have a foot bath, stick them in your foot bath and use that. Might not help with the swelling, but it'll make them feel a little bit better. So hugs to you. I'm glad you're with us, though. So okay, let's keep going.
You ask Ms. Gutierrez to get into your truck.
With the scene being so active, and her being the armor, I couldn't have her walk off and lose her. So I put her in my unit. As you heard, she was not under arrest. They just needed to talk to her.
Can you describe the inside of your unit?
Yes, it's caged from the middle of my unit. My windows are caged up also, and you cannot get into the front of my unit at all.
Not even if you're sitting in the back?
Not even if you're sitting in the back. You do not have access to the front of my vehicle.
And I just saw that water. Oh my God.
Just relax. Okay? I'm just trying to, there's a whole lot of people here, so I'm trying to secure everybody. You can stay right here with us. You can leave the door open. You don't have to do anything, okay?
Can you imagine having to control a scene like this? Like the chaos that must just be everywhere, you know? I mean, my gosh. Like they said, it was like like probably 200 people that were there or whatever, you know, like just, ooh, goodness. You take gabapentin, ooh, as well. I have CKD and CRF, which my feet and legs swell all the time. That's horrible, sweetheart. That's horrible. It's been off. I'm my next step for my medication is probably gabapentin. I've tried not to go with it because I've been told it is an opiate, so I'm just like really afraid to take it. But I hope it relieves you a little bit. My aunt takes gabapentin because she got herself she's quite older than me, but she herself got dizziness and stuff like that, and the gabapentin helps her with it. So I know it definitely can help with things for sure. Oh, chronic kidneys. Oh my goodness. Oh, sweetheart. I'm just trying to just hang out with us and just try and forget it all. I've been on gabapentin for over 20 years. It is not a narcotic. No, no, but maybe not. Oh my gosh, you guys are on all my medications. Pregabalin, girl. Hear that? That's my pregabalin. I take pregabalin too. I take pregabalin, and what's the other one? Where is it? Oh, here. The other one that I take is, sorry, we're just having a little medication break here, so, you know, anyways. The other one I take is venlafaxine. Venlafaxine. I can never say it. I have to rate it like 4 times. Venlafaxine XR is what I take. So, pregabalin is really? Pregabalin, really? That is so crazy. I don't like why. That's really, oh, take care. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, where's my mousey mouse? I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you for renewing. You're such a sweetheart. I appreciate that. Welcome. I'll give you a little butt shake. Just a real quick short one. Where is it? I got so much stuff in my loaded up in my StreamYards. I can't find anything anymore. Anyways, here you go, sweetheart. Thank you. Some, dancing and whatever. I don't know if there's butt shake in this one, but yeah, it'll still be good. Thanks, sweetheart.
We gon' get it. We gon' get it on. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it on. We gon' get it. We gon'.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, gabapentin is also a controlled drug now here too. Yeah, gabapentin I can understand because I think it has like addictive traits to it. Maybe I was wrong about it being an opioid. But I thought that this is what they said about it. So anyways, you take what you have to take, right? I take whatever my doctors tell me to take. That's what I take. I don't really question them too much. I will ask about the medication, of course, but I will, I'll do what they say, right? And so far it's worked for me pretty much. I think I might be getting my pain medication. I think I might be getting a little bit, a little bit immune to it. It doesn't seem to work as good as it did when I first got onto these medications. So I don't know, whatever. I just wake up every day and just whatever the doctor says, I do it. That is so weird. I've never taken GABA, but I'm on pregabalin every day, and it doesn't make me feel any different than when I don't take it, other than my symptoms. I feel my symptoms, of course. So I'm wondering, that's weird. Do people do they snort it or something? With maybe for some people, or I'm not too sure because like I'm on 150, like 150 milligrams twice a day, and I mean, it doesn't make me feel any different. Like I said, other than it calms my symptoms. So yeah, and that's really weird to me. I should like really do some research into the drugs that I'm taking. I'm just one of those kind of people that just like I just do what the doctor tells me to do. You know? So, anyways, but, I know, right? I haven't decided because GABA hasn't ever done anything for me either. Yeah, like I mean, like I said, it helps my like symptoms and stuff, the medications that I take, but it doesn't make me feel. They don't make me feel high or anything, you know. So, and I have felt pretty high on some medications before. Medoxanil, something like mexitinol or something like that. Anyways, it was for like a muscle relaxant, and I felt jittery and high on that. So I definitely know that the ones that I'm taking don't make me feel that. So it's interesting. I'll have to do some research on it. That's pretty interesting. So. Okay, but anyways, I hope all you ladies out there are doing good. Hope you're all doing well. Personal. Yeah, I don't drink either, Patricia. I mean, I'm a weed smoker, of course, but I don't drink. I don't like feeling drunk. And then, that's been my whole life. I never liked feeling drunk. I've never been a drinker. But all of a sudden now I have MS. And a part of MS is vertigo, you know, and when you have vertigo, you feel drunk. It's like, what the fuck? Why? Fuck, of all anything that I could get in my old age, why something that makes me feel fucking drunk? What the hell? Damn. I'm trying to think of like, what did I do that was bad? So, okay, anyways, here goes the grandson again. So, anyways, I hope you're all feeling well, and let's just hang out. All right, here we go, you guys. Mute, grandma, mute.
Hey, to the bed.
Do you remember what you're saying there?
I believe I was telling Corporal Derete to put the yellow tape to the med truck, I think, or I was asking for a med unit to come and check on Hannah.
Understood. And why would you ask for a medical unit to come check on Hannah?
The way she was pretty much hyperventilating, and I didn't want her to pass out, and then we have a bigger problem.
Okay.
Saturday. If I could have a unit head to St. B's, we got one shot in the shoulder. That one's going to St. B's. The helo just landed, and they are trying to get that other 41 stable. So if I could have somebody go to St. B's and the other subject.
What is St. B's for people who don't know that short name?
That's St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
And why are you sending a unit to St. B's?
For logistics, to help the detectives find out how the victims are doing.
Let me also ask you this. Is there potentially evidence to be collected?
Yes, there is. Clothing, stuff like that. Yes.
Anything else you can think of?
Maybe the projectile still in them. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm sorry. I didn't even stop that. You guys have to sit back. No, we know where he's at. We know who he is. We just need to speak. Is he in a trailer? Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody. Not to talk to anybody.
Mr. Benavides, tell us what that conversation was about.
So Deputy LaFleur and I were conversating on what we have. He was telling me who the shooter was, and who he had over there. He had more witnesses. And what we were talking about, because there's 4 of us now. There was another deputy that just showed up on scene. We were trying to keep everybody separated so they wouldn't talk about the case.
And is there a specific person that you're talking about keeping separated?
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you.
Production card. If you get all the direct, get a production card. Is it? Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, I'm just trying to. Let me know how. Yeah. Right. See, so, Alec Baldwin, I have the weapon, I have the ammo, and I have the armor. Pretty much they don't touch anything with the director was going over the shot, going over what was going to happen on the set, and she got shot in the chest. That's really something else. I don't know. But there's like 200 people here. There was 4 people in the room. There were 4 people in the room. And 2 were shot. Okay. 2 shots. 141 in the chest. The other male shot in the shoulder. We do not right now.
Mr. Benavides, do you remember who you're talking to?
I believe I was talking to Lieutenant Michael Martinez. He was the lieutenant of the Criminal Investigation Division, the detectives, and I was briefing them over the phone what was happening.
Why would you do that?
Because this goes straight to him and his detectives. So I was trying to brief him of what equipment he might need, how many personnel he might need. Did
you say the situation is very fluid?
Yes.
What did you mean?
It is an active scene. There's still people walking around, still people trying to get into the church. There's just people everywhere.
But it is a do you want to talk to me, sir? Alec is he's in smoke a cigarette. He'll sit in his own car. Okay, his vehicle. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I'm good, thanks. I just drank a Red Bull right before it. I'm all hyped up. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to stand by, so if you need to get me. You doing okay?
No.
Lieutenant! Oh, I thought you're the lieutenant. I need somebody to check that 41, the armor. She's having a panic attack. I need somebody to check for her. Okay, the armor? Yeah, she's the armor. She's hyperventilating. She's having a... What's up? I gotta go get that guy over there and bring him back here. Where is he? He's right there. He's the guy with the cowboy hat. Bring the last one on the right. I'll go get him. Okay, yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping. You got security?
You need security, is that what you're saying?
Yes, just that. Okay, all right.
The gentleman is G.
Hey, Doc, in my unit, it's the girl in the middle. Sir, you were in the, yes, okay. I need you just to head that way for me, please. Thank you.
Where are you telling that guy to go?
So I was told that he was in the church. So I was directing him towards either Corporal Alderete or Deputy LaFleur.
And for what purpose?
He was possibly a witness.
The outsiders.
We were told by the police.
Okay, hold on. All right, let me see who you guys are. I don't want too many people here.
Where is it?
Okay, hold on. What's up? I don't have any additional security guys. I got one guy. Okay, you guys are here. Okay, I'll figure that out. Let me go see what's going on with these guys, and I'll be right back. Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay. You okay? Yes, madam. Where's that lady that was in charge? greet one of our camera operators. Okay, come here, sir. How's it going? Lieutenant Benavides. Not yet. Okay, not yet. So, Corporal, we got a camera operator who's in the room. Okay. Okay, it's just hard. We can't let all people in and out. So, I'm gonna try to get over here for him. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to find the director or whoever directed us on who is in the room. I'm trying to find her so she can help me out and make sure we have everybody. Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
I mean, if it's not her side, it's mine.
Okay.
So I can help you. Tell me how I can.
Okay. Who is this?
This is Blair.
Okay. Lieutenant Benavides, I didn't mean to be rude to you, man. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to secure everybody. And who is that? Benavides. So I have a whole lot of people coming this way, so. Okay.
So you have my co-producers.
Okay.
These two gentlemen right here are Lucas and Marcos. They're my location peeps.
Yes.
A little farther down in the white is Shannon, the owner of the ranch.
Okay.
The gentleman who I was talking to earlier in the brown hat is Brian, the professional fighter.
Yes, I got it. Yeah. Okay. I'll be with you in a little bit, man. Okay. Let me talk to my guys to secure this area. Corporal, I need somebody on that side to secure, so we're not going in and out. We're trying. Everybody pretty much that's in is staying in.
Who are these officers? What's happening here?
More deputies coming, like I was asking for. So this makes 6 deputies on scene right now. I'm just trying to direct them to try to secure as much of the scene as I can.
I'm actually not because it's still fluid. We still have that still on deck. Okay, our patient's still here. Do we have somebody going to the hospital? Yes, okay. You can sit on that side and make sure people aren't coming in and out. Everybody that's in stays in.
Did I hear you say that one of the injured people was still there?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know why?
They were trying to get the female stable so they could fly her out.
Still.
Still.
Here, I have the corporal on that side. When Sanchez, he's still trying to get the information. It looks like we have all the people that were in the room. Okay, great. If you could go see that gentleman. Sanchez! Oh, I need you to stay by my unit. I have the weapon in my truck, okay, and all the ammunition on that tray. Okay. It was Alec Baldwin sitting over there. He shot and then he shot. He got the gun from the armor who I have in my car. She's not over there. She just got the armor. So he could use that. This will be your entry point right here. Okay. Yep.
What's an entry point?
It's a check-in point for whoever comes into the scene right now. From now on, as detectives, crime scene techs, medical personnel, whoever else is coming on board.
So is there a break in the crime scene tape right there?
I believe I don't remember if Deputy Puentes put a break or he's just lifting up the tape. I don't remember which.
Where is the tape at this point in time?
It is, the yellow tape is connected to my vehicle and it's pretty much connected to all the sheriff's personnel vehicles that are on scene.
And is it, what is it cordoning off?
It's cordoning off the makeshift church.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I still have those target thingies. I told them no, you did my unit. She said this is the one that's next on top. She said. It's a 45. I have the double cross right here. It's a 45. Okay. Okay, and we will.
Let me back that up. Why are you giving this information to this gentleman? Tell us what's happening.
So the med unit is asking what kind of weapon was used, and I'm letting them know what Hannah told me. Is it was a 45. She pointed to the 2 white ammo boxes, and I was reading out the ammo boxes, 45 dummy rounds.
Bear with me. I'm trying to. There we go. What do those boxes look like?
2 white ammo boxes. They were white and it had a label on the flap end.
Did you recognize them?
Recognize as it how?
Had you seen them previously?
Oh yes, they're the ones that Hannah told me that these were the rounds used for that day.
Did they look different?
They did not.
Did the prop card look different?
They did not.
She said this is the one that's different. This is the one that she said. 45. Okay. Okay, and we will, let's go this way. I have a lawyer here already.
Is one of those ladies the lawyer?
I believe the one on the left, the white shirted lady, is the lawyer.
And where are the witnesses who were in the church at the time of the shooting?
They are in the front of the church with Corporal Alderete or with Deputy LaFleur.
How far away from those people is she?
The lawyer?
Yeah.
Shouting distance, I guess.
If she were to shout, would you have heard her?
Yes.
Verse for the med paper and social.
For me or for her?
Would anybody have that?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Helena Hutchins, HYLBNA.
You got it up? Yep. So I have, Baldwin is the one that pulled the trigger. Yeah, but I have the armor in my unit. I have the gun with Fuentes, and there's the tray has the dummy rounds. Okay. I have Frederick on that side. Fuentes is taking care of here. He's going to start taking care of the lock. I got this down until they get the trenches still behind there. Okay. Make sure everybody goes to Sanchez. All the personnel that were in there, make sure he has everybody. Okay. Yeah, I have more people coming.
Did we hear you say you have more people coming?
I was hoping I had more people coming, but I kept asking for more people.
Let me ask you, how big is the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
When I left, we had 100 officers.
And if you can estimate for us, on a day like October 21st, 2021, how many officers would have been available to respond to this call out?
3 deputies. All I had. That's all I had. We are stationed all over the county. So I was a rover. I believe a corporal was north of Santa Fe County. And then I had a deputy that was assigned to Santa Fe. But in this case, Deputy LaFleur was coming in for overtime, and he happened to hear the call and he helped out.
Thank you.
She okay? She okay? I know, that's why I called the med for her. I want her to check, make sure she's not, I think they're definitely okay. We just need to do it. Well, she's okay. She's already dealing with all this. Yeah. Okay. Yes, so she told me which guns were.
What do you have in your hand right now?
I have the 2 ammo boxes in my hand from the cart that Hannah pointed out that were used.
They keep everything else the same. How many keys? Like these here? Those are done. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure somebody will.
What did that guy just do?
He reached over the yellow tape and he grabbed the bullet and he shook it to show that it was a dummy round. And then he put it back.
And where did he grab it from? One of the boxes?
No, he did not. There was like a little cubby on the tray. He just reached over, grabbed it, and put it back.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Yes, 36.
Tell us what you just did there.
With the 2 white ammo boxes that Hannah pointed out that were used that day, I secured them in the front of my unit on the driver's side seat.
And was the unit locked?
As soon as I closed the door, I hit my manual switch and I heard it and it clicked closed.
Did you see anything that would cause you to believe that anyone planted evidence?
I did not, no.
Did you see anything that would cause you to believe that anyone tampered with anything on that cart?
No.
Any reason to believe anyone got into your unit and did anything with the evidence you had in there?
No.
I got 2 extra people which help me out. Help me secure this area.
All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. We'll begin again at, be here at 20 after. We'll be back at quarter.
Okay, hello, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, so we will go past all of this stuff. We don't need to wait for the break. Almost made it through. Okay, hello, I'm here. Sorry, I had my phone on too, so. Okay, we're back pretty quick, actually. Not right there, I think. I'll just tap forward. Okay, here we go. I'll just pause for a second. Well, I'll let them get ready. Just mute them for a second. Hello, Miss Blue. Thank you so much. You guys both deserve a little dance. You and oh my God, I'm losing my mind. You and Ellen. Sorry. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it, you guys. Here we go. A little shaky butt for you guys. If I can find it. Where did it go? All right. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate it. All right. Just a little short little one. Thank you, everyone, for coming in and hanging out today. This is, of course, the Rust movie set shooting trial. And this girl that's on your screen right now is on trial for, what is it, manslaughter? Geez, I can't even think of it right now. She didn't mean to do it, but she's, manslaughter. Involuntary, that's what it is. Involuntary manslaughter and also tampering with evidence, which is kind of interesting, so I don't know. We'll see and try to get these guys going here. Oh, she's tired. Aw. I'm sure she is. Sorry, I'm just trying to have some fun. All right, here we go with the next witness. Volume. Oh. Okay. 4:30, yapping and yapping and yapping. Come on, get with it. What's going on? Oh, we have noise now, so. Welcome, everyone. All right, let's have a listen here. Or not. What are they waiting for? The jury, maybe? First pause. Damn it.
You may be seated.
Okay, here we go. You may be seated. Hey, Thor. Oh, look at you showing up. We're just earlier talking about all our medications that we take. And the doctors.
Let's go ahead and just watch the last few minutes of this video for completeness, okay?
Good to see you guys.
So right now I do have the dummy rounds, the armor, and the gun secured. Okay? Yes, I grabbed her right away. She was, and we did secure the film. We do have the film secured. They'll have to go over with the that's going to be laid down the line or whatever. But everything was getting filmed. Okay? The helo's still on the ground. Right now, I don't know. They're still working there. They're still working. Did we get a crime scene up for practice? Did we get a crime scene up for practice?
Did you see the helicopter there?
Yes, I did.
Any idea why that helicopter is still there?
Like I said before, they're still trying to stabilize her so they could fly her out.
Thank you, sir.
Can you ladies doing okay?
Yeah, just waiting on your green light. It's time to be getting wherever it is that you go to the interview.
Okay, that's not going to be on us. The detectives are coming.
Okay, so it's not begun yet.
What's that?
The interviews have not yet begun.
No, I have nothing. We just secured the armor, we secured the gun, and the ammunition.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only thing we've done.
That's it, it's happening right now.
Yes, and then we are getting all the information. All the people that. Okay, I'm gonna go check on the victim. She's still here. They're trying to stabilize her. I will let you know how she's doing. I know you guys are concerned, so I'm gonna let you guys know. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Hey, Doc, is there any way I can put the air conditioner on for you guys? Okay.
What information did you get right there?
The female, Helena Hutchins, was stable, but in critical condition. They're stabilizing her so they can fly her out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, right through to the chest. What's up, Chief? Sir, they're trying to stabilize her. Then we have the medic in there from the med, and they're trying to stabilize her. Just like I just asked, they said they're trying to stabilize her. She's critical. Yeah, you know that.
No, no, just sometimes there.
Sorry about your blues. I know you're at the.
The ceremony, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Sanchez! Where is everybody? Where are they? She's here. This Russell guy? I need everybody right here separated. That's what the couple told you. Get everybody here separated. Nobody leaves. All right. One guy in the hospital, that was his best day. Nobody, get everybody here. Nobody else leaves. Sanchez. Yes, everybody. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. More units, because we have people everywhere.
Was that discussion regarding a witness who left?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if that was a person who was inside the church or just a person who was working on set?
I don't remember. But like I said, the scene was active, and we're trying to keep people together. But this one person did get up.
Thank you.
Need it open? It's open. Yeah, and you can get a clipboard. Okay, so she's stable but critical. They're trying to stabilize her so she can get on the helo. Okay, so that she is alive, but critical condition, and they're trying to stabilize her so they can be comfortable when they get on the helo. Okay, okay, but I will give you if you see them taking her to the helo, that's a good sign. They stabilize her, and they're gonna fly her out. Yes. Okay. Anything else? I'm gonna find you guys. Okay, you'll see the detectives are on unmarked cars. They're gonna come in the crime scene van. okay? And when they get here, I'll give you the lieutenant, and, okay? And I'll hand them over to you, okay? Yes, ma'am. She doing okay? He was inside though. Yes. What kind of car? Did you get a car right here? Or with a launcher? Because as soon as you okay, so if you get another car, I asked her. That's why I asked her. I just wanted her in one place. I didn't want her to get small down. Okay. So if you get another car, all right?
Do you remember what that conversation was about?
I believe that gentleman was asking if they could move Hannah from the back of my unit to a vehicle. She was not under arrest, I guess to make her more comfortable.
And what was your response to him?
I said, sure, as long as we could see the vehicle, I was gonna post a deputy with her.
Is that the end of your video? This video anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Mr. Benavides, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61, and I believe there's no objection to its admission. We'll do 61 and 62. No objection to the admission to 61 and 62.
61 and 62 are admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Have you seen this photo before?
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
That is the driver's side of the inside of my unit, and it has two white boxes.
What are those boxes?
Those are the boxes that I secured from the gray cart into my driver's seat.
Did you take this picture?
I did not.
Who would have taken this photo?
Our crime scene tech.
So would you have left the boxes there in your car until the crime scene tech arrived to take a picture?
That is correct.
Anything change about these boxes?
No.
I just zoomed in. Can you tell us what you see there on the label?
Yes, it says 45 long Colt dummies.
Do you see something there in the middle?
It looks like it's initials.
Okay, and it's okay if you can't make them out, but you see what I'm
Yes, right under the N.
right there?
Yes.
Okay. That was State's Exhibit 61. Oh, it was the zoomed in, sorry. This is State's Exhibit 62, what we just looked at. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness. Sorry, I just unplugged it.
Cross-exam.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you agree with me that the identification, preservation of evidence is important in a crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, Judge, if I could have George's help. Just need to hook into the HDMI. All right, and why is that important?
Where's your part? It's important because the scene is important also, and the preservation of evidence is needed.
Okay. And why are those things? Oh, sorry. How did you do those things in this case?
The best I can, the best I could, due to the evolving scene that was happening.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to your lapel video here. You had testified, sir, that you had 3 deputies to work with?
In the beginning, Deputy LaFleur, myself, and Corporal Derete.
All right. And additional deputies did arrive, right?
They did.
All right. Do you remember when they got there?
It seemed like a long time. I would say within 30 minutes.
All right. How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Department before you retired?
20 years.
All right. In the cases that your former agency investigates, do they keep dispatch logs?
Yes, they do.
What is a dispatch log?
Just something that comes over the radio, and our dispatcher writes it, types it out. Right. That they feel that's important.
All right. And the time that an officer is dispatched to a scene is always noted in that log, right?
I believe so.
And their arrival time is also noted, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any objection to the dispatch log being admitted?
Let me visit with you about it real quick.
Sure.
Still in. They do that here in BC, here in the Yukon too. BC and Yukon have run on pretty much the same healthcare kind of plan procedure kind of thing. So yeah, they do that up here too. It's a good idea for sure. Often pharmacists are more informative, than a lot of doctors. Not euphora, of course, but yes, it's very true. Pharmacists are very knowledgeable about what they're selling to their customers, I guess. So yeah, still in every time. Doesn't matter unless it's a refill, that you've had quite often. But even then, they'll
all right.
Still,
Judge Wall,
ask you if it's going okay and all that kind of stuff.
Specifically, the first 2 pages of it as Defendant's Exhibit A. Sir, what are we looking at here?
Just a minute. Any objection to defendant's A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may submit it and you may publish.
What are we looking at here, sir?
It looks like a crime dispatch log. Sorry.
Okay. And I've highlighted this entry here. It says Unit 32. It's got an employee ID. Description arrived at, that's 14:02. Would that be 2 p.m.?
That'd be 2 p.m., yes.
All right. Is that Deputy LaFleur?
I believe so. If he was Unit 32, I believe he was Unit 32.
Okay. And I know it's been a while and you've retired, but do you remember what your unit was?
Unit 8.
Unit 8. All right. So you arrived at 2:20?
Yes.
All right. Now there are on this dispatch log 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other units noted as arriving right around the same time as you. Are you sure you only had 3 deputies to work with at that time?
All we had was 3 deputies. I don't know where 6'3", 6'5", that was 14, 18. That was 18 minutes later. Then I couldn't tell you about the misprints, but I know when I got there.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. There was only 3 deputies, and you could see by my body worn camera that I only had 3 deputies.
Okay. I don't want to take more of your time, being retired and all, and the jury's time. We watched your whole video. You did see additional deputies come onto your lapel, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. After those deputies arrived, why couldn't you have separated those witnesses with the extra manpower that you had?
So I was still processing the whole scene at the time, and I was trying to direct them where I think they needed.
Okay. Would you agree with me that it's important to separate witnesses?
Yes, it is.
Why is that important?
Because you get witnesses telling stories, what they saw and then they start getting mixed up when the witnesses start talking.
So it can affect the integrity of their observations.
That is correct.
Okay. And George, I just need to stop publishing for a minute. Counsel, I've got a couple exhibits I'd like to introduce. If you wouldn't mind coming up, I can show them to you.
Yes, okay. No objection, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll move to admit photographs as defendants exhibits B, C, D, E, and F.
Defendants B through F are admitted. You may publish.
All right. So what's, as part of securing the scene, you use crime scene tape, right?
Yellow crime scene tape that's issued to us, yes.
All right, and that's this tape here?
Yes.
All right. Why do you guys use crime scene tape?
We use crime scene tape to secure a perimeter.
Why is that important?
The integrity of the scene.
All right. If the perimeter is not secure, why is that a problem?
People could go in and out. They could take evidence, bring evidence.
Okay. Who figured out where to put this crime scene tape?
I believe it was Copa Alderete and Deputy LaFleur.
Did you give them instruction on how to do that?
I don't believe I did. I think we were just trying to secure as much as we could at the time, trying to have people go in and out of the scene.
Okay. And how did you determine, I guess, what the scene was?
Well, we knew the scene was inside the church where the Joel and Helena were.
Okay. And one of the things you want to do when you're establishing a crime scene, when you put up the tape, the perimeter, you want to make sure that all the important evidence is within that perimeter, right?
Yes, we tried to, yes.
Okay. Do you see that black tent in the background?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember walking up to that black tent on your lapel video?
If I do, I don't remember, but I do remember seeing a black tent up there.
All right. Judge, I've discussed this with counsel. I'll admit two excerpts of the lieutenant's lapel as defendants exhibits G and H.
No objection.
All right. Defendants G and H are admitted. You may publish.
Actually, I got a little ahead of myself. All right, this is back to State's Exhibit 1 here.
There's the gun. Where is it?
All right. Do you think that's the same black tent we were looking at a moment ago in that photograph I showed you?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
All right. And to the left of that tent, there's a white truck. Did you see that in the previous photo as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you guys look in that truck?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I don't think we had a reason to.
Okay. And back to this photograph here. Would you agree with me that the white truck is outside of your crime scene tape perimeter?
Yes.
All right. And here is another photograph of Mr. Baldwin. Can you see on the left-hand side here? Is this the same white truck we were looking at before, or is this something else?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but do you have any doubt at all that the white truck was outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
You have doubt about it?
No, I mean, it was outside of the crime scene tape.
Okay. All right. And if evidence was in that truck, its integrity would be compromised, right?
I don't know if it would be.
Well, if access to it isn't cut off, the things that you described earlier in cross-examination
yes,
could happen. People could be putting things in there. People could be taking things out of there, right?
It could happen, yes.
Okay. And how long did it take you to get to this scene? Like after you were dispatched, about how long did it take you to get there?
I believe 16 minutes.
Okay. And this is in a fairly remote area, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you or any other sheriff's deputy be able to attest as to what's going on here at this movie set before you actually arrived?
No.
All right, and that's because just you weren't there and you don't know.
That's correct.
Right? All right. I'll direct your attention, sir, in this photo to these people standing over here. Is that where the witnesses had been corralled by Deputy LaFleur?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know I had instructed him to separate the witnesses, but I don't know where he separated them.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone, was keeping an eye on these witnesses?
I believe when deputies arrived, I had told Deputy Sanchez and Deputy Frederick Trujillo.
Now, we've been talking about the importance of evidence. How long have you been in law enforcement again?
20 years.
20 years. So you're very familiar with how to properly collect and preserve evidence?
Yes.
Please tell us how that should normally be done, collecting physical evidence.
Either have the evidence stay where it's at and make sure it's secured, or if on a scene like this, fluid, I grabbed the weapon and the rounds that were used, and I secured them in my unit so they would be secured.
Okay. And you've testified cases other than this one, right?
A couple.
Couple? Oh, 20 years, only a couple?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of chain of custody?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So when I secured my secured the weapon and the rounds into my unit, I was the first chain of custody, which I was the secure of the evidence, and then it went to our evidence tech.
Okay. And you want to maintain that chain of custody and not have any breaks in it, right?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury what a break in chain of custody is?
So, for instance, there was a penny left here, and I took custody of it, and I left it here, and I walked out. Nobody was here securing the penny. Then I came back, so the penny was insecure.
And that can be a problem because pennies look like one another.
Yes.
And you don't know that it's the same penny.
Correct.
It could be, it could not, right?
Correct.
All right. In this case, you had a gentleman collect the prop cart for you. Should you have done that yourself?
Of course, I should have done that myself, but I kept an eye on him while he was getting it, while everything else was going on.
You'd agree with me that the prop cart was by that black tent.
Yes.
In this photograph, right?
Yes.
About how far away was that from where you're standing right here?
A good 50 yards.
All right. Could you, if someone were to pick something up off the cart or place something onto the cart from that distance, do you think you could actually see if something like that happened?
Yes, I think I could have.
Okay. I notice you're wearing glasses. How's your vision?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. And you would agree with me that you would actually need to be looking at the cart to make sure nothing like that's happening, right?
Correct.
And why would you need to do that?
Just to make sure that he brings the cart to me.
Because if you're not looking at the cart, it's like the penny.
Yes.
Something could be, you don't know it's the same thing.
Yes.
Because you just did not personally observe it.
Correct.
All right. Judge, now I'll go to G. All right, so this is an excerpt from your lapel video, about 90 seconds. And at the start of this video, you're talking with this gentleman here, my client, about the gun. I'm just going to play this for you and then ask you some questions, okay?
Good.
Rounds I gave you? They're on the clerk. Are they? Who would you give them to? I'll give them back to you. I'll get them. Yeah, that's not it. The one.
All right, we've gone 42 seconds. From the vantage point that you were looking at, could you have seen this cart?
Yes.
Do you see it on the video?
Well, the video's pointed, because the video's on my chest. So the video's pointed straight, but my head's looking at the cart.
Okay.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
Hey, Santa Fe, we need more units out here.
Oh my God.
All right, so now your torso will be pointing, if the cart's over there,
Pointed east.
in that direction, about 180 degrees from the cart.
Yes.
Did you have visual contact of the cart at this point in time?
Yes.
Did
I was looking at Hannah and I was looking at the cart at the same time because she was moving around. So I was looking at her and I was looking at the cart.
All right. It looks like you turned around there.
Yes.
Were you looking at the cart before you turned around?
Yes. I was looking back and forth, back and forth. My video's pointed straight because it's on my chest.
So this gentleman here, he essentially is the collector of this evidence, right?
Yes, he offers his services to go get the cart. Yes.
All right. So he's the first link in the chain.
Yes.
And then you become the second link.
Yes.
And Judge, I'll publish little mark as Exhibit H.
Yes, so she told me which guns were. I mean, which ones came.
All right. That gentleman is now standing behind your crime scene tape.
Yes.
All right. Is that gentleman allowed within the crime scene tape?
No, not anymore.
What do you mean not anymore?
We secured the crime scene tape, so they're supposed to stay up.
Okay. And are they supposed to reach over it or breach it in any way?
They are not.
And why are they supposed to do that?
Because we're the collector of evidence and it could be tainted.
Everything else the same? Like these? Like these?
All right, what's he doing there?
He's reaching over the yellow tape and grabbing a round to give us an example of what a dummy round looks like.
All right. Why did you not tell him, hey, don't do that?
I don't know.
You agree with me that that was an investigative mistake on your part?
Yes, that was a mistake by me. Yes.
Who is the deputy standing to the right of that gentleman?
That is Deputy Puentes.
All right. And he's one of the deputies that arrived at the scene after you did?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask him to start a crime scene log?
I asked him. Yes.
All right. What's a crime scene log?
A crime scene log is people coming into the crime scene and we document who's there.
Is that something that's important to do?
Yes.
Why is that important to do?
So we know who was in the scene.
All right. Why is that important?
So we could go back and the detectives could interview them and see what their involvement was on the scene.
And anyone who goes in or out is supposed to be in the log, right?
Correct.
Is that guy in the log?
I don't know. I haven't seen the log.
Okay. When did you ask Deputy Fuentes to start a crime scene log?
I believe I asked him when he first showed up, if I remember correctly.
All right. Do you know what time he actually started with them?
I do not know.
If you were to look at his report, could that refresh your recollection as to when he actually started the log?
It sure would.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Show Ms. Morrissey.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge. Judge, do you mind if I stay here for this?
Yeah.
All right, Deputy. Sorry, Lieutenant. Is that your former colleague's police report?
Yes.
All right. Having looked at it, has it refreshed your recollection as to when the log was started?
He advised on his report it was started at 2:38 p.m.
All right, that was maybe about a half hour after you arrived?
Yes, approximately, yes.
Okay. Should that log have been started earlier?
It should have, but the scene being so active and 3 deputies on scene, it was difficult to start that log.
Just want to play this for you again.
I'm going to keep everything else the same. I'm going to keep these here. Those are done. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure somebody will.
Should Deputy Puentes have said something to this guy about
Yes.
reaching over the tape?
Yes, as well as I.
And he didn't do that, right?
Correct.
All right. We saw later in your video this gentleman also standing next to Deputy Puentes, and he was actually within the tape. Do you remember that?
I believe I do, yes.
Okay. Why was he allowed inside the crime scene tape?
That'd probably be a question for Deputy Quintus. Should I have asked? Yes, I should have asked him why he was within the yellow tape.
You were in charge of this scene until investigations took it over, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So this guy was here for some time, monitored by this deputy. As the scene supervisor, are you concerned that if this gentleman reached over once over the tape and interacted with the cart, maybe he did it again?
In front of Deputy Puentes, I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about the gun. You said when you got the gun, you made it safe. What does that mean?
I looked in the cylinders to make sure there was no ammunition inside the cylinder.
All right. And the shooting had just occurred, right?
Yes.
So the ammunition that was within the gun would be?
It should have been still in there because it's a revolver.
Yes. And it would be highly relevant evidence in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, on the video we listened to, you can hear my client Hannah talking to Mr. Dave Halls, first assistant director, and talking about where that ammo is, right?
I don't know what ammo they're talking about.
What's your understanding as to where the ammunition inside of the 45 caliber gun you collected went?
I never asked that question. I do not know.
You have no idea where that ammunition is?
The one that was in the cylinder, no.
What about the other 5?
I do not know.
And what I know you said initially only had three deputies, but I've seen a lot of that would look like vehicles on your lapel video. Why couldn't you have sent these witnesses to go just wait in their cars and told them not to talk to anyone?
Well, the scene being so big, we tried to keep everybody corralled in one place where we could keep an eye on everybody. To send people back to their vehicles, I don't know where their vehicles were. Because on a movie set, there's staging areas. And I don't know if that staging area was somewhere else. I do not know.
Judge. Just a minute. I've got just a couple more questions and I'll be wrapped up. All right, Lieutenant, I want to show you just a couple specific timestamps from your video. What are those over there? Can you see on the screen the two vehicles behind your vehicle?
Yes, I see two vehicles there.
All right, could witnesses have been placed there?
One, I don't know.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Is there some reason you do not have witnesses staying in those cars?
Like I said, the fluid was big. I mean, the scene was big. We were trying to corral everybody into one place where we could watch them and tell them not to talk.
I mean, are you telling me you couldn't watch those people if they're in those vehicles?
I had hand in the back of my unit.
Okay.
We were,
All right. Are there several vehicles looking straight ahead here?
Yes, there is.
Is there a reason you didn't ask to house the witnesses in those vehicles?
That's farther away from what we wanted, and we won't be able to control the scene.
Judge, if I could just have a moment before passing the witness.
Sure.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Using the back, I can go through a video. Is that going to That's way too much. Is there any way to make it less? Just one moment. No, I mean, if you think that one. Okay.
So what's going on?
All right, let me see what I can do here. Okay. You try it. Okay, thank you. just try to cue this video up real quick. Can you have a look at your monitor there, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just be clear. Do you have any reason to believe that that gentleman in the hat tampered with any kind of evidence?
No, I do not.
Any reason to believe that he planted any evidence?
No, I do not.
When he reached over the crime scene tape and touched that dummy round on the cart, were you there?
I was looking straight at him. Yes.
Did he plant any evidence?
No. He picked it up, shook it, and he put it back down.
Would you have noticed?
Yes.
If he planted evidence, you would have noticed?
Yes, I would have noticed. Yes.
I'm going to go through this slowly with you. Can you see, even on your video, what he is reaching into?
Yes. It's a little cubby hole, and there's quite a few rounds in there.
When he shook it, did it rattle?
I do not remember.
Now, these cars that Mr. Bullion asked you about, why you don't have witnesses in these cars, do you own those cars?
I do not own those cars, no.
Do you know who owns those cars?
I do not.
As a police officer, are you allowed just to take a witness and put them in some vehicle that you don't know who owns the car?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever done that in your entire career?
No.
Sir, just to be clear, you indicated to Mr. Bullion that your video is facing one way, but that doesn't necessarily show us what you're looking at. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you have a full range of motion in your neck?
Yes, I do.
You don't have any injuries that would prevent you from doing that?
No one.
Can you think of a reason that it took a while to get the crime log started?
Just how active the scene was, and it was. I was trying to get deputies assigned. Checking on everybody, checking on the victim. I do not know.
For the first half hour that you were on scene, did you have enough personnel so that someone could start doing paperwork?
No.
Is a crime scene log paperwork?
Yes, it is.
The gun that you put in your unit, who handed it to you?
Hannah.
How many rounds of ammunition were in the cylinder when she handed it to you?
None.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel approach.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Your Honor, just to be safe, I want to reserve Mr. Benavides, so let's give him an instruction if he needs one.
Please don't talk among the other witnesses about the case. Okay, thank you. And anyone to be called as a witness in this case may not be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV.
The state will call Marissa Popple.
All right. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat. Talk to the microphone, please.
No. Ma'am, would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Marissa Popple, Poppell.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a crime scene technician with the Sheriff's Office?
With them for almost 3 years now.
And were you a crime scene investigator anywhere else prior to coming to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was with Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida for 4 years.
So total time as a crime scene investigator, what do you got?
Almost 7 years now.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was notified by my lieutenant in the Criminal Investigations Division that a shooting had occurred and we would be responding as the CID unit.
CID means?
Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And so if you recall, approximately what time would you have arrived on scene?
I believe it was later in the afternoon that day, probably around 2 or 3 p.m.
And what's your job as a crime scene investigator or a crime scene technician? What do you do?
So I'm responsible for documenting any crime scenes, and this can be a variety of scenes, whether they be burglaries, homicides, shootings. I'm responsible for photographing any evidence, collecting that evidence, and packaging it as well.
And after you collect it and photograph it and package it, what do you do with it?
Depending on the circumstances of the evidence, I often am responsible for it getting sent off to the lab for further analysis if that's needed.
Did you send any of the evidence in this case off to a lab for further analysis?
Yes, several items were sent to the FBI to their crime scene lab.
Do you recall what items were sent?
If I can refer to my report, I can tell you what item numbers I have that were sent.
I think it's fine for you to refer to your report.
According to my report, items 1, 2, 3, 25, 26, 27, 140.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you. Because we don't speak crime scene technician, can you give us an idea of what those items were?
So these items were suspected live ammunition, DNA swabs that were collected from individuals, fingerprints that were collected from individuals, and additional ammunition that needed analyzed at that time.
Did you consider having fingerprints or DNA analysis done on the live rounds?
So I believe that fingerprint analysis was complete on the live rounds. However, the lab does not do DNA on any kind of ammunition, and that's a standard across most forensics labs.
Do you know why DNA isn't collected from basically what I'm going to describe as casings, brass casings?
It's just a very small likelihood of getting enough cells to have enough for a profile to be developed, which is why they won't do it.
Okay, thank you. So you couldn't actually have them take DNA off those live rounds?
Correct.
They wouldn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. They told you no?
Yes.
Did you collect all of the evidence from the scene at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, I did.
And did you get to collect evidence from other items or other locations on different dates?
Yes.
What other areas or places did you collect evidence?
I also assisted with the search warrant that was done on the prop truck at Bonanza Creek and a search warrant that was conducted at a PDQ warehouse in Albuquerque.
And do you recall when you conducted a search on the prop truck?
I believe that was the week after the incident, if I can refer to my report. The 27th of October.
And do you recall the date that you participated in the execution of the search warrant at PDQ Props?
November 30th.
And do you know who owns PDQ Props?
Seth Kinney.
All right. So let's start with some of the evidence that you gathered from the scene at Bonanza Creek. And I see that you brought a box with you. Can you go ahead and pull that box out and let's see what you've got? And yeah. Oh, okay.
Do you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. If you can just start, I'm going to ask you, well, Mr. Bowles, do you have any objection to entering any of those items into evidence?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm publishing them. Okay, great. So let's start with the first one, and I will go ahead and mark it as State's Exhibit 74. Does it? That's my computer. All right. I have on the Elmo State's Exhibit 74. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at?
So this is an ammunition box with a label that states 35 long Colt dummies.
35?
I'm sorry, 45, my apologies.
And did you collect this?
Yes, I did.
Where did you collect this item from?
This box was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And was it in this condition when you collected it?
It was not.
Tell us what condition it was in when you collected it.
It was fully intact with a foam insert and rounds inside of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go ahead and have a look at State's Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
This is the
Go ahead.
This is the foam insert that was inside of that ammunition box.
And when it was inside the box, when you collected it, what did it have in it?
It had multiple ammunition rounds in it.
Okay. Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 76. Tell us what State's Exhibit 76 is.
This is a 4440 dummy round.
Do you know where it came from?
This was inside the foam insert in the ammunition box.
How do you know it's a dummy round?
When you shake it, you hear ball bearings inside of the round.
Can everybody hear that? Let's have a look at State's Exhibit 77. What are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And what's in the little plastic container?
So that is the ball bearing that was inside of this round.
Okay, so this is just an example of what that looks like when you take it apart.
Yes.
Tell us here. Let me get State's Exhibit 78. What do we have here?
This is a 45 dummy round, but instead of having a ball bearing inside of it, has a hole drilled through the side of it to distinguish it as a dummy round.
So when you shake this dummy round, does it rattle?
No.
And the dummy rounds that rattle, do they have holes in the side?
No.
So it either has a hole in the side or it rattles?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 79. Tell us what we're looking at.
This is a 45 live round that was located inside of that same ammo box.
How do you know it's a live round?
Inside the plastic cylinder is all of the gunpowder that the FBI forensics lab took out when they deconstructed the round.
Can you see that?
Yes.
I know it's hard because of the glare. There, that's a little bit better. What is that silver thing on the top? Do you know what that's called?
That would be the primer.
And is it silver or nickel?
Yes, it's silver.
State's Exhibit 80. What is State's Exhibit 80?
This was the other box of ammunition that was located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Did you personally inspect what was in that box?
Yes.
And what is that box full of?
Each of these rounds is a blank round, meaning instead of a projectile on the head, they have kind of a crimped end to them.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 81. Oops. State's Exhibit 81. What are we looking at?
This is a 4440 dummy round that was taken out of a box marked 3840.
And what does 4440 mean if you know?
That would be the caliber of the round.
So is a 4440 different than a 45?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we marked as State's Exhibit 82. What's that?
This is a 3840 taken out of that same box marked 3840.
This is a 3840.
Yes.
That was in the box marked 3840.
Yes.
And what else was in the box?
4440s.
And where were the 3840 dummy rounds found?
I believe they were in a bag in the prop truck.
Okay. And inside the bag, were they just loose?
They were in an ammo box in the bag.
Did you find 3840 dummy rounds in any other location?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does it rattle?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 83. State's Exhibit 83. What are we looking at here?
This is a 45 dummy round taken from a box of ammunition located in the prop truck.
I'm going to show you what we've previously looked at, that is State's Exhibit 78. And I don't know how well you can see because of the glare, but folks will be able to actually look at them. Is there a difference between 78 and 83 visibly? Can you tell them apart?
There is, can I see the bottoms of them as well?
Yeah, and let me ask you, let me back up for a moment. The box that 83 came out of, how many other rounds were in that box, if you recall?
There were 17 rounds in total in that box.
And what color primers did all of those have?
Silver.
And was there any other distinguishing characteristics about those dummy rounds compared to the other ones? And I'm not talking about projectile.
They all had a patine to them, so almost a discoloration, so they were made to look old.
And when you say that, are you talking about the brass was actually a different color?
Yes.
Okay. And the dummy rounds that you found, that you collected, that had that patine to them, did they all have silver primers?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Did you find any other dummy rounds on set other than the ones that had the patine to them that had silver primers, dummy rounds?
I'm sorry, you're asking if there were any other dummy rounds that had a silver primer to them?
Other than the ones that had the patine?
No.
So only the patine colored dummies had silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 84? All right, State's Exhibit 84. What is that?
So this is another 45, a dummy round with a silver primer.
And is it patine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 83. It's a little hard to see through the plastic, but is there a difference between 83 and 84?
No, they are both patined.
Is there a difference in the projectile?
One projectile is slightly larger than the other, right on the nose area.
And when you're looking at those, when they're not in the plastic, can you tell that pretty easily?
Yes.
And just for completeness, State's Exhibit 85, what are we looking at there?
This is another 45 dummy round taken from that same box that has been deconstructed by the FBI.
And we can see that there were BBs inside of it?
Yes.
All right, so prior to it being deconstructed?
It would rattle.
It would rattle. Okay, thanks. Do you have State's Exhibit 86? I'm showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a 45 dummy round. On the side of it, it has a hole drilled into it, and there is no primer on it.
Let me see if I can manipulate this so we can see what we're looking at. Is that the hole you're referring to?
Yes.
And you indicated that it does not have a primer?
Correct.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, where we would normally see a primer, instead it has a hole.
So how many different kinds of dummy rounds in terms of characteristics that would enable someone to distinguish them from a live round, how many different kinds did you find on set?
There were a few on set, and there's the ones that rattle. There are ones with holes drilled into the side, and there are ones with holes drilled into the side that do not have a primer.
Now, are you familiar with revolvers and the way that revolvers work?
Yes.
If a revolver is loaded with rounds, can you see the hole in the side?
No.
When you look at the revolver?
If you're looking at it from the angle of you've loaded the cylinder, no, you won't be able to see the side of the rounds.
What can you see?
You can see the primer area.
So if a gun was loaded with number 86, would you be able to tell that it had dummy rounds in it without taking them out of the cylinder?
Yes.
What would a bullet do if it didn't have a primer, even if it had gunpowder inside?
There would be no reaction because there'd be nothing for it, the hammer to hit, the fire head to hit.
It wouldn't fire, right?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 87. What's that?
So this is a different type of dummy round that was located. It's a 45, but it's actually made as a replica round. You can see where there was a hole drilled in the side and then it was filled in.
And can you see the hole that was filled in right there?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Does it rattle?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have a hole in the side because it's been filled in, right?
Correct.
What does the primer look like?
The primer is intact and is brass, but it does have a shine to it, almost like there was a resin polish put over it.
Is that the primer right there?
Yes, it is.
So if it doesn't rattle and it doesn't have a hole in the side and it isn't missing a primer, how do you know it's a dummy round?
So even when a live round is shaken, you can hear the powder inside of it move. So this round in particular makes absolutely no sound when you shake it.
Okay. What else do you have there? Let's look at 88, State's Exhibit 88. Ma'am, when you were participating in the execution of the search warrant on the prop truck, did you locate a lever action rifle?
Yes, I did.
Was law enforcement able to easily clear it, meaning make it safe?
No.
Why not?
We were not able to unload it on scene because the firearm appeared to be jammed somehow. So it was taken back to our office for our firearms certified individuals to handle.
And do you know what kind of ammunition that lever action rifle is supposed to take?
Yes, it's supposed to take 44 40s.
And the ammunition that was taken out of that lever action rifle, did you collect it?
Yes.
And do we have it here as 88 and 89?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 89. What are those?
So these are the 3 44-40 rounds that were inside of the rifle.
And are they dummy rounds?
Yes.
And do you see any distinguishing characteristics that you can see from the outside to let you know that it's a 44-40 and not 45?
So the 44-40s have almost an elongation to their casing area. So you can see where they slightly tighten up in one area and then continue upwards. So yes, right where you're pointing.
And did you say that you found a 45 in there or not yet?
I don't remember.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 88?
It is a 45 dummy round that was located inside that same rifle.
Do you notice anything different about this dummy round than the other ones?
There is some damage done to the projectile head of this round where it was forcefully removed from the rifle.
Does a 45 caliber dummy, does it fit in that lever action rifle?
It does not fit in a 44-40 rifle.
All right. What else do we have? Is that the last item?
Yes, it is.
I'm not going to take it out of the bag, but for right now, what is State's Exhibit 90?
So this is a shoulder holster that was located inside of the building.
Do you know which actor used this prop?
Yes, this belonged to Alec Baldwin.
You collected this from the scene?
Yes.
You took a whole lot of photos, right?
Yes.
We're going to switch over to pictures from Elmo. Oh, I'm sorry. Without objection, I would ask the court to admit States Exhibits 3 through 73.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 3 through 73 are admitted.
Thank you, sir.
When published, because
we're going to just
allow publication.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been admitted as States Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the prop truck that was located outside of the main building of the scene.
You said prop truck.
Oh, I apologize. Prop cart.
Okay. And is this the condition it was in when you took your photo?
Yes.
Did you inspect this cart and remove items from it?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe the level of organization associated with this cart?
There were multiple rounds of multiple caliber all over the top portion of this cart and additional boxes of rounds on the bottom part of this cart.
And were there also just other items?
Yes, there were plastic guns, gun belts, earplugs, miscellaneous paperwork.
Oops. Let's do it this way, it'll be easier. Is that just another photograph of that same prop cart?
Yes, just at a different angle.
And what are we looking at there?
Here we can see the spent cartridge casing that was located on top of the cart, as well as additional ammunition that was located there.
Okay, and that spent casing that we're looking at, you collected it from the cart?
Yes.
And did you send it to the FBI?
Yes.
Thank you. States Exhibit 5. What is this?
This is a close-up of the bottom portion of the cart.
States Exhibit 6.
A different angle of the top of the cart.
I'm going to zoom in. Can you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that on the lower right-hand corner?
It is an ammunition round.
Not in any particular box?
Not in any box, no.
States Exhibit 7. What's that?
This is, again, the top of the cart and one of the firearms that was located on top of the cart. I believe this was the one with a blocked cylinder, so it was not a functional firearm.
So this was not the gun that was used in this incident?
No.
And States Exhibit 8, is that just a close-up?
Yes.
And what is this? This is States Exhibit 9. What are we looking at?
This is the firearm that was used in this incident after it had been collected and put into an evidence box.
And this is the firearm that was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
States Exhibit 10, what's this?
This was the rifle that we were required to bring back to the office to safely unload.
This is the one that was jammed?
Yes.
States Exhibit 11.
These were the rounds that were removed from the rifle. Again, there are 3 44-40s and 1 45.
Do you know why this round here seems to have a shorter projectile than the others?
The 44-40s all had more square tops, and I would assume.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
Sure.
to the speculation.
Yeah, no worries. I'll withdraw that. Let's go to States Exhibit 12.
This is a close-up of the 45 round that was removed from the rifle.
Is that the damage that you were talking about?
Yes.
States Exhibit 13, what's this?
This is a close-up of the bottom of that same round.
Thank you. And States Exhibit 14.
This is a close-up of the bottom of the 44-40 rounds.
And can you see here on the head stamp, does it say?
It says 44-40.
Thank you. States Exhibit 15, what's this?
This was all of the ammunition that was loose and not in boxes that was located on top of the cart.
And the rounds on top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds, and they can be distinguished by that crimped end instead of having a projectile.
And these rounds over here on the left, if you recall, Were those dummies or not?
If I can refer to my report.
Sure.
So I believe these 2 rounds were dummy 45 rounds that rattled when shaken.
And what about these 2 rounds over here on the right-hand side?
These 2 rounds were later, I apologize. These 2 rounds were sent to the FBI because they were suspected live rounds, which the FBI confirmed.
So these 2 rounds here, this picture was taken before they were sent to the FBI.
Correct.
And these turned out to be live rounds.
Yes.
Meaning real bullets.
Yes.
And what's this one down here?
This is a dummy 45 round with a hole drilled in the side.
And these were just loose on the prop cart?
Yes.
And I'm going to skip through some of the close-ups. That was State's Exhibit 16, 17, State's Exhibit 18. Is this a close-up of something?
This is a close-up of the 2 live rounds.
And what is this a picture of?
The bottoms of those same rounds with silver primer.
State's Exhibit 20.
These are the other 2 dummy rounds that were located on the truck, on the cart.
Do you see a difference? Well, have a look at the projectile of these rounds. And then this is 20. I'm gonna go back to 18. Do you see a difference?
On the live rounds, they appear to have a larger nose, so a wider nose area.
Did you measure those?
Yes.
And what's the diameter of that nose, that flat surface?
6 millimeters.
What's the diameter of the projectile, the tip of the projectile on State's Exhibit 20?
4 millimeters.
Just more close-ups. I'm just going through here. State's Exhibit 23. Do you recall what that was?
I do not.
It was 24. That's okay. And State's Exhibit 25. What's this?
This was the spent round located on top of the cart.
And what is State's Exhibit 26?
The bottom of that round, where you can see the silver primer.
Why was this empty casing sent to the FBI?
To determine if it had been fired from the firearm that we had in custody.
Okay. And we'll have other folks speak to that. State's Exhibit 27. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a close-up of one of the gun belts.
Where was this gun belt collected from?
I believe this gun belt was on top of the cart.
The prop cart?
Yes.
Were any of these rounds sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Which one?
The one with the silver primer.
Did that turn out to be a live round?
Yes.
Do you recall what actor used that gun belt?
I believe this belt was assigned to Jensen Ackles.
And let's look at State's Exhibit 27A. What is this a photo of?
This was ammunition that was located from the top of the cart.
Is it the same ammunition that came from that belt?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you have it separated out like this?
So this ammunition was separated out based on its physical description. So we have ammunition at the top, that's 45s with brass primers. We have 1 round by itself, which was 45 with a silver primer, and 1 round by itself, which was 45 with a hole drilled through the side.
So all of these turned out to be dummies except this one here on the left.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 28, what's this?
This was a fanny pack that was located on top of that same cart.
State's Exhibit 29, what is this a picture of?
This is a close-up of the inside of that bag.
And what are those things we're looking at?
I believe all of these rounds that we're looking at now were blank rounds that were found in the bag.
Okay. And did this bag have more than 1 pocket?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 30, what are we looking at here?
This is another pocket in this pack containing blank rounds.
And State's Exhibit 31.
Another pocket in this same bag with blank rounds inside.
And State's Exhibit 32.
This is inside that bag with a dummy round 45 with a hole drilled through the side of it.
Let me ask you, how many dummy rounds altogether did you collect from that crime scene?
I believe, as far as dummy rounds go, I believe I have 255.
And does that include the prop cart?
Yes.
Of those 255, approximately how many were not located in a box and not located on a gun belt?
I would say probably around 50.
So those 50 rounds, were they just loose in different places?
Yes.
Where were some of the places that you found loose rounds?
They were found loose in the bottom of boxes, loose inside of the prop truck, just on the floor. Pretty much any boxes that were located. If there were ammo boxes inside of it, there were loose rounds also underneath the ammo boxes.
All right. State's Exhibit 33. I think these are close-ups. We can go through them quickly. 33 and 34, can you see what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of that dummy round that has a hole drilled through the side.
Okay. State's Exhibit 35.
This is the bottom of that dummy round where the primer has been removed.
So this is a dummy round that was taken out of that fanny pack.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 36. What is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of one of the gun belts.
Let's talk about this one for a moment. What actor was using this holster as a prop?
This holster was assigned to Alec Baldwin.
And are we looking in this picture at all of the rounds that were located in that gun belt?
Yes.
I see that on the left, we have 2 rounds with silver primers. I'm going to ask you about the first one. This first round that my pointer is on, was that a dummy round?
Yes.
Why is this a different color than the other rounds?
This round had that patine wear look to it that we had previously seen.
So the dummy rounds with the patine looked like this from the top.
Yes.
This round right here, next to it, was that a dummy round?
No.
What did that turn out to be?
That turned out to be a live round.
And these 3 here, these 3 rounds to the right, what did those turn out to be?
2 of those were 44-40 rounds, and one of them was a 45 dummy round with ball bearings inside.
Were they all dummy rounds?
All 3 of these, yes.
Okay. The only live round that was found in Mr. Baldwin's holster is this one right here?
Yes.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 37, what is this?
This is a different view of that same holster.
Is this the live round right here?
Yes.
I want you to look at this projectile. Is this projectile different than this one to the right?
Yes.
And is it different than the one next to that one?
Yes.
And is it different than this one?
Yes.
How is it different than this one?
The one that your pointer is on right now has a more elongated nose to it, which makes it a smaller nose width.
And what's the measurement of that nose width?
4 millimeters.
And this round over here on the far left, can you see a difference between this projectile and this projectile?
Yes.
What's that?
The projectile on the far left has almost a crimping around the base of it.
I want to ask you about all of the suspected live rounds that you found on set and sent to the FBI. Did they all look like this one?
Yes.
Did they all have silver primers?
Yes.
Did they all have the same head stamp?
Yes.
What is that head stamp?
It states 45 Colt and has a Starline Brass logo.
And did they all have the same shape projectile?
Yes.
Did they all have the same color brass?
Yes.
Meaning they were not patine?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 38. What are we looking at here?
These are those same rounds from the holster, removed from the holster.
So we just get a better view of the casing.
Correct.
All right. State's Exhibit 39.
This was a gun belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
And what kind of rounds were in this belt?
If I can refer to my report.
Sure.
In this belt were 22 45 Colt rounds with ball bearings inside and 1 Spain Denix replica round.
And do we have the Spain Denix replica round here in evidence?
Yes.
And all of the rounds in this gun belt, did they all have the patine color?
Yes.
And were any of them found to be live?
No.
State's Exhibit 40.
These are those same rounds removed from the gun belt.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 41.
This is a close-up of the silver primer on the rounds.
What's State's Exhibit 42?
This was a box of ammunition collected from the prop truck.
Is this the condition it was in when you collected it?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 43. What's this?
This is a close-up of a different box located in the prop truck.
And what's in all those white boxes?
Different types of ammunition.
And what's this here?
I believe it was a Red Bull.
All right. What's State's Exhibit 44?
This was a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck.
And what's in these white boxes?
Various types of ammunition.
And we can see some brass things down here in this little pocket. Do you know what those were?
I believe those were spent blanks.
And we'll go through these quickly. State's Exhibit 44A.
This was a close-up of the ammunition in that bag.
What do we see over here?
Where your arrow cursor is.
Yeah.
I believe this is spent blank, or I'm sorry, spent blank rounds.
And were they just loose in the bag?
Yes.
We're going to break for the day, okay? So follow George, take your tablets. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Do not read any stories about the trial or any subject matter related to this case. And do any research. Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now I'm hoping that it's just gonna like pop over into day 2. So I'm just gonna let it play, but if it doesn't, then I'll go find it and we'll pop into day 2. Her look in court, yeah, absolutely, Kibby, because she looks totally different than what she used to look like. If anybody didn't see that.
You may be seated.
Right.
We'll take those.
This is the picture that you see right now is the day that this all happened. She's sitting in the back of the cruiser.
8:30. And we're going to walk up to the exhibits that have been entered into evidence. Right. Is her that box empty? Can we use that box?
She looks completely different. So, I don't know.
Counsel, can you think of anything that you need to bring to the court's attention?
I'll just mute that for a second because wonder if anyone else that had a registered 40 had a 44 registered to them. Oh, that's interesting too. That would be interesting. There's another picture of her. She's holding, obviously she is holding the shotgun. There's another with the blonde hair. So yeah, it's pretty sad, pretty sad. But we'll see, hopefully. Yeah, so different, but that's always the strategy. Absolutely, right? They want you to look the best in court. So, you know, they make you look presentable, sophisticated, you know, that kind of thing, right? They probably wouldn't bring her into court, you know, with her hair colored and her, you know, she's not even wearing glasses right now. So, and you'll see all these pictures almost. You see her wearing glasses. Those are sunglasses, but yeah, kind of crazy, kind of crazy. So, anyways, let's go forward. Try to get out of here. Is this okay? We are on day 2. Good, it did just pop over to day 2. Okay, I'll fast forward through this and like get to where we're gonna start. Maybe there. And then they have sidebar.
Good morning. All right, you're still under oath.
Okay, here we go. There's day 2.
Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was.
We'll make it through it all.
Did you remember that? Yes. Okay, so. Oh, sorry. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and continue there. I am showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 44A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What are these over here on the right?
Those are spent blank rounds.
Okay. And what are we looking at here? Oh, I'm sorry. This one is 44B. I apologize. Yeah.
Stored in a Mary Kay bag.
This is an overall view of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
Okay. And so were there things underneath these boxes?
Yes.
And what was underneath the boxes?
I believe there were additional rounds underneath those boxes.
Okay. And do you know what we're looking at here on the side?
This is the outside pocket of that Mary Kay bag.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 45. Maybe I need another cup of coffee. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what's that?
This is the inside of that bag once those ammunition boxes were removed, where you can see loose rounds.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit, excuse me, 47. What are we looking at here?
This is the middle portion of that bag.
Okay. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 48?
And yeah, the girl that you keep seeing, she has like a gray, well, I don't know what color it is today, but a suit jacket on and a t-shirt, the brown hair. That's her. Yeah, she's on. That's the one that's on trial. So
48.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a box of ammunition marked as dummy rounds 45 LC that was removed from that Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are these?
Past midnight where you are. Wow, Scotstoun, over in Scotland. This is a whole day. So this is actually, it's a 6-hour video, but they'll have like breaks and lunch and all that kind of stuff. So, but this is day 2, the whole day. So I don't know if you'll make it. Hang in there, hang in there. But if you fall asleep, then have a good sleep too. So.
This is the foam insert containing dummy rounds that was removed from that box.
And how many rounds altogether, if you recall, were in there?
17.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 49. Do you recognize that?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And what's the round that you have there by itself up at the top?
That round that's moved sideways posted a concern at first because it was not making any noise with ball bearings inside like the rest of the rounds were.
Is this the same Dentix round that we admitted into evidence yesterday?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. This is just a round that was in that box that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything with that round?
We sent that round to the FBI because it was of concern and their determination was that the ball bearings were stuck inside of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was the reason it wouldn't rattle?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
This is an ammunition box of marked as 3840 dummies that was removed from the prop truck.
And are all of the rounds in that styrofoam insert 3840 dummies?
No.
What other calibers in there?
Some of them are 4440s.
All right. Any 45 Colt rounds in there?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
Okay. And we can kind of see the head stamp there. Can you see that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 52. What's this?
These are those same rounds laid out.
And the rounds over on the right-hand side, what are those?
The rounds that are over on that side that are laid sideways, those are the 3840 rounds.
These are the 3840s?
I apologize. Let me refer to my report.
Sure.
No, I'm sorry. Those are the 4440s.
And the chrome and shiny brass that we're looking at here on the left, what caliber are those?
Those are the 3840s.
Okay, great. In terms of the 4440s here on the right, do all of the 4440s that you have, dummy rounds that you have in evidence, do they all have that same projectile that we can see here?
Yes.
And is that projectile dissimilar than the projectile of the live rounds?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 53. What's this?
These are the rounds that were provided to Detective Hancock from Hannah Gutierrez during her interview.
Okay. And were they all dummy rounds?
Yes.
And the 5 on the left, do they shake?
No.
The one on the right, does it rattle?
Yes.
Rattle rather than shake, I apologize. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at here?
This is the close-up of the projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is the only projectile that was that was taken into evidence presumably from the injuries of the victims.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 55. What's this?
This was a bag of spent casings that was located inside the Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 56.
These are those same casings laid out.
And I see that you have some separated up here on the top left. Do you see those?
Yes.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 57. What's this?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
The casings?
Casings, yes.
all 4 of these spent casings, are they all 45 long Colt or
Yeah.
45 Colt?
Yes.
And are they all Starline brass casings?
Yes.
It would appear that they all have silver primers.
Yes.
Are these casings basically identical to the casing that was taken from the scene and sent to the FBI?
Yeah, right now I'm object on the leading, and it can be rephrased so it's not leading.
Sure. Did you find any spent casings on the prop cart?
Yes.
How many?
1.
And can you tell us what that one looks like as compared to what we're looking at here in States 57?
Yes. The casing that was located on the cart is a silver primer and states 45 Colt with the Starline brass logo.
All right, thank you. States Exhibit 58. Do you know what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a shirt collected from the scene that was marked as item 18.
Do you know which of the victims this belonged to?
I believe this was Joel Sousa's shirt.
Okay. States Exhibit 59. Do you recognize that?
This was that same shirt, just from the opposite of you.
And let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 58, and I'm going to blow it up here. Do you see here where it says marker 18?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What that correlates with is what I marked it with our crime scene evidence markers on scene. So it was marked on scene with a yellow marker that stated as 18.
Okay. States Exhibit 59. What writing do you have here?
I have it as from Med 60.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. I think you indicated that this was the same shirt that was in 59. Is it? Or I'm sorry, 58.
It is not. I apologize.
Okay. So let's move to States Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the shirt collected from Med 60, which was the ambulance, from a viewpoint of it laid completely out.
And who was wearing this shirt on the day of the incident?
I believe this shirt belonged to Helena Hutchins.
All right, thank you. And these have already been admitted into evidence, but States Exhibit 61, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell us where you took the photo and why?
This is the inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, where the 2 boxes of ammunition that were handed to him were secured.
States Exhibit 62, what's that?
This is a close-up on those ammunition boxes.
And in States Exhibit 62, can you clearly see that label?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the label says?
45 Long Colt Dummies, JS.
And when you say JS, you're referring to those small letters in the center?
Yes.
All right. And States Exhibit 63, what's this?
This is that same box.
Only, where was this photo taken?
This was in my office, in my processing room.
Okay. States Exhibit 64.
This is the inside of that box.
And this round here, we may have already discussed it. Was this round sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Was it determined to be a live round?
Yes.
States Exhibit 65, what's this?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And if you know, and if you need me to bounce back to the previous photo, I'm happy to. From looking at this, do you know which of these is that live round?
The live round in this case would be next to all of the rounds that have the hole drilled through the side.
Here?
Yes.
Well, let's talk about that. I want to make sure. Let me ask you this. When you took the rounds out of the styrofoam insert and you lined them up, did you line them up in the same order that they were in the styrofoam insert?
No.
Okay. Why did you put these 5 at the bottom by themselves?
Because they were a different type of round.
Okay. And so how are these 5 over here on the left different than the rest of the rounds from the box?
So they have the hole drilled through the side.
All 5 of them?
Those 4, and then the one on the end would be the live round.
Okay. This one right here.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. States Exhibit 70. Well, let me stop for a second. I think you testified yesterday that you participated in a search warrant at PDQ Props. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you collect any live ammunition from PDQ Props?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to States Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a box of ammunition that was recovered from PDQ Props.
A box of ammunition?
Yes.
Was it live or dummy or blank?
Only live ammunition was collected from PDQ Props.
Okay. When you were there, were there other types of ammunition there also?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 71, what are we looking at here?
This is the live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props.
And this live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props, is it visibly different than the live rounds that were found on the movie set?
Yes.
And how is it visibly different?
So there were different types of live ammunition collected from PDQ, including different stamps on that ammunition.
And let me ask you this, the projectile shape, is the projectile shape different in these than in the rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 72, what are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up of some of that live ammunition.
And can you tell us what color primers the live ammunition from PDQ props has?
This ammunition that we're looking at now had brass.
Okay. And that's, is that different than the live rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
Did you bring another piece of physical evidence with you at my request?
Yes, I did.
If you can help me. I'm going to mark this item as State's Exhibit 91. Ms. Popple, do you recall yesterday when we discussed State's Exhibit 79?
Yes.
And remind us what State's Exhibit 79 is.
This was a live round that was deconstructed by the FBI.
And where did this live round come from?
If I can see the label on it, I apologize. So this live round originated from the box that was handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and that's the box that just has the one live round in it that we looked at the photo of?
Yes, with the silver primer.
Oh, I'm not connected anymore. Okay, and that would have been State's Exhibit 64 for the record is what we're referring to.
Yes.
And what you brought me today, State's Exhibit 91. Let me try to get it out of it. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This was...
Let me back it up for just a second so we can see more. Okay.
This was a round collected from PDQ that was then sent to the FBI, and the FBI deconstructed it.
Okay. What was the purpose behind sending the live rounds from a set and the live rounds from PDQ to the FBI?
They did an analysis of the gunpowder components in both rounds.
Okay, great. So what we just saw in State's Exhibit 79, this is similar. Do you agree? It has a casing and a projectile and a container of gunpowder.
Yes.
Can you see the gunpowder that I've zoomed in on there?
Yes.
And does that look to be the same just visibly from just looking at it? Does that?
I'm not checking that.
I'm not quite sure what the way you're she's phrasing it.
Yes, it just, I guess, it's okay. Sometimes it sounds leading to me, but it's okay. We just go for it.
All right, thank you.
Is this different than the other exhibit, the gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay, it looks different, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Give me just one moment to review my notes. And just for completeness, you also have a large amount of blank rounds in evidence?
Yes.
How many blank rounds do you think you have in evidence?
I would say probably close to 1,000.
And approximately how many gun belts do you have in evidence?
I believe 3.
And approximately how many guns do you have in evidence?
Around 15 or 16.
And those are real functioning firearms?
Yes.
Bear with me. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Cross your hand.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk to you first about your training and your job and what you've been trained on as a crime scene technician. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your training?
Yes, I have my bachelor's degree in forensics. I've had over 1,000 additional hours of in-classroom training over various different forensic areas, such as blood pattern analysis, latent print analysis, crime scene reconstruction, those kinds of areas.
Okay, and has that included firearm and ammunition training and determining the difference between types of ammunition?
Not that specific, no.
Okay, so what is the scope of your training you've had on determining different types of ammunition?
I mean, are you specifically referring to?
Calibers, 4440, 38, 45, you've been trained on recognizing the differences?
That I have, yes.
Okay, and how about recognizing the differences between dummy rounds, blanks, and live rounds?
I have not been to that type of training, no.
Okay, so your testimony earlier when you were talking about the dummy rounds and the various measurements and that, you have not been trained in that area?
No.
Okay, now part of your training in terms of verifying that a round is either a dummy or a live round is you need to send that to the FBI lab for confirmation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because some of the dummy rounds appear like live rounds. They look like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the round that came out of the box we saw earlier that did not shake, you sent that off to the FBI lab because you wanted to confirm what that was, correct?
Yes.
And part of the thing the FBI does is they take apart the round and they determine if it has powder in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And when they do that, that tells them basically if it's a live round or a dummy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So would you also agree in your training that you've never been taught that you can eyeball a dummy and determine if it's a dummy or a live, or eyeball a round and determine if it's a dummy or live?
No, I've not been trained in that area.
Okay. And you would also agree with me that you can't look at a picture of a round and determine necessarily if it's a dummy or a live?
I would disagree with that.
And why would you disagree?
The rounds that have holes drilled into the side of them or the primers removed appear to visibly be dummy rounds.
And those do. Now, how about the rounds that don't shake, don't have a hole in them, and you're looking at that? You can't tell just by looking at it that's live or dummy, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you sent that one off to the lab again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as defense I. Now, show counsel. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Did you take this photo?
Okay, ma'am, I am gonna approach and see if you recognize this photo that we've just been talking about. I can introduce you to the master machine.
Sure.
And this is defense I. If you could take a look at that. Ma'am, do you recognize that photo?
I do not.
Okay, and so you didn't take that photo?
No.
Okay. What is in that? I know we're not gonna move to introduce it, but what is in this picture?
It appeared.
Hang on, I'm going to object. She's never seen the picture before. She didn't take the picture. I don't think she can answer that question without it being completely speculative.
And I'm just asking her to identify it. What is it? Not to go into detail, but what is it? Just for the record. It's a picture. I'm just asking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowles, since you're cross, can't you just lead her in that question? And
I
then
can,
we don't get
sure.
out in
I
the
just wanted
weeds?
her to say it. Yeah, that's fine. This is a picture with rounds in it in a box?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could have that back. Thank you. Okay, ma'am. So in terms of recognizing live versus dummy rounds, you would also agree with me that you have not been trained on the shininess of rounds and how that you can't tell a dummy or live from their shininess, right?
Correct.
Okay. And yesterday there was some talk about patine or patina on some of the rounds. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And actually what that is just oxidation on the round case, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, when a round sits around for long enough, oxygen interacts with the metal and it's just going to turn a little color, correct?
Yes.
And because oxygen does that to the outside of a round, you don't know whether that it doesn't matter whether there's a patina as to whether it's live or a dummy, correct?
Correct.
Because they have the same cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the FBI, there were several things that were sent to the FBI. You testified yesterday for testing, correct?
Yes.
And there was DNA testing requested on the revolver that was used by Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that that was submitted?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you talked about somebody told you at the FBI that the live rounds could not be tested for DNA. You remember that?
Yes.
Who did you talk to specifically?
I don't recall who I specifically spoke to at the lab.
Okay. Did you make that call?
To not send them?
No. Did you make the call to the FBI personally?
Yes, I did, along with their representative for our area, who was Agent Cortez.
Cortez. Okay. Now, were you aware that we had requested those rounds, fingerprints and DNA be taken from them?
That you requested it?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You were never told that?
No.
Okay. And you're also aware that those live rounds were never tested for their fingerprints?
I was not aware of that. It was my understanding that they were tested for fingerprints.
Well, then you're not aware that I asked Detective Hancock to do that and it wasn't done? You're not aware of that?
Objection to the former question. He's asking for speculation. How does she know what he says to Detective Hancock?
He's not asking her to speculate, but she's answering the question about whether you are aware. I don't know if this I think you can follow up about why, what's the purpose of asking this witness about those things?
Yes. And yesterday you testified that these live rounds have been sent for fingerprints.
That was my understanding.
But that you didn't talk to Detective Hancock to see that she didn't do that?
It's my understanding that it got done.
Where's the report on that?
The FBI report on that?
Yes.
I would assume that the FBI would have it.
Okay. And are you familiar with that report and Mr. Ziegler's report?
I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read that recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay. So you don't have firsthand knowledge that those live rounds were tested for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
So you're just going on an assumption. That's what you understood.
The information that I had from the lab.
All right, just wait. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I'm sorry to interrupt. He's
sorry,
sending things. Okay.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Sorry to
Oh,
interrupt you.
no, sorry. Your Honor. Okay. So again, that was just what you thought, but it wasn't. Anyway, we'll get into that with Detective Hancock. Okay. With regard to your role as a crime scene technician, you also took a series of photos of different scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that included the church?
Yes.
And that included the prop truck?
Yes.
And that included Seth Kinney's business PDQ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck, do you recall when that search warrant occurred?
For the prop truck
Yes.
took place on October 27th.
Okay. And when did the search of Seth Kinney's PDQ business take place?
November 30th.
And then the incident on set, the shooting on set, that occurred October 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So October 21st, the prop truck is searched 6 days later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Seth Kinney's place is not searched for over a month, correct?
Yes.
So during that month period, you have no idea whether Mr. Kinney disposed of rounds or got rid of rounds. You have no idea whether that happened.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Kinney had received rounds from the set of Yellowstone 1883?
Yes.
Because one of those bangs inside his shop said live 1883, correct?
Yes.
Now that, as I understand, that was empty at the time of the search warrant, correct?
No.
That canister was not empty?
The box marked live ammo 1883 is the only area we found live rounds.
Okay. Did he not have any other live rounds in that shop?
I don't believe so, no.
Because there were, and we'll show pictures in a little bit, but there were tons of ammunition boxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you search all of those boxes? Did you look into all those boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Every one of them?
I can't be certain.
Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You remember that? Yeah. Did you, in fact, just take Seth Kinney's word on what was live and what was not?
No, I know that boxes were dug through and it was a time-consuming process.
Okay. Now, you didn't seize all of the rounds from that 1883 can, did you?
I collected the live rounds that were in the box marked 1883 that were 45 Colt.
Did you get all the 45 rounds from that canister?
Yes, all of the 45 rounds.
And did you ask him whether he had gotten rid of some of the rounds or used some of the rounds prior to you all getting there for the search?
I did not interview Seth Kinney.
Okay. So you don't know the answer to that?
No.
Okay. Now, earlier, you showed a picture of the Mary Kay bag. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a box inside it with blue writing that we saw. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it said something like dummy rounds 45 LC?
Yes.
And you know that that's Seth Kinney's box, correct?
Yes, I know.
Okay, and that box was found in the prop truck?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you're not aware whether Sarah Zachary may have taken anything from the prop cart to the prop truck, or are you?
I do not know.
Okay. So if she had removed anything from the prop cart and taken it to the prop truck, you would not know that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
Correct.
So Seth Kinney's box, you have no idea whether that was on the prop cart, but it was moved to the prop truck, do you?
No.
Now, are you aware that you responded to the scene at the time of the shooting, right? Right after the shooting.
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there after?
It took me several minutes. We had a meeting in our criminal investigations division first before we all headed out to the scene.
How long did it take you after those several minutes to get to the scene?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour? How long was the drive?
Was, I would say, 30 minutes at most.
Okay. So when you got there, were you aware that other sheriffs had gotten there?
Yes.
At what time, how long after, if you know, did those sheriffs report after the shooting? How long did it take for them to get there?
I do not know.
Okay. At the time you got there, did you see whether Mr. Baldwin was segregated in a vehicle?
I don't recall.
Did you see that Miss Gutierrez was, though?
Yes, I recall her being in a vehicle.
Do you recall seeing Alec Baldwin talking on his cell phone and just walking around?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. You haven't seen any pictures like that or video or anything like that?
In the following days in media, yes, I've
Okay.
seen him on the phone in photos.
So you're aware now, you can tell the jury he was not segregated.
I do not know.
Okay. Now, with regard to your work on set that day, you took pictures when you responded to the shooting. Did you do any interviews, anything like that?
No, I do not interview.
Okay. And your job at that time as a crime scene technician is to secure the scene, secure the evidence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Part of your goal in securing the evidence is to make sure that you get it right, you get the chain of custody right, and you make sure that's logged. Is that right?
Yes.
Why is the chain of custody so important?
The chain of custody is essentially the tracking of where the item originated from to who has possession of it now and everything in between.
Okay. And if there is a break in the chain of custody, that's a problem for you in terms of verifying that evidence, correct?
Yes.
Now, if before you got there, Miss Zachary had thrown rounds away and she had taken items from the prop cart to the prop truck, that could cause problems with the chain of custody, correct?
Well, if someone were to remove evidence from a scene, it wouldn't just cause problems for chain of custody. It would cause problems because we no longer have that evidence.
Correct. In fact, if you don't have evidence, it's lost. That's a serious problem in a case like this, correct?
Yes.
And this is a death investigation. So you would ideally want all of the evidence that might be relevant for a jury to see later, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware here that Miss Zachary actually threw those rounds away?
That's beyond my scope of knowledge.
Okay. And again, we're talking about those getting thrown away. But now let's talk about if items were taken from that prop cart to the prop truck before you got there, would you agree that breaks the chain of custody? It disturbs the scene. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So in other words, when you get there and you take pictures of the prop cart, you wouldn't know if that's how it looked at the time of the shooting, would you?
No.
And we saw a picture of those boxes that went into Deputy Benavides' truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, later on, I know you put them back in the cart to take pictures, correct?
Yes.
So, and I know you weren't intending to do something, but when you placed them back, you have no idea if that was where they were before.
That was not the reasoning behind placing them into the scene.
I understand, and I'm not trying to say your reasoning a certain way. I'm just saying that you did not know when you placed them back for a picture that that's exactly where they were before.
Correct.
So when the jury looks at a picture of the prop cart now, they don't know if that's where those were at the time of the shooting. That's not your fault. I'm just saying that that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of evidence, when you're trying to, as a crime scene technician, you don't want people, for example, to reach across the crime scene tape and either grab evidence or put evidence on a cart, correct?
Correct.
Now, similarly, you would not want, as a crime scene technician, for an officer to handle a weapon with his bare hand. That wouldn't be ideal, would it?
No.
And in fact, you're trying to get DNA later and fingerprints, but did you see the camera of the Deputy Benavides that handled that weapon with his bare hand?
Yes.
Okay, and again, that's not ideal, is it?
No.
In terms of that, those rounds, you talked about the box, and you talked about different boxes that were found in that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea whether Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed used those rounds on a day and then put them back in a different box, do you?
No.
So if you, for example, if these rounds were used the day before and they were changed out into a different box, you would have no way of knowing that, would you?
No.
So in other words, when we just went through a direct examination that these rounds came from this box and these rounds came from that box, you really have no idea where those rounds originated from. Which box, do you?
My statements for where they originated at that time.
Yes, so that was just that day. But my question is, you do not know if 3 days before these rounds were in that box and these rounds were in that box. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, and I'm not, well, when you say that the boxes were handed to Benavides, isn't it true that actually he just grabbed those boxes?
I do not know.
Okay, so when you said they were handed to him, You really didn't know that?
No, that was the information that I was given.
Okay. But again, the lapel cam, everybody can watch it and see it, but for example, it doesn't look like anybody handed it to them. But you haven't seen it?
I'll just object to the formal question. She's indicated that she knows.
No, you're right. No, she's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'll move forward on that. Now, I do want to show you some pictures that we're going to label, and I think by stipulation that we would ask these to be introduced. And if it's possible, if Mr. Bullion could.
J through N.
J through what?
J through N.
M as in Mary?
N as in Nancy.
All right, so you're moving for the admission. Do you have any objection?
I don't have any objection as long as they are certain that these are photos that Ms. Poppel took.
That's fine.
Well, usually you would take the photos and see if she recognizes them.
There's quite a few, Judge. It'll be much faster to do it this way.
All right, if the state isn't objecting.
Let's just show her what you have.
5 of them, right?
No, I think
There's 5 sets of photos.
Oh.
no objection, Your Honor.
All right. J through N is admitted. It's a series of photos. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll try to move fairly quickly through this.
Did you stand up from top? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Which one do you want to start with?
Okay, if we can start with the photos from the Seth Kenny business, PDQ props.
Mr. Bowles, are you intending to admit every single photo there?
Yes.
Yes, but we don't want to show them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just going to kind of.
No problem.
Okay. And ma'am, can I first ask you, did you say that you had taken some of these photos or all of these photos?
Yes, all of these photos.
Okay. And again, this is from the search warrant of Seth Kenny's business in November? Okay.
Yes.
Now I want to say just quickly, what is this shot?
This is the back alley entrance into the building.
Okay, next.
That same alley entrance.
Okay.
Excuse me, can you say on the record which exhibit?
It's J. You're either N passing.
All right.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yeah.
You can't get those pictures any bigger, just out of curiosity? I mean, it's up to you. But
Yes, can we make those a little bigger, Mr. Bullion, if you could zoom in? Okay, and ma'am, did you say what that one was?
This is another angle from that back alley.
Okay, next.
Again, a different angle from the back alley. The gate leading into the back alley.
Now, is this how this looked? Okay, this one too. This is how this looked when you went in?
Yes.
Does that appear to be disorganized?
Yes.
And again, this one is very disorganized?
Yes.
Okay, next one. What is this picture?
This is facing the entrance from where we came in.
Again, there's stuff everywhere. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, the next one. Okay, what is that one?
I believe this was a look into a closet.
Okay, and is there pizza boxes there?
Yes.
Did you know if he lived here too, Seth Kenny?
I do not.
Okay, and go to the next. All right, and is that the one, Mr. Blaine, with the rounds? If you can show that. Okay, what are these we're seeing?
These were boxes and boxes of ammunition.
And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. There was a lot of these, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was other places where these were. Okay, here are these more boxes?
Yes.
And are these all different kinds of ammunition?
I believe so, yes.
And again, I think you said you couldn't recall whether you all went through all those boxes.
No, I could not recall.
Okay, and keep going. Okay, we're flipping kind of quickly, but what is this this machine?
I believe this was a vice that was sitting on a counter.
Okay, and then more ammo boxes?
Yes.
Now zoom in on this. Did you see any of them with the JS?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, that's a fairly common box. Have you seen that in Seth Kenny's business as well?
Yes.
Now these ammo boxes in general, you're aware, aren't you, that they can be purchased off the internet for 25 or 10 bucks?
I don't know that. So.
Okay. I mean, but these are standard little white boxes. They're all over the place. Are you aware of that?
That they're standard white boxes? Yes.
Okay. And I mean, you're familiar with these, aren't you, in your job? You
With-
see these type of boxes?
I see ammo boxes, not necessarily all white ones with certain stamps on them.
Okay. Well, how often do you see JS?
Not a lot.
Okay. But you do see them from time to time.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Well, there's a lot there.
Well, yes, in this case, there were a lot of JS boxes, but in my 7 years crime scene tech, I haven't seen a lot of JS boxes.
Do you know what JS is?
No.
Okay. Okay. Next one. And again, we got 32 Smith & Wesson, 22. These are more ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
More
Again, the JS. Is that the JS there?
Yes.
Okay. If you can move forward. Okay. And what are these?
These are spent casings.
Do you see the primer, how it's dented?
Yes.
What is the significance of that?
That means that this round has been fired, so a firing pin has created that indent in this casing.
Are you aware that there's a thing where a primer can be slightly dented, and then if it was struck again, it could go off? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
If a hammer hits a primer and it doesn't strike it hard enough, it can create a small indentation or dent in that,
I'm gonna
correct?
object. I think this is pretty far outside her scope of expertise, and we've got plenty of other witnesses who can.
Sure, we do. Okay, we do. Okay. If you move to the next picture, Mr. Baldwin. And then again, what are, just, you give the jury just an idea of what these are. Is that more ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that's and that one in particular was just in a gray tub?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one. What are some of these pictures?
This was the front room area.
Again, is that more ammo boxes in this particular picture?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, is that a JS notation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can move forward, please, Mr. William. Okay, when you go back one, is that a gun belt?
Yes.
Okay, you go forward. And again, more ammo?
Yes.
Okay, and we've seen enough of those. Unless you have anything in particular, but that's, we get the flavor of those. If you can move to the church pictures.
Is that K now?
Okay, go ahead, put those up.
We're still in J.
Okay, what is this picture?
This was a box that was located marked live ammo 1883.
And again, that was what we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this one?
This is an overview of where that box was located.
Okay. And finally, what is this one?
This is what was inside of that box.
Okay, and there's several in that live ammo. There's several boxes here, correct?
Yes.
What is that? What were those that said lead?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall what was inside those?
No.
Okay, they're labeled various types. Did you go through all those?
Yes.
But you can't tell the jury today what was in them?
I don't recall what was in them. I only collected 45 live rounds out of this box.
Okay, and here's 45 LC, is that right?
Yes.
What are those loose rounds around it?
Those were, I believe some of them were live 45 rounds.
Okay, were those collected?
Yes.
Okay, and how about these?
This was a close-up of what was in that box marked 45 LC.
Okay. And you know what is in this picture?
This was a green ammunition box that was located.
Okay. And these appear to be more dummy rounds, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, if we can move to K.
Is there going to be some kind of demarcation so that we know which is J, which is K?
Yes, Your Honor. We need to go back and make sure that that's demarcated. We'll do that. Well, while we're finding that, I have a couple more questions. The round you talked about in government or States 49 earlier that had ball bearings in it that didn't shake or apparently were stuck inside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was the one you sent off to the FBI lab?
Yes.
So that would have been a round potentially on set that didn't rattle.
Yes.
And that. So that would have been a round potentially on set that did not rattle, correct?
Yes.
But you had to send that off to the FBI lab for confirmation to determine that, correct?
Yes.
And that's not something either Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed had the luxury of on the set, did they?
No.
Okay. We also heard yesterday Miss Morrissey shook a round into the microphone. You remember that?
Yes.
And asked everybody if they could hear it?
Yes.
Again, that's not something Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez Reed had the luxury of on set, did they?
Of rattling around?
Of having a microphone so they can rattle it and have everybody hear on a microphone.
No, they didn't have a microphone. That I know
of. Okay, do you have the church pictures ready? Yeah. Can we put those up? Can you just quickly tell us kind of what we're looking at here? Is this David Halls?
I don't know who the individual in the back is. I was taking a photograph of the back of Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so earlier, did you tell me you didn't see Mr. Baldwin?
This was the only interaction I had with him was photographing what he was wearing and then taking the clothing that he had on.
Okay, well then you knew when you photographed him, he wasn't segregated in a car.
Well, when I photographed him, he wasn't. I have no idea what he was doing before or after that.
Well, right then he's standing outside. How long did you see him?
My interaction with him was probably less than 10 minutes.
Your Honor, she's indicated that she has no idea whether he's segregated or not, and we have plenty of other witnesses that can reasonably answer this question.
That's okay. He can ask that question, and I
And
think
then
he
I'll
got
move
the
forward.
answer.
Yes, and I'll move forward after. Okay, so ma'am, what is this?
This is the outside of the church.
Okay. And this one?
Another angle of what's outside the church.
Do you know what the card is that we just saw?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The card that's in the photo now.
Yeah, just we went by. If you could go, go the other way. This one.
That was one of multiple equipment carts that was located outside.
And when you say equipment cards, were these? So these were on set productions cards when you got there.
Yes.
Okay, keep going. And what is that? That big structure in the back of that photo?
Are you talking about the small structure? Or are you talking about the white structure?
The white structure.
I believe that was the prop truck.
Okay. And do you see that appears to be outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and these are more photos of the church, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next?
Prop truck.
Oh, the prop truck. Okay, can we put those up? And this prop truck search was just October 27th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin, what is the letter?
This one is M.
M is in Mary.
Okay, just a minute. Did we finish K and L or?
Yes.
Okay, well, all right, so we went into K. You didn't tell us when we went into L.
I apologize, Your Honor. All the church photos were L that we just saw.
All right, let's make sure that when you send them to the jury, they have them properly marked, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All
Yes.
right, M.
Okay, this is M is in Mary, this series. Now, what is this here?
This is the outside of the prop truck.
Okay. And move if you can. This is the exterior and side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this picture of?
This is the side door entrance into the truck.
Okay. And this is the interior?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and this is a gun belt in the interior of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what are these? We're seeing now that we're zooming in?
This in particular is a 45 LC ammo box.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a lot of ammunition. It's crazy. Like, why would they need so much? I guess you like retake shoots and stuff like that for movies, but my God, that is a lot of ammunition. And I will agree that the defense. Sorry, I have a piece of chocolate in my mouth. The defense seems to be doing. They definitely have a lot more evidence, anyways. Their presentation seems to be a little bit better for sure. So crazy. Okay, let's tiptoe through this.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank
Okay,
you.
they're having a break.
Rise.
Let's give it a second here. All right, and we're back.
All right, you may be seated.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, George, if you could help me. And I'm going to ask permission at this point to publish exhibit in the N series, and I'll be labeling as we go.
The N is in Nancy series?
N is in Nancy
Okay.
series,
So,
and I will individually label each of them.
okay, so what happened to the M's? Because we just started with the M's and then I interrupted you, so.
We're done with this.
Okay, all right, I understand.
And those will be labeled as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am, can you see that photo which is N as in Nancy 1?
No.
Can't see it? Oh,
There's nothing on my screen.
okay. Okay, if you could please tell the jury what that is.
This was a gun belt that was located in the prop truck.
Okay, and N2.
a different angle of that gun belt.
Okay, and how about N3?
This is a close-up of some of the rounds that were in that belt.
Okay, and do you see different types of rounds in that belt in terms of the head stamps?
I believe in this case, in this photo, they all look the same.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you N4, and what is that?
That's that same photo, but a little clearer. It's not as blurry.
Okay. And are those primers, what color are those primers?
Those are silver.
Okay. And how about N5?
This is a different area of the gun belt close-up.
And it has, I see 45 Colt rounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And some silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were any of these on N5 determined to be live?
No.
Okay. So these are dummy rounds with silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. How about N6?
This is a different angle of that gun belt.
Okay. N7?
A different angle of that gun belt.
And is that the same with N8?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N9?
This is a close-up of the brand marking that was on the belt.
And what is N10?
I believe these were the rounds that were in the belt that were removed from it.
Okay. And they all have that, what you called yesterday, that patina?
Yes, that darkening on the casing.
Okay. And how about N11?
This is those same rounds with the Spain Denix round removed.
The Spain Denix round was the round that didn't shake?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And N12?
This is a close-up of the silver primer on those rounds.
Okay. How about N13?
This was a box of ammunition that was taken from the prop truck.
Okay. N14?
A close-up of some of the writing on that box.
Okay. N15?
Those boxes removed from the cardboard box.
All right. And N16, is that just one of the boxes?
Yes.
Okay. N17, what is the significance of that photo?
This was the writing on the outside of that box.
And that has the JS also?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N18?
This is the styrofoam insert removed from that box.
N19?
A close-up of a different cardboard box with ammunition from the prop truck.
Okay. What is N20?
This is an overall of the Mary Kay bag from the prop truck.
Okay. And again, we see in the middle of that Seth Kenny's box with the writing?
With the blue writing that states dummy rounds 45 LC.
Okay. Again, N21 appears to be a similar picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And N22, that is just another picture of a box?
Yes.
Okay. And N23?
That box with the styrofoam removed from it.
Okay. And what is N24?
These were items taken out of the Mary Kay bag and laid out.
Okay. What is that on the top left? What is that item?
My apologies. Your left?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have thought about that. It's on my left. It's as you're looking at it up on that screen, it's the top left, right above the insert.
I believe it was a bracket of sorts that was bent.
Okay. And then on the far right top, is that just a cloth of some sort?
I believe that was one of the sock covers for the firearms.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about that? Did they keep these firearms in a sock cover?
Some of the firearms were kept in sock covers, is what they were referred to as.
Okay. And are you familiar with those sock covers?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. I'm going to go on to N25. Again, is that the same kind of photo of the gun, sock, and then the other two items you have there?
Yes.
And what is the significance of the Q-tips?
They were in the bag, and I was documenting everything that was inside that bag.
Okay. How about N26? Again, we see an insert from a box. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. N27, what is that photo?
This is a close-up of the center of the Mary Kay bag.
Okay. N28 is just a picture of another box. Is that right?
Yes.
Any significance to this particular box?
I took photographs of every single box of ammunition before it was opened and then after it was opened.
Okay, ma'am. And that was from the prop truck? You did that? Okay. And N29, again, is that Seth Kenny's box with the blue writing?
Yes.
Okay. N30, what is that photo?
This is the inside of that box and the rounds that were inside of it.
Okay. And these rounds have silver primers as well?
Yes.
And I think you indicated 16 were dummies?
They were all dummies.
All dummies. One was suspected live.
One was unknown, which is why it was sent to the FBI.
Okay. That was the one that did shake.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you don't know these rounds that are in this insert right now, you don't know if they were in there 5 days before October 21st.
No.
You have no way of knowing. N31, is that same picture?
Yes.
Okay. And N32?
These are those rounds removed from the foam and laid out for photographs.
Okay. And same thing on N33?
A close-up of the bottom of those rounds.
Okay. And N34?
I believe this is a close-up of those rounds in the box.
Okay. And I have no further questions on those exhibits. And that's all the questions I have.
You want redirect? I'm sorry.
Ms. Popple, you were asked a series of questions about the search of PDQ props. So I'd like to ask you some questions about that. Hang on, let me get myself situated with my notes. Hang on just a second, I'm missing something. When you participated in the search of PDQ props, did law enforcement officers assist you?
Yes.
How many people were present, if you recall, at the search of that location?
Myself, Detective Hancock, and Sergeant Christopher Zook.
And it looked like there was a lot of stuff in there. Is that right?
Yes.
But what's your understanding of what kind of business PDQ is?
That they provide props to movie sets.
Do they have to have props to provide props to movie sets?
Don't, yes, and that would make sense.
Did the entire business appear to be full of movie props?
Yes.
Okay. And the live ammunition that you found was just that one box, is that right?
Yes.
And when I say the one box, the gray box that had boxes in it.
Yes, marked as 1883.
And it was marked clearly as live.
Yes.
And that was the only live ammunition you found there.
Yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you and showed you some photos of ammunition that was at PDQ that had the JS on the label. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you find any 45 long Colt dummies when you were doing your search of PDQ props?
I don't recall.
Would it help you if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you take a minute and look at your report? Did that refresh your memory?
Yes. There was at least a gun belt that had dummy ammunition in it.
Other than that gun belt, did you find any boxes of 45 long Colt dummies?
I believe so, yes.
You do?
There were, you know what, I apologize, it's not specified in my report if there were additional dummies specific to 45 long Colts located. Our intent was only to find live ammunition at that point.
That was the reason you were searching it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any boxes, if you recall, and if not, because it wasn't the focus of your search, that's fine, just tell us. Did you find any boxes of ammunition that match the one that's on your screen?
I don't recall.
If you were to, not that I'm going to ask you to do it now, don't worry. If you were to take some time and review all of the photos that you took at PDQ, do you think that would help you answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding, based on your cross-examination testimony, that in terms of the live ammunition, you only collected 45 caliber ammunition.
Yes.
Was there other caliber live ammunition?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the 45 long Colt live ammunition that you collected that we looked at photos of, that's the only live ammunition that was there?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about, you wouldn't know if Sarah Zachary moved evidence from the prop cart to the prop truck. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez ever took anything out of the prop truck before it was searched?
No, I do not know.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether you've received any training in how to distinguish dummy rounds and blank rounds from live rounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you haven't received that training. Is that right?
Correct.
So in your experience, are movie set crime scenes very common?
No.
Do you have training in guns and ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you capable of measuring things?
Yes.
So without specific training, you are capable of measuring the 6mm projectile or the 4mm projectile, because you can use a ruler, right?
Yes.
And you did that in this case.
Yes.
And are you capable of distinguishing brass primers from silver primers?
Yes.
Are you capable of distinguishing different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
Based on your work on this case, how do you tell a dummy round from a live round?
In this case in particular, when a large amount of the dummy rounds, when shaken, would have a rattle to it instead of having gunpowder inside of it.
And so specifically, what about that tells you that they're dummies and not live ammunition?
Well, live ammunition has gunpowder inside of it, so you would not hear that kind of noise.
Because you don't have BBs in with the gunpowder.
Correct.
Okay. And the other dummy rounds, how were you able to distinguish them from the live rounds?
There were holes drilled through the sides of them.
I mean, this isn't rocket science, right?
Right.
This is pretty easy.
Yes.
And you actually, just to be safe, you sent some dummy rounds to the FBI, right?
Yes.
Did any of the dummy rounds that you sent to the FBI come back as live rounds?
No.
In terms of the dummy rounds that you have in evidence, how many dummy rounds don't rattle and don't have a hole in the side?
2.
Thank you. 2 out of how many?
250.
When you were at PDQ doing the search, is there a specific reason that you were only looking for 45 caliber rounds?
My understanding was that was the restriction of the search warrant.
Based on your understanding of the investigation, why are 45 caliber rounds significant and others not significant?
Because all of the live rounds that were located on set were 45 rounds.
And to be clear, let's talk for a moment about the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ. What color were the primers?
There were silver and brass primers collected from PDQ.
In terms of the live ammunition?
Yes.
And do you have photographs of the live ammunition that has silver primers?
Yes, I believe I do.
Okay. I may have to have you come back. We may talk about that. I don't want to hang us up today. Did all of the live rounds that you collected from PDQ, well, let me ask it this way. Did any of them look identical to the live rounds found on set?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
This witness.
Oh, yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
oh, that's okay. Okay, thank you.
The state will call Christopher Zook.
All right, well, that a prosecutor is driving me crazy. But come on in, Christopher. Take a seat.
You swear
I
affirm
was
under
just
penalty
gonna
of law
just
that
say that now.
testimony
Thank
given in this case will be the truth,
you.
nothing but the truth?
Thank you for joining. I appreciate that.
Go ahead and state your full name for the
I
record.
can
Christopher Zook.
And Mr. Zook, how are you
Christopher
currently employed?
Zook.
I am currently retired.
And
Thank you,
what did you- where did you
sweetheart.
come
I
from?
The
appreciate
Santa Fe
that.
County Sheriff's Office.
And back on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
Oops, sorry.
I was a sergeant for the Sheriff's Office
Thanks,
in the
sweetheart.
Criminal Investigations Division.
And in that capacity, did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting on the movie set Rust?
I did.
I want to ask you specific questions. Did you participate in a search of the prop truck?
I did.
And were firearms located in the prop truck?
Yes.
Where were they located?
In a safe.
Were they removed from the safe?
Yes, by CST, or the criminal specialist, Popple.
The lady that just
Yes,
left.
the one that just left. Yeah, she was the one that unloaded or took him out of the safe.
When she took them out of the safe, what'd she do with them?
So it was a large box truck that the safe was in, and I was standing outside of the box truck at the back of it, and she would take them out and put them on the bed of the floor of the truck at the opening of the back door, and then we would clear them and then take them into evidence.
Okay, so you were responsible for clearing the firearms.
Yes.
That was not Ms. Popple's job.
No, well, there was a couple of us that was making sure that they were unloaded and cleared and all that stuff because we don't want a loaded firearm in our evidence locker.
Sure. And did you come across a lever action rifle?
I did.
And tell us about that.
I do not remember the make or model of it. It was a lever action rifle. The way I was unloading the lever actions. They were an old style gun. I did not know where the magazine or the tube was on that. So what I was doing is just going through the motion of the lever action and having the rounds eject.
Show us what you mean when you say going through the motion of a lever action for those of us that don't know what that
Do
means.
you mind if I stand?
Sure.
Okay. So a lever action rifle, it's right there by the trigger. There's just a little, oh, it's a lever, and you just rack it back and forth, and it will take it from the magazine and put it into the tube. And then when the load or when the round is spent, you do it again and it ejects it. And then while you're coming back, it will reload another round. That makes sense?
Yes.
So you have to do the action, a lever action.
And when you're doing the lever action, do the rounds inside just fly out?
They eject out. They're supposed to.
Okay. And that's what you were doing to unload it?
Yes.
Were you able to unload that gun?
No, not all the way. I believe I was able to unload at least a round or two, and then there was a round that was jammed.
And do you know what caliber of ammunition that lever action rifle took?
There was a 44-40
And do you know why it was jammed?
because the round that was in it was a 45, which is just like very slightly bigger.
Okay. It was enough to jam the
Yeah,
rifle?
that is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, sir, are you familiar with those types of Henry rifles?
I'm not.
And so you're not aware that you don't have to lever that to extract the rounds?
I do now, but at the time I did not know that.
Okay, so now you're aware that you don't have to work the lever to get those rounds out.
Correct. On the end of the tube or the magazine that I found out later on, we had our gun expert at the sheriff's office. His name is Deputy Steve Orr. I had him come into our ammunition room, which is covered in cinder blocks. So if it did go off, people are safe. And he showed me actually at the end of the tube, there was a part where you just twist and the rounds came out. So I know now, but at the time I did not.
Okay. So at the time you're working the lever, but later you learn you can just twist that and they'll fall out.
Correct.
Okay. Now you knew after the gun expert got it out, it was a dummy round?
I'm going to guess if I say yes or no on that one. So
Okay,
I'm
don't
not
guess.
gonna-
No, don't guess. So you weren't aware one way or another whether it was a dummy or another type of round?
No, I handed it off to our evidence technician, and she was going through all the rounds to see if they were dummies or not.
Okay, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Were you present when Deputy Orr was removing the ammunition from that gun?
Yes.
Did the 45 caliber round come out easily?
No, it was actually jammed in the barrel of the gun. So once Deputy Orr showed me, hey, this is how you do it, we were able to take a couple rounds out, and the round was big enough it would not eject out of the ejection port. So we actually had to manipulate the round down into the tube, and then it eventually came out of the tube. So it did still fit into the tube, the magazine, but not into the barrel itself.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So
Okay.
it was jammed in the barrel.
Yes.
Okay. So even when you were there with Orr and you were doing it the easy way, unloading it with his knowledge, that round still didn't want to come out.
No, we had to manipulate it to get it out.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Can I ask one more question? So I don't have to recall him for this.
Sure. No objection.
Sir, just one last question. When you levered it, did that jam the 45 round in the barrel?
Yes. Yes. So I know there was at least a round. I don't remember if there was more than that. I know there was at least a round. So when I chambered it, that round got ejected, and then that 45 round came from the tube and went to the barrel, and that's where I freaked out. I thought I destroyed it. I thought I damaged the gun. Okay. But once I started trying to get it out, it wasn't even grabbing to get it out or anything. So it did jam it. So I did jam it, but I guess, assumed that all the rounds that were in it were the correct rounds.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Right, your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Let's take Brian Litzinger.
Sorry. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name, sir.
My name's Ryan Litzinger.
Ryan, I'm sorry. I thought it was Brian. I apologize. Mr. Litzinger, how are you currently employed?
I am employed as a videographer and editor with a production company in Albuquerque.
And tell us about that production company in Albuquerque. What do you do?
So we are, we outfit productions with crew, camera, lighting, sound, DPs.
What's a DP?
Director of photography. And we're also a rental house, so we also rent equipment.
Did you, I'm sorry.
Crewing as well. So like staffing different productions.
Okay. You help provide crew members.
Yes,
Okay.
to different productions. And, like I said, also a rental house.
Okay. At any point in time, were you asked to do any work on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What work were you asked to do?
So we were asked to, we were contracted to do duties of an EPK, which is stands for electronic press kit, which is something that a lot of productions have.
Give us more information. We don't know what an EPK is or why.
Okay, so Basically, there are days that are, reserved for behind the scenes, and there's also days that are reserved for cast interviews. And that together makes an EPK, and what the production company will do with that is up to them.
Okay, so specifically, what did you do on this film? And if you can tell us what dates you did it.
So October 13th, 2021 and October 15th, 2021, we shot behind the scenes footage and also captured production audio together. And we also conducted cast interviews.
Okay, and in terms of the, I'm not so interested in the interviews, but in terms of the behind the scenes footage, describe to us, what are you filming and why? Are you just filming?
So a lot of the time we try to get just the action in between action and cut is when a lot of times, you'll see directors planning what they want to do next, talking to the actors, wardrobe changes, audio, tweaks, anything like that. And that's really important for, people that are interested in watching the making of, or, whoever kind of gets this footage, you know what I mean? That's interesting to them. So yeah, that's what happens on behind the scenes. We try to focus on, the DP, the director of photography, the director, and yeah, the actors. I mean, that's a lot of what we do. So you're not actually filming clips for the movie. You are filming the actors and the crew working on the movie set. Yes. Sometimes, that's, yes, a majority of what we do is we film the actors and the crew on set working and doing their jobs. But sometimes we're at a place called Video Village, which is basically a setup where, people watch the scene that's being filmed, and we will sometimes shoot that. So it's just video of the actual movie being filmed. Sometimes we'll be there. Understood. But even when you're filming in Video Village, you're filming people working. Yes, they're working as well, yes. You're showing the director of photography looking at the monitor and seeing what is being filmed. Yes. Okay, understood. Mm-hmm. And I think that some of this will make more sense a little later on. Go ahead, sir. Oh, no, I was going to say if I'm not. No, it's fine. Okay. Just for people who aren't familiar with what you do, because I'm not going to show the videos today. We're going to show them later in the trial. Did I subpoena videos from you? Yes. And did you provide me all of the videos that you made on the set of Rust? Yes. And recently, did I send some of them back to you for you to review? Yes. How many videos did I send back to you for you to review? I counted 17. Do you recall approximately how many videos you sent me in response to my subpoena? I do not. Can you estimate? Can you give us an estimate? It could be over 100. Okay. I mean, it could be. Yeah. I would have to, I didn't count, but it's okay. It could be over 100. Okay. I'm happy with your answer, but if I can show you what you sent me. Oh, do you have a number? I don't have the number, but I have all your files. Oh, yeah. Okay. If you'll just give me a moment to switch gears here. I'd actually like to know what the real number is. No problem. May I approach? You can just Does this file look familiar? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the. Is it 17? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you see how it works? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And then that's all. That's going to be a lot less. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did seeing the electronic files that you provided me refresh your memory? Yeah, I mean, just about how much content there was. How many videos? How many videos did you give me? 126. Okay, thank you. And the 17 videos that I sent back to you for you to review, do you recognize those videos when you looked at them? Yes. And are those the videos that you filmed? Yes. And those specific 17 videos, what day did you film those videos? That was October 13th, 2021. Thank you. So what I would like to do at this point in time is I would like to
move for the admission of all videos from production outfitters that the court deems relevant and admissible as we move through the trial.
No objection.
All right, these will be of the 17.
Minor of the 17, I think the defense does have some that
Oh,
they are intending to admit also.
Sorry, okay.
So this is kind of a joint.
Yes,
admission.
yes, for stipulation, we'll do it this way, and I will so admit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I pass the witness. Oh, sorry, Ryan, not so fast.
First time here, huh?
Prosecutor.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being with us. I don't have any questions for you. You mentioned Video Village. How exactly does that work? What is that?
That's an external monitor that is separate from the cameras that are being used by the film crew. It's separate, so that they can watch that. The director and the director of photography can watch what's happening separately.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with film sets and things like Video Village and whatnot?
I see quite a few of them.
All right. When that kind of system goes down, how do people have to adapt on set?
When a system like Video Village will go down?
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen it go down, but I would imagine that they would probably.
Hang on, I'm going to object because I think it's speculative at this point, but I also think that there are going to be plenty of witnesses who can talk about what they did in fact when it went down.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Did you witness any scenes actually being shot when you were on set?
Yes.
Did those scenes involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
All right. Did he seem to be in command of those scenes?
Objection, foundation.
Judge, he said he saw it.
Overruled.
Well, the one that sticks out, he wouldn't have been in command because I think that it seemed that he was on a horse and he was playing dead. So it wasn't really much of a.
Okay. And what I'm talking about more so is, in insofar as the pace of filming and things like that, did he seem to have an influence on that?
Sorry?
In the various scenes that you saw Mr. Baldwin in, did he seem to be in control of how the scene was actually being shot and how quickly he was asking other people to work?
Like I said, so they were a short amount of time. What?
Thanks. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
I don't. Oh, did you make any edits to the videos that you sent Ms. Morrissey via subpoena?
No, there was no edits to the videos.
All right. Thanks. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just quickly. Mr. Litzinger, you expressed that you have some familiarity with the monitors in Video Village.
Yes. Yeah.
And you filmed inside Video Village on the set of Rust, didn't you?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. The monitor that the director of photography is looking at in Video Village.
Yeah.
Are they only looking at what the camera is recording?
They can see multiple cameras.
Right. But can they see anything that is not being recorded by a camera?
Yes.
How?
Like I said, some of those monitors are attached to other cameras.
But if the cameras aren't rolling, how are they able to see through the monitor?
That's a specific question to what kind of monitors they are.
Okay, that's beyond your knowledge in terms of what they had on this movie set?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what
No
kind
problem.
they're using.
No problem. We'll talk to somebody else
Yeah.
about it. Thank you, sir. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
your time.
Your excuse, thank you. The next witness is, should we take a early lunch break or should we keep going?
I think the next witness isn't going to take very long, so if we can get
Okay, sure.
him done, and then
Yes.
we'll go to lunch. Jason Hawks is who the state will call next. And, shout him in the elbow.
Can you call him more affirmatively? Thank you. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, talking to the mic, thank you.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jason Hawks.
How are you currently employed?
I own a company that analyzes device extractions and cell phone records for attorneys.
Lucky you. Mr. Hawks, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some information about your background and training?
Certainly. So I started in law enforcement in 2005 with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I remained there until 2017, with the last about 7 years being assigned to investigations. After leaving the Sheriff's Office, I went to the District Attorney's Office, where I was an investigator for the DA. I was there for 3 years, and I started this company. Specific to device extractions, I've attended classes from Cellbrite, which is a company that extract information from a handset. I'm a certified operator, certified physical analyst, and I've recently taken the advanced smartphone analysis.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by the prosecutor's office, I believe it was about a year ago, in March, late March, I believe, 23.
And were you asked to perform any work?
I was.
And let me back up for a second. Have you been, I apologize. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in cell phone records and device analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
Between records from the carrier and records from the handset, I've been qualified 53 times in 5 states.
Do you recall what those states are?
Let's see, Texas, Louisiana, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, sorry, 6 states, in California.
Okay, and now you're here in New Mexico.
Now I'm in New Mexico.
I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Hawks as an expert in cell phone records and device analysis.
No objection.
All right, so you're still recognized.
Now you get to add New Mexico to your list. Mr. Hawks, can you explain to the jury kind of what kind of technology you're using and kind of how the cell phone records interface with the software, the extraction software?
Sure. So our smartphones are essentially a bunch of databases that are stored. So programs like Cellbrite go in and they extract the information from the handset, and they do it in a way that doesn't change the nature of the artifact. So if I receive a text message but don't read it, it doesn't change that unread status. So at first, all the information is removed from the handset, and then it's parsed through Physical Analyzer is the name of the program. In Physical Analyzer, the information is essentially put back together, and it's converted to whatever time zone it needs to be converted to.
In this particular case, what kind of work did you perform?
I reviewed the Cellbrite extraction of Ms. Gutierrez Reed's her iPhone.
When an extraction is done, does everything on the phone get kind of downloaded?
Unfortunately, not everything. So not all of the information is always recovered, but things like text messages, phone calls, images, things like that are downloaded from the handset.
And when you you received the raw data from the extraction that was done of Ms. Gutierrez's phone, is that right?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you yourself did not perform the extraction.
That's correct.
Do you know who performed the extraction? Not the person's name, but the agency.
The regional computer forensics lab here in New Mexico.
So how did that data come to you?
It came to me on an external hard drive.
And when you received that data, what did you do in order to conduct an analysis?
So I opened the data in the Physical Analyzer program, which essentially takes the extracted data and runs it through the most current version of the program. And with that, it breaks out the data into various different categories.
Okay. And what kind of categories?
Everything from cell sites that the phone might have seen, images, videos, audio files, notes, text messages, iMessages, voice logs. There's most of the data that we see on our phones is accessible to the program.
And were you able to separate out information related to this particular device that identifies this device?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I am marking as State's Exhibit 92. May I bring you? Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the device information that was captured by the Cellbrite program for the phone.
How do we know that this is Hannah Gutierrez's phone?
Well, I mean, I received the extraction of the phone. There's some information on here, such as like the phone number and email address, things like that, that would suggest that it is.
Okay. The phone number's on there?
Yes.
Permission to publish? Yeah. Let's just kind of look at a couple of things here. I know it's, see if we can make it a little closer up. Does this tell you what kind of, oh, I'm sorry. Does this tell you what kind of phone it was?
It does.
What kind of phone is it?
So on number 6, you can see where it says detected model. It says iPhone, and then in parentheses, it says D as in David, 54, P as in Paul, A as in Adam, P as in Paul. That's the iPhone code for an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. And I'm sorry, does this monitor usually come on? Because I can't see. That would be great if I can see it on the monitor in front of me so I don't have to walk back and forth. My eyesight isn't good enough to see what's up there. Thank you, sir. Does it provide the date and time of the extraction?
The date and time of the extraction is actually on a different part of the extraction.
What's in the number 2 column?
That is the
or
date.
row, rather.
I'm sorry. That is that's the date and time that the phone was displaying at the time of when it was extracted in UTC.
Okay. So what is your understanding about the date? I don't particularly care about the time. The date of the extraction.
That it was the extraction occurred on December 8th of 2021.
And is there an Apple ID associated with this phone?
There is.
What's that?
So that is number 22 under Apple ID, where it says hannahmemail@gmail.com.
And what is the phone number associated with this phone?
The phone number is on line number 24, which is 928-444-3555.
What's the owner name of this phone?
The name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32, which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Okay. And did you, at my request, did you separate out some contact information for one of the people in the contacts of this phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 93. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize States Exhibit 93?
I do.
What is that?
This is the contact information for a contact stored as Dad Kula.
I'm sorry. I'm already publishing.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
To the admission and publication?
Generally speaking, what information does this sheet have with regard to the contact Dad Kula? And if you could spell that for us.
Sure, it's DADCULA exclamation point. So what it has is information about that person's contact info, their WhatsApp phone number, their telephone number, when it was added as a contact, that sort of thing.
What's the phone number for Dad Kula?
The phone number is 323-365-2189.
All right, thank you. At my request, did you sort of pull out text messages from the date of October 20th, 2021?
I did.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as States Exhibit 94. And there are 3 pages to this exhibit.
Did he identify?
Oh, I'm sorry. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a text thread between the 928 number I already referenced and a 505 number.
Permission to publish. And I'll move for the admission of 92, 93, and 94. And then I think we're also going to do a general moving like we discussed.
Okay, so, all right, so you may publish.
When we're seeing this text message here that's on the screen, is this a text message from that phone or to that phone?
It is a text message from the 928 number to the 505 number.
Okay, and can you read it for us?
The content?
Yes.
Yes, it's LOL. I don't need that tonight anyways. Right on. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped.
Okay, and I'm going to show you the second page of Exhibit 94. And is that a text to or from Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
It is from her phone.
And it is to the 505 number?
Correct.
And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds PM local time.
Okay. And can you read that for us?
It says, headed down to get high Outback, :B.
I'm going to show you the third page of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, time to eat now, how the blaze says go.
And then is there and what time was that message sent?
So that message was received by the phone at 8:24 and 46 seconds PM, in red at 8:25 and 47 seconds.
Okay. And so this is the time that it was received?
Correct.
And this is the time it was read?
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I'm still smoking.
Okay, thank you. Did you sort of separate out for me a short thread between Ms. Gutierrez's phone and the Dad Kula contact?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 95. State's Exhibit 95 is a 2-page exhibit. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
These are messages that were exchanged between the 928 number and the Dad Kula contact on November 8th of 2021.
Approximately what time?
It starts at 4:08 and 36 seconds, and it ends at 5:36. I'm sorry, 5:24 and 38 seconds.
I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 95 and ask permission to publish.
All right, State 95 is admitted. You may publish.
And that message, is that from the 928 number?
Correct. So any of the messages that are in green are from the 928 number, and any messages in blue are from an outside number.
Okay, and can everybody read that? That way I don't have to have Mr. Hawks read it. And then I'm going to show you the second page, if everybody's had a moment to read that. I'll show you the second page. And in the second page, what are we looking at here?
So the top blue box is the response from the previous message that says will do. And then beneath that is an image that was sent to her phone from the outside number.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a thumbnail of the image that was sent to her phone. So the image name is img_0686.heic, and we're looking at the inset thumbnail.
And were you able to collect that actual photo for me so we don't have to look at a thumbnail?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll get there in a minute. At my request, did you separate a text thread between Ms. Gutierrez, the Dad Kula contact, and a contact by the name of Jason Bowles?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is part of the text message thread that you were just referencing.
And what's the date of that text exchange?
What is in front of me here starts on December 1st, 2021, and ends also December 1st, 2021.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 96 and permission to publish.
State 96 is admitted, you may publish.
Can you just briefly explain what we're looking at here?
Sure. So the top blue box is a message from the Dadcula contact to Ms. Gutierrez's phone. And the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a?
Sorry.
Oh, sure. People were involved in this text conversation. Mr. Hawks, let me back up for just a moment. How do we know that 3 people were involved in this text conversation?
So the Cellbrite program will pull out text threads. So if you and I have a text thread and you and I and another person have a text thread, those are 2 separate threads in my phone. So what we're looking at here is a thread that was between these 3 people.
Okay. This is not a thread that was only between Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read that? I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibit 96. And Mr. Hawks, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking at a continuation of that same text thread. So the top blue box is an incoming message from the contact from Mr. Bowles. The green box beneath that is an outgoing message to both, because it's a group thread. And then the bottom blue box is an incoming message from the Dadcula contact.
Okay. Everybody have an opportunity to read those. I know they're pretty short, and at this point, they may not make much sense, but we're getting there. I'm going to show you the. Oh. I'm going to show you page 3.
Thank you. We'll be back at, what do you all want? 12:40 or what? 1 o'clock? What do you want?
Is 1 possible?
You sure it is? Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay. All right.
All rise.
Oops. All right, is that better? We're going to go back through real quick some of those text threads that we had on the Elmo, and we're going to have you read the content, okay?
Yes.
So I'm going to place on the Elmo what was previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 96. Can you go ahead and just read that and remind us if this is a message that was sent by the phone or received by the phone?
Sure. So this was a message that was received by Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's phone from the Dadcula contact. It says, get someone to show her a single action gun and how it works. They don't go off by themselves. And then beneath that is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' phone to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's phone that says, yes, I sent her this manual I got today also.
What's the problem?
you want me to just read them?
Just read them. Let's just, we gotta get this done. Thank you, sir. Here's the State Exhibit 96 that I handed you. Can you just go ahead and read it, explain to the jurors what you're reading, given that they've already saw it?
Yeah, so this is, this is Exhibit 96. The first page I've just read. The second page,
And Mr. Hawks, what's the date of these conversations?
sorry, this is December 1st, 2021. The second page starts with a message from Mr. Bowles to Ms. Reed that says, I think I sent this with an attachment. Beneath that is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, yeah, honestly, that gun won't go off unless he fully cocked it. And then the final message on that page is a message from the Dadkula contact, said if someone could just show her, she could see a transfer makes no difference. The final page starts with an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, yeah, we got some that just aren't long barreled. They're the same thing. And then finally, message from the Dadkula contact that says exactly.
May I approach? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 95. And would you go ahead and do the same thing with 95?
Certainly. So 95 is from November 8th of 2021. And the first message is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, hey, I need you to check out my boxes and send me some pictures of our boxes of dummies. The second page starts with an incoming text from the Dadkula contact that says, will do. And then beneath that is another incoming text message with a photograph.
And at my request, did you separate that photograph? Did you isolate that photograph for me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 69. And we're going to do this the quick and old-fashioned way. Can you see that?
Yes.
Sorry for the dirty screen. What is that?
That is the image that was sent via text message, via iMessage to Ms. Reed's phone from the Dadkula contact.
Thank you, sir. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, in addition to doing some work on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, did you also do some work on cell phone extractions from some other folks involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember their names?
There was a woman named Sarah. I don't remember her last name.
Okay.
And a gentleman whose name I don't remember. But
Okay.
I'm sure I would if you refresh my memory.
Well, I'm going to leave that to defense counsel, and I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned you did some other extractions. Does the word Dave Falls ring a bell?
Yes.
All right. Is that the other phone that you looked down?
Correct.
All right. And Judge, if I can publish just to his screen, please.
Can I just be standing there?
Sure.
So I can see what's on the screen? Is that okay?
You can stand there, wherever you like. It'll be quicker to do it this way because then I can publish it if the judge, and that's it. Okay.
Here, why don't I just stand here
Yeah.
and I'll look over your shoulder? That's perfect.
Yeah, that works. All right, sir, what are you looking at?
On that screen, on your screen is different. I'm showing you.
I don't mind. No, sir.
All right, what are you looking at here, sir?
I'm looking at the first page of a PDF of a Celebrite report that was done by the New Mexico RCFL.
All right.
Of the phone that you just asked me about.
All right, and can you scroll down to the second page?
Yes.
All right. So what is this device information? What does this tell you?
So this is a summary of the data that is in this PDF report. It involves chats, native messages, which are, in this case, iMessages, WhatsApp, emails, timeline, and then data files, which include images and videos.
Okay. Is there information about deleted information on this device?
There is.
Can you tell us about that, please?
So the report indicates that there's one deleted iMessage and one deleted WhatsApp. In addition to that, there are 5 deleted emails, and there are some deleted images, but without knowing what the images are, I don't know if they're things that he actually deleted or if they were cached images that got purged.
And how many images are notated on the report as being deleted?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, help yourself.
Sorry. So there's 152,237 images total, and there's 1,438 that are deleted.
You just a lot.
And then 3,214 videos with 7 deleted.
Okay. And when you're looking at device and you see that something's been deleted, what does that actually mean? What is that telling you?
It means that it was deleted and recovered. So if I delete something from my cell phone and it's overwritten, or that memory is actually purged, then it's not recovered and there's just no evidence of it. So this shows that there were items that were deleted and recovered by the program.
All right, and you have no way of knowing if additional things were deleted because it just wouldn't be extracted. You wouldn't have the information to look at.
Correct.
All right, and in your experience, do you know that sometimes happens?
I know that it can happen. I mean, if it's not there, I don't know that it was there to begin with. It was deleted, but it certainly can happen.
Okay. Actually, I'll just leave this here with you. So if you can go to the emails page on that document.
Yeah, I do.
All right. There's about 20 emails in Mr. Hall's extraction here. How do you know that these are actually his emails?
So there's incoming emails. The top one is an incoming email. It's just to avoid what we had earlier. It's to a Gmail address. So that means that account was installed on the phone, and this is an email that was received by his phone, signed into an email address associated with it.
Okay, so that physical phone has access to that email address.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would move to conditionally admit defendant's exhibit 01.
Yes.
And so you had mentioned emails being deleted. Can you say with certainty that emails were deleted from Mr. Hall's phone?
We'll celebrate recovered deleted information. So yeah, so it was recovered from it's a recovered deleted email.
Okay. And the email that, if I could approach again. All right. Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit P. Can you look at the first two pages of that document, please?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is an iPhone 11.
Is it Sarah Zachary's phone?
I'm looking for the device name.
Council approach.
And I can just go to stipulate.
Well, no, I mean, you.
The state will stipulate that what Mr. Hawks is looking at is a cell phone extraction of the witness, Sarah Zachary.
Judge May, Richard May.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so with both Mr. Hall's phone and Sarah Zachary's phone, are the dates and timestamps listed in the extraction for text messages and emails, are those accurate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
So everything in our phones in these SQLite databases is stored in UTC by default. What Cellbrite does is it converts it to whatever time zone we want to convert it to. In this case, Mountain Time.
Okay, so the foundational testimony you gave at length regarding my client's phone would apply with equal force to both Mr. Hall's phone and Ms. Zachary's phone?
Yes, these are things that are written at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other role in this case? Did you do any other work in this case?
No, my primary role was to help the prosecutor sort of sift through various pictures and that sort of thing to make sure only images that were native to the phone came in, not cached images or things that were beyond our control.
You mentioned on direct exam that there are some things that you don't get in a extraction. Would one of those things be something stored on a cloud, like an iCloud?
It depends. Are you referring to a document or an image?
Why don't you describe both?
So if we have things on our iCloud, typically it can be stored also locally on the phone and on the iCloud, or in the case of photographs, your phone may keep a little thumbnail that is a link to your iCloud account. So in that case, the original photo would not be on the handset. It would be on the cloud, but that thumbnail is essentially a gateway to the original image.
Okay. If something is just on the cloud and you don't have a gateway, as you described, is there a way to actually go get that information?
You could get it with a search warrant.
Okay. Did you discuss doing any kind of search warrant to retrieve images or texts or video from Sarah Zachary that she may have in the cloud?
No.
No. Do you recall having a email discussion on October 12th, 2023 with Ms. Morrissey about the subject?
I don't. I know that Ms. Morrissey, if you're telling me I had one with her, then perhaps I did. I sent her some various subpoena language. I don't remember this iCloud being part of it, but if you're telling me it was there, then I did.
Would looking at the email refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Back to fresh? Sure.
Okay, this is for refreshing recollection, so you've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See if you can imagine.
Let me know when you finish reading it, please.
I assume we read all of it, correct?
Just the top one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it's refresh your recollection, let me know. If not, let me know.
Yeah, so this is what I was referring to as far as.
So you're going to give that back to him. He's going to ask
Yeah.
if this refreshes your memory to the question he asked you.
Yeah, did that refresh your memory, sir?
What I think I meant by that, and I'm not really sure, so I can't say with 100% certainty. If I was referring to, I'm sorry, you have a question beyond that, or it refreshed my recollection of the conversation? Yes.
Okay. So on Ms. Zachary's phone, you were requested to get text, videos, and photos from September 15th, 2021 to November 21st, 2021. And you indicated that there were some photos that were not on her phone, but might be on her iCloud account. Did you have further discussion about how you might go obtain those photos?
No, I think what we're referring to the same thing. I believe my recollection is that I'm referring to the thumbnails. So if I were to download a thumbnail from a phone and you were to put it onto a television screen, it just gets blurry as opposed to the actual full-size image. That's my recollection of the full-size image maybe on the iCloud.
Okay. And you said here that there are no entries on the phone or image metadata, right?
Correct.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just real quick, Mr. Hawks. Is it possible for a person's phone to delete things without the operator of the phone intending for that to happen?
What do you mean specifically?
And I thought there was a discussion earlier when we were off the record that sometimes the phone automatically deletes certain things. That's what I'm referring to.
So you're referring to cached images.
Right.
So when we go to a website or social media, our phone will capture a series of images, and those images go into what's called a cache folder. And after a certain amount of time, that cache folder automatically will delete. But that's not from the person's camera roll.
And it wouldn't be from their email either.
Email contents?
Yeah, I'm speaking about what Mr. Bullion was referencing with regard to Mr. Halls's deleted data.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
It wouldn't, no.
Okay, just wanted to square that up. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Next witness.
And just for the record, I'm going to reserve just in case we need to bring that back.
You're reserved. Don't talk to any witnesses.
The state calls Catherine Rowe Walters.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat, talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Go ahead and state your full name.
Full name Catherine Elizabeth Walters.
Thank you. And do you go by Rowe?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Ms. Walters, were you a member of the crew of the movie Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
And what role did you have?
I was a unit production manager.
What does a unit production manager do?
The unit production manager is the person on set who is making sure the day-to-day operations go smoothly.
All right. And are you familiar with Ms. Gutierrez?
I am.
Your role on set if a crew member needs something, would you maybe be the person they would go to?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you, did Ms. Gutierrez ever specifically request from you additional training time with Mr. Baldwin?
Not to me.
Did Ms. Gutierrez request generally additional training days as an armorer from you?
No, not for me.
We understand that there was a prop truck on the movie set, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
During the filming of the movie, before the incident that occurred on October 21st, when filming wasn't going on, so in the evenings or on the weekends, how was that prop truck secured?
There's a side door on that truck, and the back roll-up door are secured by padlocks.
And so that happened even prior to October 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
And who would lock the truck in the evening or for the weekend?
Either it would be the department heads or it would be the Teamsters who were maintaining the dress.
And so were they combination locks or key locks?
I believe they were key locks. I don't remember.
Can you tell us who had access, who had the keys, who could go get in the prop truck?
It would be anyone. It would be anyone who had the keys to do it. The department heads were the ones that usually had keys or combinations.
Who were the department heads? Can you just give us their names?
Sure. So for props, it was Sarah Zachary. For armory, and I believe that Sarah and Hannah shared keys. The other department heads would have been Sergey and a couple of others that I honestly don't recall, but they would have had keys to their trucks.
And they have keys to the locks that lock the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have a key to the locks?
No.
Well, did Ms. Gutierrez reach out to you a couple days after Ms. Hutchins' death and ask to meet you at the prop truck?
Yes.
And why did she want to meet you at the prop truck?
She was getting ready to head back home and wanted to grab some personal effects off the truck.
And were you able to provide her access to the truck?
Yes.
How were you able to do that if you didn't have the keys?
So after the incident occurred, we had the Teamsters pull all of the locks off the trucks and had a different set of keys so that the only people who would have access were myself and the Teamster captain were the only two people who had those access.
And why would the Teamster have access to the truck?
Because they were the ones, if they needed to move it for any reason, do any maintenance, any of those things.
Okay. You have actual Teamsters that are working on the movie set that are maintaining the trucks.
Yes, ma'am.
And driving the trucks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when Ms. Gutierrez, do you recall the date that Ms. Gutierrez asked you to meet at the prop truck?
I do not.
Do you agree that it was just a couple days after the incident?
I do.
Okay. And do you know everything that Ms. Gutierrez took out of the prop truck?
I do not.
Did you see any of the items that she took out of the prop truck?
I saw a few things, but I don't remember exactly everything.
Can you just describe to us the few things that you did see her take out of the prop truck?
I remember a couple of gun belts, and I think I remember a couple of cardboard boxes, but nothing other than that.
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez took these items from the prop truck prior to the police executing a search warrant on that truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I will pass the witness. Thank you.
Prosecutor?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, in addition to Ms. Gutierrez Reed, you allowed other people to get their personal effects as well, didn't you?
From the set?
Yes.
Yes.
So after the incident, the law enforcement cleared the scene and everybody thought it was clear, correct?
Correct.
And so you allowed multiple people to get their personal effects. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just Ms. Gutierrez Reed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that said, I want to ask you, were you aware of the camera crew walking off?
Yes.
And they were disgruntled?
Yes.
When did they walk off that set?
I received resignation emails the night before.
Okay. So this was the night before the incident, the night before the shooting. And these camera crew, and how many of them walked off?
My memory says 6, which was the full team.
So the full team, the full camera crew walked off set. So for the set next day, you have to get a new camera crew.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in charge of that?
It was a joint effort between myself, my line producer, Gabrielle Pickle, and our producers as well.
Are you and Ms. Pickle, do you talk on the set? Did you talk quite a bit? Did you talk daily?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I don't want to get into hearsay comments, what somebody else said, but were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez Reed had requested additional training of Mr. Baldwin?
For Mr. Baldwin? No.
Okay. You never had that discussion with her?
No.
But do you know whether Ms. Pickle did?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. So let's go back. You and a couple more people are trying to get the camera crew. Is that right? And did you get them for the next day?
We did.
Okay. You had to scramble. I mean, that night, make calls that night?
Yeah, I was making calls at night and very early the next morning.
The camera crew that walked off because they were disgruntled, did they come to the set that next morning?
They did.
Do you know what they were doing the next morning? Did you watch them or did you see them?
Yeah, I was with them for part of the morning. They were retrieving their own personal effects off of the camera truck.
Okay. Did you see any of them walk around to other parts of set or were they just getting their effects?
From what I remember, they were just around the truck.
Okay. The prop truck, during the day, that was not secured during the days of set. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it was not secured now.
Okay. So during the day, the filming goes on. And what are the hours of that generally?
Generally, we would start anywhere between 6 and 7 a.m. and go till 7 or 8 p.m.
Okay. So for approximately that 12 or 13 hour period, whatever it would be, that prop truck was open.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Theoretically, everybody on set could have had access to that prop truck.
Theoretically.
Okay. Now you said that it was you and the Teamsters that would secure that truck after hours. Is that right?
It would be the department heads and the Teamsters.
Department heads and Teamsters.
Yeah.
Who was the person, the Teamster in particular, that would do that?
I do not remember his name.
Okay. After the shooting, do you remember who that Teamster, who that captain, I think you said was? I
would honestly have to go back through my notes. I cannot remember his name right now.
Oh, that's all right. And do you have your notes, or?
I do not.
That's okay. Okay. So you don't remember his name?
I do not.
Okay. Did you check every night before you left to make sure that prop truck was locked?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to Miss Gutierrez Reed, my understanding is that you never heard any complaints about her.
I did not.
Okay. And that was the entire time of the arrest set?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you also, after the incident, after the shooting, I understand you went into the church approximately 2 days after.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you were going to remove media?
Yes.
Is that right? Were you trying to assist them to remove the media from the camera to see if anything had been filmed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was with regard to filming of the actual shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to remove that?
I was.
Were you able to determine whether there was any filming?
Of the incident?
Yes.
There was no filming of the incident that was recorded.
Okay. Do you know whether anybody may have had access to that camera after the shooting and before you removed the media?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When you said there was no filming, are you familiar enough with that camera system to know whether, if they're looking through the monitor, that it has to be rolling?
They can look through the monitor whether it's rolling or not.
Okay. So your knowledge of that camera is it can look through it without it rolling?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that prop truck search, you were present for that search, correct?
I was.
And you also present for that search was Seth Kenny.
Yes, he was there.
Okay. And do you remember why Seth Kenny there? Did he go to provide the code?
No, I think he was there because a lot of the firearms that were there were his. So he was there to be with the sheriff's office.
He was there with the sheriff's office when they arrived? Okay. Do you know whether he was let into the prop truck? Do you recall that?
I do not recall.
Okay. Were you in the truck or outside when the search happened?
Outside.
Did you look inside the back of that truck?
I did.
Did you see that prop cart in the truck?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, if it was in the pictures, would you have any idea why the prop cart was in the prop truck?
I am confused by your question.
But yeah, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this way. If the prop cart was in the prop truck, do you know who must have moved that into the prop truck?
I can make an assumption, but I do not know for sure who would have moved it.
No, don't guess.
Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know.
No.
Okay. All right. You indicated you got keys to the locks for the prop truck after the incident.
Yes, sir.
And you said the captain Teamster had one too.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the combo to that gun safe?
No.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about Baldwin and the safety training. Did you ever observe that training that was done with Baldwin?
I saw it from a distance, but I was not close enough to hear anything.
Okay. Did you observe that Baldwin was not really paying attention?
His back was to me and they were up a hill. I do not know.
So you don't know that? Okay.
No, sir.
On the set, after it was over for the day, you're aware that Ms. Gutierrez, Reed, Ms. Ackery, everybody had to basically clear out. They had to leave. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So at the end of the day, it's fair to say they weren't accorded time to clean the prop truck because at the end of the day, they needed to go.
Correct.
And during the day, Ms. Ackery, because the set's pretty busy.
Yep.
You heard that? During the day, they're doing their prop jobs and their armor job duties, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
So there's no time really to go back during the day, take a break and go back and clean everything. And there's not at night either, is there?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I don't have it.
Redirect. Ms. Walters, I want to be clear. Between October 21st and October 27th, did anyone other than Ms. Gutierrez request to get items out of the prop truck?
Not to me. Not to my knowledge.
It was only Ms. Gutierrez that you gave access to the prop truck between the 21st and the 27th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the movie set, did you guys hire security guards?
There was 24-hour security at the gate, but they did not walk around on set.
Okay. But if someone were to try to drive in, they would encounter that security guard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this location convenient to get to?
Not really.
Okay. I think you indicated on cross-examination that no one complained to you about Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall.
Isn't it true that one of the reasons that the camera crew indicated they were leaving was because of the accidental discharges from firearms on set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. That would be the basis for that.
Well, I'm basically impeaching her because she indicated.
Counsel Coach, just you two.
Ms. Walters, Do you know if one of the reasons that the camera crew left was because of accidental discharges on set?
They cited safety concerns, yes.
Did they specifically say accidental discharges on set?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Bowles asked you about the camera crew coming the following day to collect their belongings.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that they stayed at the camera truck.
Mhm.
Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And is the camera truck and the prop truck the same thing?
No.
In your experience, do people on the camera crew frequently bring their own equipment, stands, cables, stuff like that?
Sometimes, yes.
And did they on the set of Rust?
Yes, they did.
Is that your understanding what they were taking?
Yes.
During the day, when filming was going on, was the prop truck being overseen by a driver? A member of the Teamsters that you hired?
He might not have been there all the time, but he was around, yes.
Okay. And I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about your experience. How many films or productions, or even TV is fine, have you been the unit production manager on prior to this?
Prior to this, 3 or 4.
And did any of those other productions have an armorer?
They did not.
This was the first production you worked on that had an armorer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything for that.
Just real briefly, I asked you earlier about, you were saying that you don't remember, you couldn't see if Mr. Baldwin was paying attention during that training.
Correct.
You recall in your pretrial interview that you did indicate he wasn't paying attention?
I have been told he wasn't paying attention. I did not physically see it.
Okay, so, and I don't want to get into the hearsay comment.
Sure.
So, but you didn't see it yourself?
I did not.
Okay. With regard to the, with regard to the accidental discharges, were you aware that there was a discharge with special effects?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness. I don't know if you think it's your lucky day, but we're going to break early. I think from the faces I see, it's a good thing. Okay. All right, but we have one question that we're going to ask you to go back in to your room and answer this question, and then come back out and get dismissed, and we give you all the, don't forget language. Okay, it'll come clear to you. You're all going to go out. He's going to ask you that question. He's going to get your answer, and then he's going to give me the answer on that piece of paper, and then you all are going to come back in. Okay?
All rise.
So we just want to make sure we were all kind of squirmish on which, that it was being picked up on court TV. So, people knew that I walked my dogs when I got home. When we're waiting here for the jury, and Haven and I are, shooting the breeze, that it was being picked up on court TV. So, people knew that I walked my dogs when I got home, things like that. And so we just want to make sure we were all kind of squirmish on which things trigger us going on court TV. So that's why we went in the hallway. We didn't mean to be secretive. We just wanted to take a breather on feeling, a little, tight up here. That's why. Okay. So we wanted to share that because we didn't want to leave that impression. Okay. So they're supposed to write it down here, but you can tell me.
So do I need everyone to individually?
No, I mean, just, let's see. Sure you all are doing it as well, counsel. You're doing the same thing I'm doing, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You're reminding your witnesses not to watch court TV?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did mention experts, but other than that.
No experts were included?
At the start, Your Honor, we talked about experts we needed to watch.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
I think that we agreed that our experts get to watch
Oh, okay,
because
that's fine.
they
Okay.
would be allowed in the courtroom.
Yeah, okay, I misunderstood. So, anyone that's not an expert witness, please do not get on court TV to watch, what has preceded you, because we invoke the exclusion rule. Hello? Okay, jury, so like I said, it's a lucky Friday. So you're getting recessed, and please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't be looking at any news media accounts or any type of account, and anybody, TikTok or whatever. And don't Google anything about the.
Okay, so for those that are left here, we made it through day 1 and day 2. It took us only 7 hours and 14 minutes. It's not bad. Anyways, thank you for being here with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see on Monday. This should probably resume. So we'll try and catch up on Monday with what's going on then. So yes, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I love the small crowds. A lot more personal when you're in a small little crowd. So anyways, okay, yes, and Risa, thank you so much. You too, sweetheart. Be safe out there for sure. All right, everybody, have a good night. I'm probably not going to be going live later, but I'll be around the streets. I'm always lurking out there somewhere. So. All right, you guys. Oh, there I am. Okay. All right, we will see you guys a little bit later. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Then get up, get dressed, before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part, when we get it on. I'm addicted, no denying it, 'cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one beat you 30. Now you get yourself a freaky little dude. In the mood 24/7, 16/11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, eating like a local, but you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
me, tell me what I did wrong, I plead. Never did I think we would be loving for another day. But she asked for something more. She asked for, yeah, she asked for something beautiful. Something beautiful. Yeah, she asked for something beautiful. She asked for, yeah, she asked for, she asked for something beautiful.
Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no takebacks. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish, you critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya. This might hurt, that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Too hard and let it die. Let us say our last goodbyes. Oh, come back, come back. I don't need you, I don't want that. Oh, don't say I didn't want. That's just karma. That's just karma. Don't say